Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get underway in a couple of minutes. If you need a headset, we will have interpretation, English, French. There are headsets on the way in. To one side is the headset, the piece for your ear, and the other side, the little machine. So if you need interpretation, English, French, please collect a headset now. And if I could ask the rest of you, please, to take your seats as we're going to get underway in a moment. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you please to take your seats as we are about to get underway? There will be interpretation, English, French. If you need interpretation, there are headsets by the door on the way in. One side you'll find the headset, the other side the little machine that makes it work. But please do take your seats now so we can get started. Thank you very much. Could I ask you please to take your seats now, as we have a packed agenda for you today, so we need to get underway. Thank you. Away in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. If you need a headset, we have interpretation, English, French. You still have time to grab one from the entrance if you need the interpretation, and we'll get underway in 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you're still joining us, do come and join us in the middle here. This is a very big room, and it'd be great if we had you all close to each other for the day. So good morning, and a very warm welcome to this joint conference on architects and engineers, partnership for resilient design, benchmarks for quality criteria in the living environment through the new European Bauhaus, organised jointly by the Order of Architects and Consulting Engineers here in Luxembourg, OAI, by the Architects Council of Europe, ACE, by EFCA, the European Federation of Engineering Consultancy Associations, and ECEC, the European Council of Engineers Chambers. A very warm welcome to those of you here in the room and to those watching online. Bit of housekeeping before we get away. By the way, my name is Jackie Davis. I will have the privilege of moderating our discussions all day today, and there will be opportunities during that conversation for you to put your questions. Come back to that in a moment. Interpretation. If you didn't grab a headset and you need one, they're just by the door. French is on 1 and English is on 2. And those watching on Zoom, you also have interpretation. For questions, you will see there as well that the Wi-Fi code for this room, if you need it, Conference Lux 2025 is the name of the network. It's also the password, Conference Lux 2025. So, if you want to ask a question, we will be displaying from time to time a Slido code. This will be used both for your questions, and I will be monitoring what comes in and relaying them to our speakers, and it'll also be used a little bit later on for some audience polling. I want to get a snapshot of your views on the topics that we're discussing that I can feed into the conversations with our panels. I have only one request. If you are asking questions via Slido, or indeed, if you're here in the room, we can do it the old-fashioned way with raised hands. Please be as brief as possible so I can fit in as many of you as possible. We're going to start with some presentations by our hosts, and then we will move on into the substantive discussions. Hashtags. If you want to share on social media what you are hearing here today, and let's get that message out about partnership for resilient design. It'd be great if you could use one of the hashtags you see on your screen, Partner for Design, LuxConf 2025, or Lux Declaration 25. You will hear more about the Luxembourg Declaration a little bit later on. But that's enough from me for now. I am delighted to welcome onto the stage, and please do come up as I introduce you, the presidents of our host organizations today. So let me welcome Michel Friederici, who is president of OAI, the Order of Architects and Consulting Engineers in Luxembourg. Please do come and take the seat on the end just for a moment, Michel. Ruth Schagerman, who is president of the Architects Council of Europe. A very warm welcome to you, Ruth. Ines Ferguson-Vaquez de Parga, who is president of the European Federation of Engineering Consultancy Associations, EFCA. And last but not least, Nina Dragin-Lovrets, who is president of ECEC, the European Council of Engineers Chambers. Will you join me in welcoming all of them to the stage? Thank you so much. And each of them is going to make a brief welcome speech just to highlight why they believe the issues we're discussing here today are so very important. So Michel, as our host organisers, thank you for having us here in Luxembourg today. Over to you.
Okay. Oops.
Whoa.
Schöne gute Morgen, that's Luxembourg. Good morning, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis ravie de vous souhaiter la bienvenue au Luxembourg pour cette journée d'échange européen. Je suis aussi très fière que ce soit ici, chez nous, que cette rencontre ait lieu. La toute première, réunissant donc l'ACE, l'EFCA, l'ECEC et l'OAI autour d'un événement commun. Cela montre que les organisations représentatives des architectes et ingénieurs à l'échelle européenne partagent non seulement des valeurs, mais aussi une volonté d'agir ensemble dans un esprit de responsabilité commune. Le thème que nous avons choisi, Partnership for Resilient Design, reflète précisément cette ambition. Construire des logements durables, intelligents, adaptés aux défis actuels. C'est d'abord savoir construire une collaboration solide entre les professions. Et cette collaboration, nous la vivons ici, au Luxembourg, au quotidien. Elle nous apprend qu'à partir de professions différentes, on peut bâtir une vision commune, enrichie par la diversité, renforcée par la confiance et portée par une exigence partagée, celle de la qualité. Nous vivons dans un monde de contraintes croissantes, enjeux climatiques, ressources limitées, crise sociale et économique, mais aussi de surcharge réglementaire, procédures lentes, appels d'offres inadaptés. Et pourtant, nous continuons à construire, pas seuls mais ensemble. Et si je devais insister sur un point personnellement essentiel, ce serait la digitalisation. Pas uniquement dans nos bureaux, mais aussi dans tout l'écosystème qui entoure nos professions. Une digitalisation cohérente, interopérable et partagée aussi bien par les administrations et que tous les partenaires avec lesquels nous collaborons. C'est un levier de clarté, d'efficacité, mais aussi de qualité, si chacun avance dans le même sens. Ce que nous demandons, ce n'est pas qu'on nous facilite la tâche, c'est qu'on reconnaisse notre rôle, notre expertise, notre capacité à prendre des décisions responsables. Et c'est cela qui doit être au cœur de la commande publique. Pas le prix le plus bas, mais la valeur durable, le dialogue de projet, l'intelligence collective. Et cela, aucune automatisation, aucune intelligence artificielle ne pourra la garantir à notre place. Parce que concevoir, décider et surtout assumer la responsabilité d'un projet, cela reste et doit rester une mission humaine. Donc, je vous souhaite une journée de travail collectif, d'écoute mutuelle et de convergence d'idées. Car ce que nous construisons ensemble aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas seulement un débat professionnel, c'est un cadre commun de responsabilité au service d'un avenir plus résilient. Merci.
Cool, thank you very much indeed, Michelle. And that theme of the importance of working together and everyone knowing their role, collaborating, is going to run as a red thread through all of our discussions today. Ruth Schagerman from ACE, over to you for your welcome remarks.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, as President of the Architects' Council of Europe, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this important conference where architects, engineers, and policymakers come together around a shared concern and a shared responsibility. We meet at a crucial moment. The revision of the European Public Procurement Directive offers us a unique opportunity to address a challenge that has been with us for too long. The tendency to reduce complex services like architecture and engineering to simple price tags. Our built environment, and we have to be very clear with that, shapes the daily lives of millions of Europeans. It influences how we live, how we work, and how we connect to one another. And the decisions made in the early stage of planning and procurement have a profound impact, not only on the quality of the outcome, but on its sustainability, inclusiveness, and capacity to serve future generations. Yet, across Europe, public procurement procedures continue to prioritize the lowest price, often at the expense of quality, innovation, and long-term value. This short-sighted approach, in my opinion, puts at risk our capacity to deliver the kind of built environment that European citizens deserve and that our climate commitments demand. And this, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, is why this conference is not just about exchanging best practice. It's about sending a clear and united message to decision makers. Procurement and architectural design competitions must become a strategic tool for delivering Europe's Green Deal, the new European Bauhaus ambitions, and our broader societal goals. We believe that this requires structural changes in the Public Procurement Directive. It requires recognizing the specific nature of intellectual services and ensuring that quality-based selection becomes the norm, not the exception. It requires simplifying access for small and mid-sized enterprises and fostering innovation by encouraging design competitions and rewarding creative, forward-looking solutions. It requires better equipping contracting authorities to make informed, quality-driven choices that reflect long-term societal benefits. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and we all know that change is possible. And we know that the professions represented here today, architects, engineers, planners, and consultants, stand ready to play their part. But we also need the European institutions to provide the right framework and incentives. This is why today's conference is so important. It is an opportunity to align our efforts, to make our voice heard, and to feed into the revision process with concrete, actionable proposals. And I'm convinced that if we work together across professions, across sectors, across levels of governance, we can make procurement an enabler of quality, of innovation, and of resilience. And this is not just about how we work, it's about how we shape the future of Europeans' living spaces. If we want a Europe that builds not just for today, but also for tomorrow, then we need procurement rules that reflect the creativity, the responsibility, and the specific demands of shaping our built environment. Good procurement, architectural design competitions don't have to be complex, but it must respect the complexity of what we build. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to lead this change, but we need the right framework to make it possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ruth. So underlining not only why this topic is so important, but why the timing of this event, this window of opportunity that you spoke about to really change things. We will come back on what you need. You said we're ready to lead the change. We need the framework. What does that framework need to look like? We're going to talk about all of that today. Ines Ferguson-Vaquez de Parga, who, as I said earlier, is president of the European Federation of Engineering Consultancy Associations. Please, your thoughts.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to join the presidents of OAI, of ACE, and of ECEC to welcome you on this first joint conference. I would firstly like to give a word of appreciation to Pierre Hurt and his team for their welcome and for making this day interesting for all. I know the great effort that is behind this event, so thank you for bringing us together, Pierre. And I would also like to congratulate OAI and ACE on the occasion of their anniversaries. It's 35 years already, and I think it's wonderful that you're reaching these milestones and that you're being recognized for the value that you bring to our sector. Congratulations. So today we're tackling a subject that is critical to the business of consulting engineers. Public procurement is the connection between policy and market, and it defines the way many of our firms do business. We have been lobbying for better regulation for years, but now, as Ruth was mentioning, we have a great opportunity to actually influence the European Procurement Directive that is going to be revised this year as one of the priority initiatives of the European Commission. So now is the time to really go for that change. We are working independently on this matter, but the fact that we are here today together, sending the same message, it is adding great strength to all of our positions. On the new European Bauhaus, EFCA has been advocating for it to be a collaborative venture between architects and engineers for the design of buildings, but also of infrastructure. Good design is not only about how the built environment looks, but also about how it functions and how it is used, especially in the light of the new requirements for sustainability and resilience. And we believe that the new European Bauhaus could actually be doing more to encourage this early collaboration between our professions and to apply design trends that really accelerate the green and digital transitions. So in the last year, EFCA has been strongly advocating for the definition of sustainability objectives and indicators in the early phases of the projects, so that the firms can be evaluated based on their contribution to these sustainability objectives and not only on price. We have also insisted that it's very important to digitalize projects, to be able to follow up on these sustainability indicators throughout the project cycle and actually measure the real impact of the investments. This was proposed in the Toolkit for Sustainable Procurement that was published last year together with European international contractors, and that was very well received by the European Commission and the European Investment Bank. And this year, EFCA is paying special attention to resilience in the broader sense of the term. We have a dedicated committee, the Future Trends Committee, that is looking into the demands of the new built environment, which needs to be able to resume full operation as quickly as possible in case of any kind of threat, whether it's extreme climate events, energy shortages, disruption of supply chains, cyber attacks, or even armed conflicts. And we have seen a few of those in Europe only in the few past months. Digital twins and the increasing use of AI are actually equipping engineers with fast and effective solutions for anticipating potential stresses on the built environment and delivering robust design and systems. Our report will be published in the coming weeks, and I would suggest that you stay tuned. It's going to be very interesting. So I would like to leave you with some key recommendations for today. We need a harmonized approach to procurement and contracting procedures across the EU. This is essential to make Europe a single, strong, and competitive market in the lines of the Draghi report on European competitiveness. Public procurement procedures need to be simplified in order to speed up the process and encourage the firms to participate in public tenders. Digitalization, as was already mentioned, this has been talked about for years, but it needs to be a reality all across Europe. We need to see digitalization fostering this collaboration between the different stakeholders and improving the efficiency in the design and the construction and in the use phase. And finally, we need our clients to join us in the push for innovative, climate-proof solutions for the built environment that actually deliver to their policy objectives. We need our clients to accept innovative design in tenders. This means that the traditional risk-averse buying behavior needs to be replaced by a bolder approach that embraces and trusts the capabilities and the skills of our firms. The result of innovation in procurement will be a resilient built environment that offers greater value for money, safety and protection for citizens, and a more competitive economy. And for the firms, knowing that our clients are rewarding our pioneering designs in their tenders, it will help us make long-term strategic decisions and investments to be more competitive. So as well as the opportunity to learn today, what I hope for most is that you enjoy the conference, you enjoy the networking, and that you establish new and fruitful partnerships. So with that last remark, I wish you a wonderful day.
Thank you very much indeed, Ines. And you mentioned there the new European Bauhaus. We're going to talk about the new European Bauhaus as a platform for precisely the sort of collaborative, innovative, resilient design you've all been talking about. And we're going to consider how public procurement can be a key enabler of the principles, or at least some of the principles underpinning. Lots to come back to, and those recommendations you made, I'm sure we're going to come back to them throughout the day. To complete the picture, I am delighted to give the stage to Nino Dražin-Lovrece, who is President of the European Council of Engineers Chambers. Nina, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, dear and distinguished guests, dear colleagues. On behalf of Engineers Council of European Council of Engineers Chamber and myself as a president, I am very pleased to welcome you to today's conference. Special thanks to our host and to all other colleagues from organizations that have considerably contributed to preparing this event that is so important to all of us. Additionally, I would like also to take the opportunity to officially congratulate to IE and AC on their anniversary on behalf of European Council of Engineers Chambers, ECEC. The ECEC has celebrated 20 years anniversary already 2023. Its members are a legally established public body representing over 300,000 highly qualified academic state-authorized chartered engineers in 7 countries. European chartered engineers are active in many different branches of engineers, and the quality of their daily work is crucial to achieve the goal of new European Bauhaus initiative. In this context, it is especially important that they are obligated to the public interest, ranging from the health, safety, resilience, and security to the quality of life and the built environment, and to the ethical and the professional principle. This is warranted by legal authorization and disciplinary regulation. To support this, we need strong legal and political framework that promote quality and professionalism. Public procurement is a vital part of this framework. It must focus on quality, not just on the lowest price. The European Union is currently reviewing its Public Procurement Directive, and this review will have a major impact on the future of our built environment, the quality of life in the EU, and our competitiveness in the challenging of global context. This is why today's discussion is so important. We must find legal and practical solutions that support a modern, fair, and effective procurement system. Former Italian Prime Minister Enrico Letta highlights this in his report, Much More Than Market. He emphasized that the public procurement should promote the social value, build trust, and support EU greens and digital goals. When used well, public procurement spending can drive a real positive change. On the key point I'd like to raise before we dive deeper into the topic in this: intellectual services like engineers and architectural works are currently treated the same way as the standardized service in procurement procedures. This does not reflect the true nature of our work. Intellectual services involve complex planning, teamwork, and expertise. This requires a different approach. That's why we believe there should be a separate chapter in the procurement rule for these services. And at the final, I am very glad today that several professional organizations have come together to send a strong, united message about the importance of the quality in public procurement. At the ECEC, we strongly believe in the power of working together. I hope today's conference marks a beginning of even clearer cooperation between our professions, working side by side for benefits of all European citizens. And at the end, thank you very much, and I wish you a productive and inspiring day.
Thank you very much, Nina, and thank you to all 4 of you for a very inspiring start to our discussions, and you've all talked about the importance of collaboration and working together, and that is what today exemplifies so beautifully. So thank you all very much indeed. And we heard there, public procurement, Nina said, is absolutely key to a quality built environment. And what do we need to do to make sure it is modern, fair, and effective? Those are the words she used. That we will be discussing later on when we drill down into the connection between the new European Bauhaus and the directive and the upcoming revision and what you want to see from it. And I'm going to get your views on that very shortly. Dubrava Zuica, who is the European Commissioner for the Mediterranean and for Demography, really wanted to be with us today, but she couldn't, but she did want to address you, so she sent us a little video message. So, let's hear what she has to say.
Dear Presidents of the Associations of Architects and Engineers, dear participants, thank you for inviting me to speak at your gathering today. It's good news that the European Associations of Architects and Engineers are joining forces. Your work coincides with one of the main priorities of this Commission, housing. Access to quality and sustainable housing is a challenge we are facing all over Europe. It is also essential for overall social development and sustainable growth. Therefore, it is important to work on improving housing conditions. And I'm glad to see that you are devoted to building sustainable, resilient, inclusive and high-quality dwellings. The new European Bauhaus is supported by the Commission and is indeed a very inspiring concept that takes housing to a new level. It makes the green transition in housing and buildings enjoyable, attractive and convenient for all. Even the smallest communities on the ground deserve living spaces that improve the well-being and sense of belonging. The new European Bauhaus also engages people focusing on neighborhoods, offers tailor-made solutions for different communities, incorporates stakeholders into the process of design and implementation, which is where you come in, and prioritizes social inclusion, but also the economy to boost competitiveness and European Union strategy autonomy. In my work as Commissioner for Demography, housing is a key factor, and we have many examples from student accommodation or housing for young families to nursing homes. And there is a point that is relevant to you, housing design that is suitable for all generations. Citizens who lose physical or cognitive autonomy in old age are often forced to move out of their homes or necessarily adapt their place of residence to new realities. Good design can help prevent such situations. As Commissioner for the Mediterranean, which includes the countries of North Africa, the Middle East and the Gulf, I'm deeply aware of the complexity of the challenges of housing. One key issue is to promote sustainable urbanization through partnerships in the region. Through cooperation with governments and local authorities, we want to create cities that are resilient and sustainable. I'm working on a new pact for the Mediterranean and on a new vision that does not exhaust space, but nurtures it, and does not push local communities to the margins, but includes them in decision-making. It is very good to know that architects and engineers are on the same page with making the most of the new European Bauhaus. Dear participants, I wish you an inspiring and successful colloquium. Thank you so much and all the best.
So, Commissioner Zuica there. And housing, of course, a new central focus for the second Ursula von der Leyen European Commission, and drawing that link there between the work you do and new European Bauhaus, what she calls a very inspiring concept. How you translate that inspiration we'll come back to in our discussions, because it's a clear focus of what we need to talk about when we talk about the Public Procurement Directive. But we're now going to hear a little bit about collaboration in action, if I can put it that way. And then after that, I'm going to ask for your opinion on some of the issues we'll be talking about. So in this session, we're going to hear about two iconic collaborative projects here in Luxembourg. And will you join me in welcoming onto the stage our two speakers in this session, Mathieu Nicole and Sherham Agayani. Please do come and join me on the stage. Where is Mathieu? Here is Mathieu and Sherham. Perfect, thank you. So we're going to hear first from Mathieu. Mathieu Nicole is an architect at Jim Clemes Associates, and he's going to present the project Lycée Michel Rodange. And then we will hear from Sharam Gayani, who is an architect at Metaform T6. But Mathieu, over to you to kick us off. However, you need either to use the handheld mic, or you can stand up, you can do whatever you feel comfortable with. But have you got slides? Hang on, I need to give you the clicker then. Hang on. There we go. And grab a mic. And it is on, you need do nothing. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm going to speak a bit in French, un peu plus facile pour moi. Mais je tiens à remercier tout le monde et de voir qu'il y a autant de monde ici en présence. Et c'est vraiment un honneur de venir présenter un projet. Je remercie Pierre Hurt, notre président, d'avoir proposé ce projet. Et j'aimerais expliquer un petit peu ce projet avec tout le recul qu'il faut prendre. C'est-à-dire que c'est un projet sur une intervention sur un bâtiment existant, qui est un bâtiment iconique au Luxembourg. C'est un bâtiment construit dans les années 70, que l'on nous a confié, que l'administration des bâtiments publics ici au Luxembourg nous a confié, et nous a pas seulement confié à nous, mais nous a confié à une équipe de maîtrise d'œuvre, et je vais expliquer un petit peu et parler aussi de tous nos partenaires sur le projet, parce qu'il est essentiel de rappeler qu'à ce moment-ci, sur un tel bâtiment et une telle complexité, la vision unique de l'architecte n'est pas suffisante à mon sens, et qu'il est important qu'il y ait cette émulation qui se crée entre les architectes, les ingénieurs, les experts, les acousticiens, et que sur un projet de rénovation, on prenne le temps, je sais que les choses vont de plus en plus vite aujourd'hui, mais qu'on prenne le temps d'anticiper et de bien analyser chaque opportunité que nous offre le projet. Oups.
Voilà.
Ça marche, pardon. Juste voilà, moi je suis architecte diplômé de l'école de Paris-Val-de-Seine. Je fais partie de la direction du bureau Jim Clemes Associés, qui est aussi un membre fondateur de l'OAI. Donc voilà, nous sommes très fiers d'avoir participé à cette aventure. Et donc nous avons, j'ai Martine et Fabio qui sont avec moi, et je tenais vraiment à parler d'eux, qui ont accompagné le projet et qui nous ont vraiment challengé au niveau de la structure sur ce projet. C'était voilà, avec toutes les contraintes d'un bâtiment des années 70, mais on y reviendra, c'était très intéressant. Et ensuite, j'aimerais juste refaire le tour du panel des personnes impliquées pour l'équipe de maîtrise d'œuvre. Donc évidemment notre équipe d'architectes, le bureau Schröder, le bureau Felgen qui a assuré l'ingénierie technique, le bureau Mersch Paysage qui a suivi tous les aménagements paysagers du site, Vinsot pour le bureau de contrôle, l'organisme agréé, et également Lux Control. Je vais me lever parce que je ne vois pas le bas de l'écran. Et évidemment, la sécurité santé, importante sur un chantier de rénovation, très importante. On veut éviter les accidents à tout prix sur chantier, c'est extrêmement important. La maîtrise d'ouvrage très importante, l'administration des bâtiments publics qui était notre client, et également les utilisateurs, le lycée Michel Rodange qui a été impliqué pleinement dans les réflexions d'organisation spatiale et programmatique sur le projet. Vous voyez ici deux photos du bâtiment tel que nous l'avons, tel qu'on nous l'a confié. Donc un bâtiment situé sur le campus ECEC ici à Luxembourgville, un terrain en pente, donc un bâtiment qui joue avec la déclivité du terrain et qui est composé d'une aile principale et de petits éléments qui viennent se greffer sur cette aile principale. Quelques chiffres, c'est important, surface du bâtiment 21 000 m², c'est la surface qui a été projetée, puisque une extension a été réalisée, que vous voyez sur la partie droite, en bas à droite de l'écran, pour pouvoir augmenter la capacité. Ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est qu'à la construction du lycée, le lycée était prévu pour 1200 personnes, et il a déjà dépassé les 1400 personnes dans les 10 premières années de fonctionnement. Donc dans les années 80, il dépassait déjà sa capacité d'accueil. Un budget de 60 millions d'euros TTC, on va en parler, c'est un budget qui nous a été donné, et je tiens à revenir sur le principe de flexibilité contractuelle. C'est un budget que nous avons respecté, je tiens à le dire. Par contre, dans l'ensemble des contrats et l'ensemble des contrats avec les entreprises, nous avons dû jouer avec les contrats. Donc il nous fallait une certaine flexibilité parce que quand on démolit un bâtiment, on découvre des choses et il faut de temps en temps se réadapter la conception pour pouvoir répondre réellement aux besoins du bâtiment et quelquefois même tirer parti d'une découverte qui peut nous arranger. Une gaine inconnue qui avait été masquée ou quelque chose qui peut vraiment nous sauver et nous faire des économies. Donc il faut cette flexibilité contractuelle, notamment avec les entreprises de construction. Un petit retour sur l'appel européen, l'appel à candidature européen qui a été fait, qui ne s'est pas engagé sur un concours, mais sur ensuite une procédure négociée, c'est-à-dire ensuite une présentation de l'équipe d'architectes sur ses intentions et sur sa méthodologie de travail pour mener à bien le projet. Et donc ici, il n'était pas question de coûts et d'honoraires d'architectes dans ces discussions. Il était vraiment question de méthodologie et de comment nous allions intervenir. La contractualisation septembre 2016 et puis ensuite le vote de la loi en décembre 2017, le début du chantier 2018 pour une durée de 36 mois. Donc c'est un bâtiment qui est déjà en fonction et nous en sommes assez heureux. Juste parce que il faut se replonger dans l'histoire. Voilà, je vous l'ai dit, 1970, l'architecte original du projet, Laurent Schmitt, qui, dans ces années 70, effectivement, a dû répondre à des contraintes budgétaires et, entre autres, s'est lourdement engagé dans les codes du brutalisme architectural. Et donc, c'est un bâtiment qui a très largement utilisé la préfabrication et la fabrication en série. Et donc, il y a une certaine compréhension qu'il faut avoir de ces bâtiments des années 70 et on voit très bien qu'aujourd'hui, voilà, il avait 45 années de fonctionnement au moment où on nous l'a confié, 45 ans, premier cycle de vie d'un bâtiment et donc il fallait voilà, revoir la consommation énergétique, revoir le confort, l'accessibilité, les normes d'accessibilité aux personnes à mobilité réduite et également donc revoir sa capacité d'accueil qui ne répondait plus aux besoins démographiques de Luxembourg. Voilà, une photo aérienne du bâtiment tel que nous l'avons reçu. Donc vous voyez bien l'aile principale qui se trouve de manière centrale, une entrée côté nord, et ensuite ces petits cubes, ces petits plots qui sont raccordés par des liaisons intermédiaires. Et donc voilà la réflexion. Le bâtiment que vous voyez ici était un préfabriqué qui a été mis en place et qui a duré un peu trop longtemps et qui n'était donc plus à même d'accueillir les élèves à la fin. Voilà la façade, élément important, façade béton lavé, élément préfabriqué, vous le voyez, et des fenêtres qui avaient déjà été changées une première fois et donc qui elles-mêmes ne respectaient plus l'image originelle du projet puisque la couleur avait été modifiée, la division avait été modifiée et donc toute la réflexion historique sur le bâtiment, comment redonner à ce bâtiment son image première. Donc une certaine poésie dans le dessin architectural de cette époque brutaliste que nous apprécions grandement. Voilà, quelques topics, quelques points importants. Rénovation énergétique, capacité d'accueil, confort visuel, confort acoustique. Et j'ai surtout souligné mise en valeur du patrimoine architectural. Nous avons énormément de bâtiments des années 70 au Luxembourg et qui arrivent tous en fin de cycle de vie. On en a vu énormément être démolis, alors pour quelquefois des bonnes raisons, donc quelquefois des raisons qui pourraient se poser. On a eu la chance de pouvoir sauver celui-ci et de pouvoir le relancer pour un cycle de vie que nous espérons le plus long possible. On a parlé voilà, de l'architecture et de vraiment ce fil sur lequel nous devons marcher et trouver le juste milieu entre la qualité qui est essentielle, le coût et le fonctionnement de l'efficacité du bâtiment. Ici, à nouveau, un petit schéma qui explique un petit peu les rouages. En fait, nous ne sommes pas, personne n'est seul dans l'équipe de maîtrise d'œuvre, personne n'est seul dans le projet, et le projet lui-même ne se fera pas si ce rouage ne se met pas en place et que ce fonctionnement ne tourne pas. Il faut vraiment comprendre et poser dès le départ du projet les bases et expliquer la vision et que cette vision soit partagée entre la maîtrise d'ouvrage et sa maîtrise d'œuvre au complet. Et entre la maîtrise d'œuvre, la communication doit être vraiment extrêmement fusionnel. Voilà, bringing order into the sum of experience, c'est un petit peu voilà, de penser cette approche collaborative, comment ce partenariat, comment on va structurer notre manière de communiquer, comment on va structurer nos différentes expériences pour mener ce projet et pouvoir voilà, faire de ce projet un bâtiment iconique. La compréhension de la construction existante est extrêmement importante ici. Entre autres, il y a eu un grand travail avec le bureau Schroeder pour analyser la structure du bâtiment. Il y avait un grand déficit de lumière naturelle dans les parties communes du bâtiment que nous avons exprimé à la maîtrise d'ouvrage et nous avons réussi avec nos ingénieurs et avec les techniciens également, puisque pour les techniques spéciales, il fallait bien passer les gaines quelque part, mais nous avons réussi quand même à amener de la lumière et à faire les études nécessaires pour mesurer le rapport qualité-coût et vérifier que nous arrivions à obtenir quelque chose d'efficient. Sur ce dialogue précoce,
Très bref maintenant, si vous
Très
voulez.
bref,
Merci.
j'en ai pour 2 minutes. Pour ce dialogue très serré aussi, nos ingénieurs et architectes ont pu s'appuyer sur les modèles numériques, mais qui nous ont permis vraiment de challenger le dessin et les opportunités du projet. Toujours se poser la question pourquoi, comment et pourquoi pas. Et puis ensuite, voilà, échanger les visions, définir la collaboration, explorer les concepts, respecter l'existant, des échanges sur les matérialités. On a souhaité garder au maximum les matériaux existants, ce qui nous a permis aussi de réduire alors à la fois notre apport de nouveaux matériaux et on sait très bien que quand on met des nouveaux matériaux sur un projet, on a des questions d'émissions, de polluants, de composants organiques. Donc on a essayé de répondre à ça. Et donc je ne dirais pas que c'est uniquement all about architecture, mais c'est aussi all about engineering. Donc de cette collaboration est né ce projet dont nous sommes très fiers et nous lui souhaitons vraiment une longue vie. Juste quelques exemples ici, voilà, la situation existante de l'intérieur et une photographie de la situation projetée. Donc les revêtements de sol ont été gardés, les dalles préfabriquées ont été remises à nu pour profiter de l'inertie thermique du béton et également profiter de l'affaiblissement acoustique engendré par ces nervures dans le bâtiment. Voilà quelques photos de chantier avec ces opportunités qu'on a trouvées avec nos ingénieurs pour réouvrir, redonner de la lumière dans ces couloirs qui étaient quelque peu enfermés. Et puis voilà la réalité du chantier quelquefois où il faut s'adapter. Les couloirs tels qu'ils étaient existants avec ce manque de lumière et donc voilà le couloir avec le revêtement de sol qui a été maintenu et protégé. L'ancien couloir, le nouveau couloir, avec ces ouvertures, ces fenêtres qui participent également de la ventilation passive du bâtiment. Le mobilier qui a été conservé de l'ancien lycée, qui était encore en bon état, donc on n'a pas eu à racheter du mobilier. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, Mathieu, and very much underlining there when you talked about some of the way you approach the project and so on, the key, some of the things we're going to talk about later, the importance of involving the user. You said right from the start and right through the process. You're not focusing on cost, focusing on quality and then cost, flexibility, and that crucial question of how to collaborate. You talked about structuring the way we communicate. Be interesting in our next panel to talk about the degree to which people see that as one of the challenges. But let's hear about our other project, which is the post-headquarters helix, Sharam Agayani. Did I pronounce it right? Very nice. And you are from Metaform T6. Are you staying or are you going? If you're going, can you use the lectern? There's a microphone on the lectern. And take the clicker with you. Perfect. Thank you so much. You use the microphone there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So actually, I prepared my presentation in English. But I will also continue in French so that your translator will not fall asleep today.
You could do either.
Merci beaucoup pour cette invitation. C'est un honneur et un très joyeux anniversaire à notre cher ordre des architectes pour ses 35 ans. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, je vais rapidement vous faire une petite introduction, en fait, des 5 structures que j'ai mis en place pour cette présentation. Évidemment, je vais commencer par l'introduction de notre bureau. Donc, Métaforme existe depuis une vingtaine d'années et depuis toujours, nous essayons d'amener l'architecture au centre des débats dans la société et de faire en sorte que l'aspect social devienne un vecteur dans notre quotidien et dans notre travail. Donc une question de bien-être, une question de faire participer également aussi bien le client que les citoyens dans l'évolution de l'architecture. Alors, c'était un projet qui est très intéressant pour nous parce que nous étions 6-8 collaborateurs lorsqu'il y a eu cet appel de candidature de la part de la Poste. Et nous avons participé, on s'est dit, OK, il faut rêver grand. On participe à cet appel de candidature et contre toute attente, nous avons été retenus parmi 4 autres bureaux bien établis au Grand-Duché. Et depuis lors, en fait, on a gagné, on a réalisé ce projet et nous comptons aujourd'hui une 60aine de collaborateurs parmi nous grâce à ce projet, entre autres, qui a démarré vraiment notre carrière. Et ce qui est aussi très important, c'est que nous avons plus d'une vingtaine de différentes nationalités dans notre équipe parce que cette diversité culturelle, ce regard croisé est extrêmement important pour notre façon de voir les choses et pour l'architecture de manière générale. Alors, nous sommes évidemment spécialisés en architecture, mais également sur le interior design, sur tout ce qui est aménagement extérieur. Et puis, on essaye à chaque fois de mêler, en fait, des différentes, expertises pour compléter finalement l'architecture, parce que l'architecture, c'est une discipline qui vit et qui s'enrichit grâce justement à ces apports-là. Alors, pour arriver au sujet de ma présentation d'aujourd'hui, donc vous avez à gauche, en fait, l'ancien quartier, l'ancien bâtiment de la Poste, qui était un énorme bâtiment qui était construit sur le terrain complet. Et comme vous pouvez le voir, en fait, les bâtiments, les constructions qui étaient attenants à ce bâtiment n'avaient jamais de la lumière du jour. Donc, à droite, vous voyez l'implantation de nouveaux quartiers généraux qui créent une sorte d'intérieur d'îlot avec finalement, enfin, de la lumière naturelle qui rentre dans les immeubles voisins. On a toujours une approche longitudinale par rapport à cette place. C'est pour ça que nous voulions, d'un côté, jouer avec le côté monolithique de ce parcours haussmannien de l'avenue de la Liberté qui se termine justement à cet endroit-là, et puis proposer une certaine transparence pour ces surfaces de bureaux, question de qualité de lumière, question de visibilité. Évidemment, il y avait aussi ce bâtiment d'angle qui était un bâtiment très intéressant et historique à protéger, un bâtiment centenaire. Et le challenge, c'était comment réaliser un quartier général dans le centre dense de la ville, avec 25 000 m², avec plus de 1000 employés, qui viendraient s'intégrer dans les gabarits d'un petit bâtiment de 4 étages. Donc, et ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'on aurait pu construire presque 10 étages à cet endroit-là parce que le PAP, enfin l'aménagement de la ville nous le permettait. Ce schéma-là est très important, je vais rester quelques secondes là-dessus. La Poste, c'était notre client et la particularité de ce projet, c'est que la Poste a fait confiance à un jeune bureau d'architectes. À l'époque, nous réalisions uniquement des petites maisons unifamiliales, en fait, hein, pas de quartier général, pas de grands bâtiments. Et la Poste nous a dit, constituez votre équipe. On veut avoir un interlocuteur, c'est votre groupement de maîtrise d'œuvre. Et évidemment, nous avons contacté le bureau d'ingénieur Inca, le bureau Ney, Gobelet-Lavandier pour technique spéciale. Et puis après, il y avait toute une série de sous-traitances, que ce soit acoustique, au niveau feu, incendie, sécurité, etc., qui faisaient également partie de notre groupement de maîtrise d'œuvre. Ce qui est intéressant ici, c'est qu'il n'y avait pas d'interférence, il n'y avait pas de project manager ou cost manager ou space planner ou maître d'ouvrage délégué ou peu importe. On avait une communication très claire, transparente Et très simple, donc on se disait les choses de manière vraiment très transparente. Et donc, ce projet-là, on l'a développé de telle sorte que, comme je disais tout à l'heure, les hauteurs de corniche de l'ancien bâtiment soient respectées. Et puis, ce bâtiment qui devait quand même avoir son identité et son adresse, qui était un bâtiment d'angle, et qui avait quand même 2 étages en plus dans notre projet. Mais à un moment donné, on a fait un jeu une toiture qui devient une façade, et que cette façade, c'est la continuité d'une toiture d'un bâtiment historique. Nous avons également travaillé sur le parterre pour créer vraiment une sorte de parvis et prolonger le parvis de notre bâtiment en tant que place publique qui va bientôt voir le jour. Toute une étude qui a été faite sur l'éclairage naturel, et ici on peut très bien voir, en fait c'était encore en chantier, mais on peut très bien voir comment est-ce qu'on a réussi à réinterpréter ces toitures en tant que façade et créer quand même un bâtiment d'angle, une identité et une adresse très forte pour le quartier général de la Poste qui se trouve au droit du parvis. Quelques images. Après, il y a énormément d'espace extérieur. Il faut savoir que ce bâtiment-là, ce chantier est tombé plein dans le Covid, et donc il y a énormément de remises en question sur la façon de travailler et sur la façon dont on pourrait tout simplement inciter les collaborateurs à venir regagner leur poste de travail. Et puis, la Poste, c'est une entreprise qui connecte les gens, qui installe des fibres optiques partout dans le pays, qui s'occupe de numérique. Donc, pour nous, c'était symbolique aussi d'amener cet énorme moteur, cet énorme hub de communication dans ce bâtiment qui se transposait ici par cet escalier, qui venait connecter en fait énormément d'espaces et de fonctions communs. Donc, que ça soit une librairie, que ce soit un restaurant, que ce soit le coffee corner, etc. Ce qui est aussi intéressant, c'est que au lieu de mettre la cantine au rez-de-chaussée et les directeurs au dernier étage, on a fait l'inverse. Donc on a mis les directeurs aux étages inférieurs et la cantine au dernier étage pour que chacun puisse profiter de cette vue et de cette grandeur, de façon de voir aussi les choses par rapport à l'entreprise qui était à l'époque le plus grand employeur du pays. Voilà un petit peu à l'intérieur, donc on a énormément d'espaces collaboratifs, on a énormément d'endroits où les gens peuvent se réunir, discuter, et puis après le dernier étage, ce restaurant qui est absolument magnifique, avec la vue sur toute la ville. Alors, en tant que fonctionnement, évidemment, comme j'ai insisté tout à l'heure, nous avions la chance d'avoir une collaboration vraiment étroite et directe avec le maître d'ouvrage. Donc il n'y avait pas de filtre, il n'y avait pas d'interférence. Donc on avait un problème, on passait un coup de fil et le problème était compris. Je ne dis pas qu'il n'y a pas eu de discussion, mais au moins on avait cette simplicité de communication et ce flux. Et ce qui était aussi intéressant, c'est qu'avec les ingénieurs, nous avons pu avoir le temps de regarder un petit peu, de survoler le projet en hauteur et ne pas vraiment avancer toujours la tête dans le guidon. Donc ici, on s'est rendu compte qu'on avait le data center de la Poste qui était juste à côté. Et le data center de la Poste, c'est une usine qui fabrique énormément de chaleur. C'est tout le temps, il faut le refroidir avec des machines incroyables, une consommation d'énergie incroyable. Et dans notre bâtiment, puisqu'on avait sauvegardé tout le sous-sol, et on avait beaucoup trop de parties enterrées qu'on ne pouvait pas transformer en parking parce que les réglementations de la ville de Luxembourg nous l'interdisaient. Donc on a créé un bassin d'eau qui est un des plus grands au monde. C'est plus de 2000 mètres cubes d'eau qui sont stockés dans le mois 4 de notre bâtiment. Et l'inertie de cette eau nous permet d'absorber en fait la chaleur produite par le data center de la Poste. Et cette chaleur, elle est diffusée en fait de manière continue pendant l'hiver dans tout le bâtiment. À la fin de l'hiver, comme il n'y a plus de chaleur, en fait, cette eau se transforme en glace. Et la glace est régénérée finalement en eau pendant les périodes estivales pour refroidir le bâtiment. Donc en fait, on a un cercle fermé qui a été rendu possible grâce à ce data center qui est une source de chaleur très puissante. Et évidemment, tout récemment, ce projet a eu le très prestigieux DGNB Platine qui a été planifié, mais en plus de cela, DGNB a décidé de donner le titre de DGNB Diamond, qui est le premier bâtiment au monde en dehors de l'Allemagne de recevoir cette certification pour valoriser la qualité architecturale. Donc ça, c'est arrivé contre toute attente suite à la visite d'un jury de DGNB dans le bâtiment. Donc nous sommes très fiers de ce qui s'est passé. C'est que aussi il y a vraiment toute une approche sur la réduction de coûts de maintenance, utiliser des matériaux durables mais également locaux, pour arriver finalement à présenter un projet qui regroupe aussi bien le bien-être, parce que le canapé, on peut aussi le trouver chez soi dans son salon. Donc après le Covid, on s'est rendu compte que les gens venaient justement là-bas parce qu'il y avait une très bonne machine à café avec un vrai barista qui travaillait en bas, et alors on se sentait vraiment chez soi. Voilà un petit peu les espaces collaboratifs, la cantine que je vous invite à visiter, parce que la Poste est également devenue un symbole très fort dans le quartier, parce qu'il y a énormément d'activités, des workshops qui se font en dehors des employés de la Poste. C'est que si vous avez des bonnes relations, vous pouvez très bien aussi mener toute une série de workshops au sein de ce bâtiment. Et étant donné le succès, ils ont décidé récemment d'ouvrir aussi le bâtiment pour le quartier. Ils réalisent des événements pour le quartier, des vernissages et des choses comme ça. Donc voilà ce message. Ce projet est devenu ce qu'il est grâce à l'implication des ingénieurs, des architectes, de tout un groupe très, très impliqué et engagé derrière, avec la bienveillance et l'ouverture d'esprit d'un client. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Thank you to both of you for really inspiring us by showing us what can be done, what collaboration in action really means, and how it can drive the fantastic and innovative thinking that we saw in both those projects. So thank you very much. And those issues you touched upon about some of the challenges you faced and how you address them are things we will come back to in our discussions. It's time for you to do some work now. I want to get some opinions from you on the issues that we will be discussing in our panels a little bit later on. So if you can take your smart device in hand and log in to the Wi-Fi if you need to. I think it was LuxConf 5, unless I'm much mistaken. And there is the Slido code, QR code, or you can go to slido.com, #2482858. I'll give you a moment to do that. And then I will take you through our questions today. And as I say, it's just really to get some inspiration from you of what you see as the most important issues we should be talking about today, and what you see as the things that need to be addressed in order to answer those challenges. So, if we can, let's have a look at the first question. Bear with us a second while we get it up on the screen for you. While we're doing that, you can see it on your Slido anyway, so let me read it out. The first question we have for you, and Mathieu and Sharon were talking about some of the challenges they faced. What do you see as the greatest challenge facing architects, engineers, and other stakeholders in ensuring effective collaboration for innovative and resilient design? And there are your options. Is it managing conflicting design priorities and goals, getting to a common vision that we heard about earlier on? Is it integrating diverse software tools and platforms? We're going to talk about software tools later on. Is it that issue Mathieu raised about structuring the communication, ensuring consistent communication across teams? Is it the traditional habit of working in silos, fear of sharing methods and knowledge, fear of losing control over data, or restrictive tendering requirements for SMEs? So, what do you see as the greatest challenge architects, engineers, and other stakeholders face in ensuring effective collaboration for innovative design? And we have two emerging quite strongly, and it's that breaking down of silos. We talk about collaboration, it's easy to talk, it is not so easy to break down those traditional barriers. And is it that managing of conflicting design priorities and goals? How do you get to a common vision. And I suspect that will come back to an issue we're going to talk about later on, which is how early in the process everybody needs to be on board and involved in that conversation. We heard about the importance of involving the user earlier on. The third one, the communication question, is also coming across pretty strongly in that. I'm just making a quick note of some of these issues because I really do want to come back to them in the discussion with our panel later on. So let's hold that voting there if we can. And as I say, we will come back on many of these issues later on. So, top priority that's emerged, coming to that common vision, managing conflicting designs and priorities, and ensuring effective communication across teams. So, let us move on to our second question. What do you see as the biggest barrier to be addressed to foster the take-up of innovative collaborative tools using artificial intelligence, BIM, and so on? This is the topic of our second panel this morning, to make sure that we going to talk about what the benefits are, but what are the barriers that we need to address to foster the take-up of these innovative collaborative tools. Is it, for you, the cost of these frontier technologies? Is it skills issue, the lack of trained personnel, lacking the necessary skills? Is it data issues, fear of losing control over data? And we will come back, data management, who owns the data, those sorts of issues. Is it the speed of take-up of these technologies differing from partner to partner, so hard to work collaboratively with them when you're not all taking them up at the same space? Is it the client? Is it, Ines talked earlier about getting clients to accept innovative design, accept new ways of thinking? Are they ready to embrace these technologies, or is there work to do to convince them? A topic we're going to come back to a lot. And a topic that is going to be central to our discussions about public procurement this afternoon, is it that they're not willing to pay for them? Or finally, gaps between the legislation and the technical capabilities. And I suspect this is something we'll come back to in relation to artificial intelligence later. So, most of you say, okay, this one has a clear winner so far. It is that the client will not pay. And how do you, that raises the question, therefore, of how do you convince the client that this is important and needs to be? The question of legislation and technical capabilities, the cost for you in terms of the technologies, and again, the client not being ready to embrace them. Key challenges. Very good. So, a couple more questions to go, and then I'll let you relax again. Want to now link this to the topic we're going to come to very soon this morning, and then we'll run as a red thread through our discussions throughout the day, the new European Bauhaus and the key principles of it. We heard the Commissioner talking about it. It's about sustainable, innovative, beautiful design. What role do you believe public procurement can play in fostering innovative, sustainable and resilient design and applying those key principles of the new European Bauhaus concept? Come back to which of those principles are relevant, applicable or not a bit later on. But really what I'm looking for here is, what does it mean in practice when we're talking about public procurement? We'll come to the directive in a moment, and some of the answers that we're offering you are very similar. But what does it mean in practice for public procurement to play that role? Is it about accepting variance in tenders? Is it about requesting innovative, sustainable and resilient design proposals? Is it, crucially, and we've heard this over and over again from our presidents in their opening speeches, to stop using lowest price as an award criteria, or certainly as the predominant award criteria? Or is it another issue that many of them raised, recognizing the specificities, it's always a word I struggle with, the specificities of intellectual services? So, in terms of what it means in practice, which of those do you think is most important? And resoundingly, again, very, very clear, it's stop using lowest price as an award criteria, and also asking So it's about what the client actually asks for right at the beginning of the process. And how do you get them to ask for sustainable, innovative and resilient design proposals? And then the specificities of intellectual services, which I know we'll come back to this afternoon, and accepting variance in tenders. So, give you just a moment on that, but it's not changing. Price is the most important issue for most of you. Then finally, on the important, we've heard this is a moment of opportunity. The Commission is now reviewing the Public Procurement Directive. And what I'd like to know, Ruth said, let's send a clear and united message to the decision makers. And Ines said, this is the moment, this is the opportunity that we have. So in terms of the top priority for action, what is your top priority for action in revising the Public Procurement Directive to maximise its contribution to fostering collaborative and innovative design? Now, many of the issues in here are similar to the ones in the last one, but now we're very much focused on the rules. Again, for you, stop using lowest price as the criteria, but it's more balanced now. It is the procedures. How you design the procedure, and do you have quality and innovation-oriented procurement procedures seen by many of you as very important as well, and recognising the specificities of intellectual services also seen as extremely important. So there is more of a balance there, but it is really, it's interesting because there, price has dropped to second place. It's the procedure itself you see as absolutely crucial. So we will come back on all of that, and that will be the focus, as I say, of our discussions after lunch. So thank you very much. I'm going to feed those into the conversations later on. But let us now move on as we continue in this opening session to get some inspiration for the day. We're going to hear about the Maîtrise d'œuvre OAI, MOI, which is, I'm told, OAI's Bible for collaboration. To present this Bible and talk about methodology and related standard contracts, I'm delighted to welcome three members of the Council of OAI: Corinne Stéphanie, who is an architect, Jacques Severt, who is a consulting civil engineer, and Mike Dusseldorf, who is a consulting building services engineer. Very warm welcome to you all. I'm going to hand over to you. They have a rolling presentation, so I won't keep introducing you. You just go one to the other to the other. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So we will continue in French also. It's easier for us. Thank you. On voulait profiter de l'occasion pour vous présenter la maîtrise d'œuvre MOI. C'est une méthodologie que les architectes et les ingénieurs au Luxembourg ont développée durant les presque décennies passées pour améliorer la collaboration et la communication sur les projets. On a vu en réponse à la première question que la communication entre les différents professionnels sur les projets est essentielle pour amener à la bonne réussite d'un projet. Et on a d'ailleurs vu deux bels exemples où la maîtrise d'œuvre a bien fonctionné et collaboré pour la bonne réussite d'un projet. Donc cette interaction entre les acteurs est primordiale. Donc, au Luxembourg, vous avez bien entendu que depuis l'OAI fête ses 35 ans aujourd'hui, on a dès le départ essayé de trouver une réponse commune, et c'est pour ça aussi qu'on est là à trois, architectes, ingénieurs civils et ingénieurs techniques, à trouver une réponse commune, comment s'organiser et structurer nos échanges pour répondre aux différents défis sur un projet. Donc la méthodologie qui a été développée, elle permet de répondre à cette complexité croissante du métier, de renforcer et de structurer la collaboration entre les professionnels, moyennant des règles communes et des outils partagés. Aussi, on a eu des échanges avec les maîtres d'ouvrage publics, c'est-à-dire qu'on a eu des membres des bâtiments publics respectifs d'autres organismes publics, pour intégrer aussi leur point de vue et leurs besoins dans notre méthodologie de collaboration. Et puis, avec toutes ces discussions et ces échanges, on a pu développer des outils pratiques pour clarifier nos rôles et donc pour répartir clairement les tâches entre les différents acteurs sur le projet. Puis, il fut aussi important aux architectes et aux ingénieurs que cette méthodologie soit simple, pas trivial, mais simple et applicable à tout type de projet. Donc c'est applicable au secteur public, au secteur privé, communal, paraétatique, etc. Ainsi, chacun connaît son rôle et ses responsabilités au bon moment du projet, et ça permet donc d'avoir une communication proactive dans l'équipe et d'avoir une action et pas seulement une réaction dans son approche de collaboration sur le métier. Aussi, le développement de la méthodologie a permis à l'OAI de structurer sa formation. Donc on a aujourd'hui un module obligatoire à tous nos membres obligatoires qui informe de cette méthodologie et qui favorise donc in fine l'échange entre les acteurs et nous permet de mieux répondre aux besoins de nos clients et de travailler plus efficacement sur nos projets. Donc c'est un win-win qui en découle. Comme plateforme pour avoir accès à tout cela, on a une plateforme interactive, moi.lu, Mike le présentera plus en détail, et bien évidemment tous ces outils qu'on a développés sont des méthodes évolutives, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a des mises à jour répétitives des documents, il y a l'intégration des nouveaux outils, de la digitalisation, etc. Et ça permet aussi de définir un contexte contractuel commun, coordonnée entre les différents métiers de la maîtrise d'œuvre. Un peu par rapport à l'historique, donc l'OAI, c'est 35 ans aujourd'hui, mais dès le départ, donc, ces réflexions ont eu lieu entre les architectes et les ingénieurs, et finalement en 2009, des premiers outils de travail avec des listes des listes de collaboration, des exemples de bonnes pratiques, etc., ont été mis en place, mais surtout ce qui est important, c'est que dès 2012, nous avons adapté dans notre règlement intérieur que chaque membre s'oblige à communiquer la méthodologie envers ses jeunes collaborateurs, ses nouveaux collaborateurs, pour avoir donc une approche coordonnée et harmonisée sur notre travail commun sur les projets. Et puis finalement, en 2018, nous avons même intégrer une obligation de formation dans notre règlement intérieur, obligeant donc chaque membre, et vous savez que l'OAI au Luxembourg est un ordre légal, donc chaque acteur agissant sur le marché est obligé d'être membre, et donc ainsi chaque acteur est informé de cette méthodologie commune, et ça permet donc d'avoir une approche commune pour affronter un projet. Finalement, il y a eu différentes publications, un livre qui a été publié et le site internet dont j'ai discuté. Et puis, plus récemment, on a aussi cherché l'interaction avec les entreprises, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a eu des échanges avec la Fédération des artisans pour aussi assurer que les besoins sur chantier soient vraiment en accord à ce que nous, on prévoit comme être logique pour un projet, parce qu'on sait tous, on a beau concevoir un beau projet, si après sur chantier c'est inutilisable, ça ne sert à rien. Donc on a intégré au départ les clients, le bâtiment public, etc. Et maintenant, à la fin, les entreprises, pour avoir vraiment une méthodologie qui couvre l'ensemble du processus de la création d'un projet et pour que chaque pas sur un projet soit coordonné et puisse gagner en efficience. Mike, il va vous présenter notre site.
Donc, ça c'est en fait l'extrait. Donc, moi.lu, c'est un site public. Et il présente en fait les outils de travail qu'on utilise, qu'on peut utiliser régulièrement et toutes ces fiches-là sont aussi régulièrement mises à jour. Donc on parle vraiment de procédures de soumission, de contrats d'assurance, mais aussi des détails plutôt techniques, comment faire un calcul des coûts, comment faire un suivi des financiers. Donc ça couvre en fait tout le processus de la planification. Il y a 2 ans, nous avions constitué en fait des groupes de travail interdisciplinaires pour vraiment cadrer encore plus le travail interdisciplinaire à l'OAI. Donc ces 3 groupes interdisciplinaires, c'était un groupe de travail pour prestations et livrables, liste des interfaces et les prérequis d'un projet. Je vais brièvement rentrer dans le détail. Donc, au niveau prestations et livrables, on s'est vraiment posé la question qui doit faire quoi à quel moment de planification du processus. Donc, il s'agit vraiment d'harmoniser les prestations que les ingénieurs et aussi que l'architecte doivent faire afin de cadrer mieux le processus de planification, de définir bien dans quelle étape on va, dans quelle profondeur dans le processus de planification. Donc, quels sont aussi les livrables qu'on doit délivrer à quel moment? Est-ce qu'on doit déjà des plans au 50e pour faire un APS? Est-ce qu'on doit des détails pour faire un APS? Donc, c'est vraiment constituer une manière structurée de faire notre travail, et ça, depuis la phase des premières esquisses au dossier final. Comme Jacques l'a dit, donc on a coordonné les prestations livrables aussi dans un deuxième groupe de travail avec la Fédération des artisans, afin d'avoir vraiment une cohérence dans le processus de planification qui s'étend vraiment sur le chantier et d'avoir bien les interfaces aussi avec les firmes. Et on a clairement défini aussi les responsabilités du maître d'ouvrage. Donc le maître d'ouvrage doit prendre des décisions, c'est surtout ça qui pose les problèmes, et il doit prendre les bonnes décisions au bon moment, et ses responsabilités ont été décidées. Au niveau de la liste des interfaces, on a regardé en fait qui fait quoi à quel moment. Donc je prends l'exemple d'une fenêtre avec les stores, l'architecte met en soumission la fenêtre, il met en soumission par exemple le système des stores, et il y a un électricien derrière qui doit en fait raccorder ce store-là. Et toutes ces interfaces, toutes ces petites interfaces ont été listées pour harmoniser le processus et pour harmoniser la collaboration de tous les bureaux d'ingénieurs et architectes de Luxembourg. Finalement, le troisième groupe, prérequis d'un projet, donc on s'est posé la question: quelles sont les bases qu'il faut vraiment avoir pour démarrer bien un projet? Si on doit construire un bâtiment où il faut aller 3 niveaux dans le sol, sans une étude du sol, le staticien ne saura jamais définir comment terrasser, comment faire le blindage. Et ces prérequis nous permettent aussi de mieux définir en fait ou de donner en fait une liste au maître de l'ouvrage, de savoir quelles études sont nécessaires au préalable, respectivement, si elles ne sont pas là, de les intégrer aussi dans l'équipe de maîtrise d'œuvre qu'on doit s'en occuper et qu'on doit être rémunéré pour. On a défini en fait un coordonnateur MOI aussi dans cet ongoing process des prestations et livrables. Donc quel est son rôle? Donc c'est en fait le chef d'orchestre de l'équipe de planification. Donc c'est vraiment une prestation qui est indissociablement liée à l'équipe de planification. Ça peut être un bureau externe, donc pour notre bureau qui est en train de planifier en fait le centre hospitalier de Luxembourg. Là, dans l'équipe de planification, c'est doté d'un chef d'orchestre externe, mais en général, c'est souvent l'architecte qui les fait, mais ça peut aussi être le bureau technique ou le bureau statique, selon la dépendance du projet. Il gère l'équipe, il regarde le fil rouge de l'équipe, il est interne à l'équipe de la maîtrise d'œuvre, et il n'est certainement pas confronté avec un project manager ou un assistant maître d'ouvrage externe, qui a tout à fait un autre rôle à jouer. Au final, ça c'est déjà Corinne. Voilà.
Merci. Donc on est arrivé à une méthodologie figée et bien coordonnée entre architectes et ingénieurs. Le problème auquel on était confronté, ou on est encore confronté à l'heure actuelle, c'est que le cadre contractuel au Luxembourg, on a une diversité de contrats types pour le secteur public, un peu chaque maître d'ouvrage a son contrat, et ce cadre contractuel, il n'est pas en phase avec notre méthodologie. Donc, a priori, on est engagé à suivre la méthodologie, mais en partie, on n'est pas rémunéré pour, parce que dans le contrat, toutes ces prestations, ces interfaces ne sont pas suffisamment décrites ou ne sont pas en phase donc, avec notre méthode. Donc, ce qu'on a décidé il y a 2 ans, c'est de procéder à une réforme complète du cadre contractuel en instaurant un contrat unique par profession pour tous les projets publics. Donc, actuellement, on travaille sur le contrat architecte, sur le contrat ingénieur génie civil, ingénieur génie technique, mais aussi paysagiste et architecte d'intérieur. Voilà. L'idée de la base légale et de la publication de ce cadre contractuel unique, c'est la publication via l'organe luxembourgeois, le CRTB, c'est le Centre de ressources des technologies et de l'innovation pour le bâtiment. Cet organe CRTB regroupe trois acteurs, les trois acteurs principaux du projet, donc le maître d'ouvrage, qui est représenté actuellement par le ministère de la Mobilité et des Travaux publics, par l'administration des bâtiments publics et l'administration des ponts et chaussées. L'initiative est prise d'y intégrer aussi les communes, parce qu'au Luxembourg, les communes sont en fait le maître d'ouvrage public le plus important. Puis dans le CRTB sont représentées les entreprises via la Chambre des métiers, le groupement des entrepreneurs du bâtiment et des travaux publics et la Fédération des artisans. Et bien sûr, l'OAI est représentée également avec des représentants. Pour donner vraiment un cadre légal très figé, très sécurisé, les clauses générales de ce nouveau cadre contractuel vont même être publiées sous forme d'un règlement grand-ducal, où la référence sera inscrite dans un règlement grand-ducal, de sorte qu'au Luxembourg, pour les marchés publics, les clauses générales ne peuvent pas être modifiées par n'importe quel maître d'ouvrage public. Tout ce qui est alors clause particulière, modifiable et annexe du contrat sera publié par le CRTB. Pour arriver à ce résultat, Mike l'avait déjà un peu introduit, on a travaillé pendant 2 ans dans des groupes interdisciplinaires qui regroupaient dans toutes les professions qui sont inscrites à l'OAI, donc l'architecte, ingénieur génie civil, génie technique, sur 5 thèmes, clauses contractuelles, interface, prestations et livrables, prérequis et complexité projet. Donc on voit en bas, il y avait 50 membres OAI, donc c'est tous des membres actifs, c'était des bénévoles qui s'appliquent dans ces groupes de travail. Il y avait donc 5 membres engagés dans ces groupes de travail et on a eu en 2 ans 70 ou 70 workshops interdisciplinaires. Voilà un peu la structure du nouveau contrat. Donc je l'ai dit, il y a des clauses générales qui sont d'un côté les clauses contractuelles générales, elles sont non modifiables parce qu'elles sont inscrites dans un règlement grand-ducal. Il y a les clauses techniques générales qui définissent le chemin critique, les prestations et livrables que chaque projet, n'importe quelle nature, n'importe quelle complexité, a besoin pour être réalisé. Aussi chaque maître d'ouvrage, donc c'est le fil rouge qui est défini, il est non modifiable. Donc personne ne peut changer ce fil rouge et l'interaction entre architecte et ingénieur. Par contre, chaque projet a quand même des spécificités et chaque maître d'ouvrage a aussi des spécificités. Donc, ces spécificités peuvent être introduites via les clauses contractuelles particulières et les clauses techniques particulières qui seront alors seulement je dis, mais qui seront publiées via le CRTB et ont donc une base modifiable tout en étant, je veux dire, la structure étant contraignante dans les marchés publics. Oui. La pièce maître du contrat, ce sera donc le tableau des prestations et livrables qu'on a défini sous forme de tableau RACI. Et pour nous, l'avantage donc d'un cadre contractuel bien défini, c'est donc une organisation structurée et efficiente du déroulement du projet, des relations optimisées en équipe de maîtrise d'œuvre, mais aussi avec le maître d'ouvrage, et puis aussi une mise en œuvre facile d'un cadre contractuel standardisé. Donc, on veut définir un standard luxembourgeois, qui sera toujours le même, et donc aussi un monitoring qui est facilité pour des mises à jour par rapport à des réglementations et des normes actuelles. Et donc, le résultat, c'est une augmentation de l'efficience, donc plus de temps à consacrer au projet, et donc un projet de haute qualité et avec des solutions innovantes.
Merci beaucoup, and thank you to all 3 of you again for So that's how they're doing it. That is how it is done in practice. Just to say, a number of questions already coming in. I will address them when we get to the relevant panels. It would be helpful for me if you could focus your questions now on the topic of our first panel, which is that issue of collaboration between people. Then we'll talk about the innovative tools, and this afternoon we will focus more on new European Bauhaus and the Public Procurement Directive revision. But just so I can see at a glance the important questions for the session, it'd be great if we could give it that focus. So, for the rest of this morning, we are turning to the theme of the new European Bauhaus as a platform for collaborative, innovative and resilient design. And just to remind you that new European Bauhaus invites us to collectively reimagine our living spaces, to make them, its words, more sustainable, inclusive and beautiful, and to create the enabling conditions for the green transition. Also, it does talk a lot about promoting that collaboration between stakeholders, emphasizes the need we've heard from our speakers this morning for a transdisciplinary approach for a high-quality built environment. So we're going to touch on all of those issues. Our first panel, we're going to focus on achieving resilient design through collaborative planning involving all key partners. So discuss some of the issues that have come out in these opening presentations. I'm delighted to welcome on stage Dominik Skokandic, who from the University of Civil Engineering in Zagreb. Please do come and join me, Dominik. Jeffrey Seek, EFCA Future Trends Committee Chair. Dominik, come and sit next to me. Jeffrey then, and then Reto Gemur, who is the ACE Executive Board member and think tank member. A very warm welcome. Is it Reto? Did I pronounce it correctly? Yes. Thank you very much indeed. So just a reminder to you, if you have questions, you can either use Slido or I will come amongst you in the old-fashioned way a little bit later on. You can raise your hands and I will bring a microphone to you. But just in terms, we'll come to the challenges a little bit later on. But Dominik, in terms of why this early involvement of all the key stakeholders, why this collaboration needs to begin early, why is that so important? And what are the key benefits if we are to deliver that co-creation that everyone has underlined is so important? Why does this matter so much for you? Oh, the mics work, you just speak.
Well, first of all, hi to everyone.
Can you hold it a little closer?
Yeah,
That's it, perfect.
So we can start answering that question with what is the consequences if the collaboration doesn't start early?
Good point.
Yeah, unfortunately, often on medium and big projects, the deadlines that the investors put are not realistic. So, for example, architects, engineers need to produce a project very fast, and we need to include the bureaucracy also, because for example, for a building permit, you can wait for a longer time. So sometimes the process is like, okay, you just finished the project, so we can apply for building permit, and then we will deal with the problems later. Yeah. But dealing with the problems later is very expensive and very problematic, and it can result in really bad, I wouldn't say bad, but complex and expensive building projects. So the importance of starting early in the process is to include all the parties. I mean, if we are talking about, for example, residential buildings, etc., architects are leading the way. They are leading the charge. They need to give the idea, but they need to include everybody in that idea, especially the structural engineers, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, etc. So to try to resolve all the problems in the early stages. Okay. And then as you go on, there shouldn't be a lot of changes in the project. Indeed,
and Jeffrey, and in fact someone raising this question in terms of who connects the different teams together, someone saying who could be that person connecting the architecture with the engineering? Is it the architect? Is it the engineer? Is it someone else? How to make it work in practice we will come back to. But Jeffrey, there's a mic in front of Jeffrey, you can hold on to yours. In terms of this involvement of all the key parties and really driving that collaboration. Why do you believe it's so important? And the client as well, I mean, because we've heard that already underlined, the user, the client being involved. Why does it matter so much?
So, first of all, good morning. I think it's still time to say good morning for this. I'm Jeffrey. I don't know if you recognize in what a great conference hall you are sitting. And if you take yourself a little bit time to really get a feeling for the room, you feel that how the architects made it happen to give the room a kind of soul. And it's also packed full of technology, this room. So you get an understanding how engineers gave this room a kind of backbone, right? And so the collaboration between architects and engineers are two sides of the same coin, and the greatness appears when you get a great blend of both of this. And therefore, it's a wonderful example of collaboration, and also the challenge that we face in the design phase, because design phase is where the magic happens, right? So it's so super important, the design phase. It's a kind of strategy room, right? It's a kind of innovation lab. It's also something like a peace summit. So if you do it well, and you have a great outcome. That's where the value is created. And this is where it's so important to recognize this. When we come back to European Commission and procurement directives, and so this is where it is, and it needs to be managed well. So that was actually a question.
And also the issue from the audience, because the audience raised managing potential conflicts, coming to a common vision.
Yeah, because it's a clash of culture. It's a completely different way to do this collaboration. So out of the business world, when you invest in a startup company, you're investing in people. First of all, you're investing in leadership, and you're investing in the knowledge of collaboration, of agile management tools. These are processes that you need, like Scrum, like Kanban boards. So you use a lot of those things, and you reduce egos, right? And this is probably...
We'll come back on those challenges a little bit later on. And indeed, someone else in our audience talking about how do you balance architectural expectations with often conflicting energy and technical requirements. So at that beginning of the process, Reto, so many issues that need to be addressed. I mean, how important is it in terms of giving the design team the mission, because the design mission, they know what it is they've got to do. You mentioned the architects and engineers. Someone had to tell them what they wanted from this room at the start. How important is that process? And we've heard some of the ways what for you is the key ingredient to make it work?
Well, hello everybody. Great to be here. And I think we first have to start to understand, we heard that already, that architecture is in a huge change. I think it's the biggest change since 100 years. And we always have to have this in mind. And it got much more complex. We have much more topics to work on, and that's why we need really collaboration from the beginning. If you think about sustainability, 15 years ago, it was just about having energy efficient buildings, on heating, on ventilation and air conditioning, and this was it. Now it's really a holistic view on the whole concept of sustainability. It starts with urban aspects, with social aspects, in integrity, and so on. I could go on with less land use for a building. It's about less grey energy, in the construction, the life cycle view of the whole building and the energy use, the reuse of buildings, which quite often We have specialists in reusing elements, building parts. It's a new specialty. And that's why I think we need the design from the beginning, because in the beginning you really show how the project will develop in the right direction. And but we need engineers, we need specialists, but we also need much more people. We need sometimes we need artists, we need sociologists, we need we need historians, and so on. It depends on the project. Every project is different. Every task is different. So it really. But I think it's interesting to work in these big groups, to have much more idea and knowledge from the beginning.
And just in terms of the client's role in all of this, because Ines talked about it in her opening speech, she said we need clients to join us in pushing for innovative solutions. But we also saw in a number of our polling questions, the client seen as the real challenge, don't want to pay for it. How do you think involving the client, what are the challenges to involving the client early, and how can that make a real difference? Does that help to overcome and to convince clients of the need to be more innovative, to invest in these technologies, the issue we're going to come back to later? How do you see the client's role in all of this?
Well, I think we have to show the client that he will get a better result if he has a collaborative design from the beginning, because there are much more aspects into the project, into design from the beginning, and it's just a better solution to have a short answer.
Any thoughts on that, Jeffrey?
Yeah, sure. I think it's a kind of business case, right? So if you have private clients, they are already quite keen on this, right? Yeah. They already understood that if they create a building, for example, it should last in value over the next 50 to 60, 70 years. So they want to regain their investment afterwards. So they don't want to lose their money on the way, right? So and they are aware of the challenges of the 21st century that we face, right? And those challenges have a deep impact on buildings, on infrastructure assets. So on this way, I'm quite fine with that. The problems are the public clients.
Yeah, voila.
So I don't know. It's maybe a knowledge thing. It's a generational thing. It's not so much a money budget issue. So they're not so aware of budgeting it right. So the people who make the decisions on the lower levels, and this is what I find. So it's quite hard to convince them to go on a new approach in collaborative planning, because it means for them also a huge change. Yeah. They have to change the whole system, how they run projects. And my experience with public clients is that they actually do not like to do this.
No, and indeed, a comment from Nicola Matic in our audience saying, how can you start the public procurement process without a transparent strategy for budgeting the project? Not always transparent, rather opaque, and so on. Just in terms, Dominic, of resilience. And this is the key issue we are stressing for a number of reasons, climate proofing and so on. Resilience has become a central focus alongside sustainability, alongside some of those new European Bauhaus principles we're going to talk about later on. But what does it really mean, resilience, for this sector? And then I want to ask Jeffrey and Reto, what does it mean from an engineer's perspective and what does it mean from an architect's? But in overall terms, what does genuine, real resilience look like?
Well, I can talk from the point of view of structural engineer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that the awareness of the resilience from the point of structure and structural resilience is raising. For example, in Croatia, in the last 5 years, unfortunately, we had catastrophic events. We had 2 earthquakes. With over 17 billion euros of structural damage. We had extreme winds due to climate change, etc. I think that the awareness of the resilience from that point is now at good level, but we need to take into account that maybe before the resilience wasn't taken into account as it should be, on the cost of, I don't know, maximizing the number of square meters for developers, etc.
But does it also mean, Dominic, that we need to rethink what we mean by resilience because of these new threats?
Sure,
and I'm thinking, as well as climate, we have cyber attacks, we have threats of sabotage. We live in a world of mounting geopolitical tensions. We see examples of a lack of resilience. Does this mean we really need to radically rethink what it means?
Well, we need to rethink it. I'm not sure that we need to radically rethink it, but we need to rethink it, and we need to constantly define these new threats. We need to change our guidelines, our maps for extreme winds, extreme heats, extreme fires, etc. But also, cyber attacks are not really my area of expertise, but we need to take them into account, and I think we can do that with constant, I would say, learning and changing of the codes. But for example, in Europe we have Euro codes, which are our basic norms for design of buildings, and it's a slow system. It's an inert system to change them. It takes years. Maybe we should try to change that and do that more efficient, and then all the countries in the European Union should do that more efficient, because sometimes we realize that we are designing on the codes and principles 15, 20 years old, which needs to be modernized in a sort.
Indeed. And Jeffrey, you, as I mentioned, chairing the Future Trends Committee, when you look at those future trends and our definition of resilience, is that an issue that you are working on in terms of redefinition of what resilience looks like?
Well, sure, it's actually what you already named. So the 21st century has some challenges for us that we really have to take in account. And I think I'm with you. We really need to radically change the approach on how we are running the design stage. So we already agreed on let's make it collaborative. But now we have to think about a little bit about what is this collaboration all about. So if you just imagine, so there we put the client in there, we put the architect in there, we put probably a kind of manager of the whole process in there, we put some engineers in there. But now imagine there would be somebody that is a consultant for defense issues. There is a consultant for, or a strategist for geopolitical involvements, right? There is, I don't know, any other, there's a cyber attack, sabotage consultant in there. And they share their perspective on the building that we want to build now. I think we will all be surprised of the outcome that we see. And we will see complete new approaches. Okay. And this is where the link to the new Bauhaus initiative von Ursula von der Leyen comes in, right? Because she's German like I am, and we are proud of Bauhaus. So and this is what they actually did 100 years ago. So it was quite similar, the times then, right?
Reto, from your perspective, in terms of what resilience means now and what it will mean in the future, and from an architect's perspective, because I also want to look at, within that collaboration, how you see your role when it comes to the issue of resilience as distinct from the role of engineers.
Well, if we build a new building, I think it should last at least for 100 years. So this means we should imagine how the world could look like in 100 years. Of course, we can't foresee that, I know, but there are some issues we can foresee. I'm coming from Switzerland, and so, for example, we know we won't have many glaciers anymore. We won't have much snow anymore in Switzerland. So the rivers will change. The Rhone River will have much less water in Switzerland in summer, if there is still some water. So we have to think about this. We have to think about the tree species that will change because of the climate change. And this is something we can know. And we have to build a building to imagine a world in 100 years. I think this is one thing that is quite important. And I read a quote from David Chipperfield, an architect, a month ago in a German newspaper, and he said, "We already have enough sexy buildings." That's quite a hard thing, and it took me a while to digest, but I just understood that most generally, we can't afford anymore to build iconic buildings, closed buildings that can't be adapted. We have to build open buildings which can adapt to the future, which can be transformed, and it's rather a platform and not an item anymore.
Yeah. Can I just ask, in relation to this audience question about balancing your different expectations, and is this an issue? The expectations that you have as an architect with potentially conflicting energy requirements, technical requirements. Do you see that as a particular challenge? And in terms of the collaboration, another question from our audience was who should be the lead in that? Who should make the connection? Is it you? Is it them? Is it organic? How do you actually go about building that collaboration?
Well, I'm happy that you're asking this question, because I think one possible way for buildings is to have less technique in there, to have low-tech buildings. Not always, it depends on the kind of buildings, but for example, we have a new art center in Basel without any ventilation. They have windows, and that's enough. And you couldn't imagine this, but it really works. And
you remind me, sorry, but the technology now, we got laptops, then we got pens we could use on our iPads, then we got notepads that we could use. Somebody's going to invent a piece of paper and a pen, and we're all going to say that's marvelous. Is that some of your point here? Do we always need the technological solution?
No. We need the technology, but maybe just a bit more intelligent and a bit less. We need. Okay. I don't say we don't need any technique in the building, not at all. I mean, we just have to consider what we really need.
Which goes back to that developing the common vision is the starting point. Let us come to the challenges. I want to throw in a couple of questions that have come in from the audience and also our polling results, and I'll come out to you shortly.
Sorry, can I just,
sorry, Dominic. Yeah.
About what Reto said, I absolutely agree. We should think of designing buildings that last 100 years. But that's exactly the problem with what I said with current design codes, for example. Eurocodes, the code is that you design a building for 50 years from the point of durability, etc. And now, if we want to design buildings that will last 100 years, somebody needs to explain to the investor, or private or public, that that building is going to be more expensive than what the codes and norms said, and that's often the problem, because if the investor, for example, is selling apartments, he wouldn't agree that he will spend more so the building will last for 100 years.
It's getting them to take that long-term
if the codes say that 90% of the buildings should last 50 years, why would I pay more to think of something what will happen in 100 years? So that's the problem, which I said that we need. All this initiative needs to follow up with the design codes that the Europe.
So we are touching now on some of the challenges to this collaboration. Our polling of the room talked about managing conflicting design priorities and goals, so coming to that common vision, also communicating, and you talked about a clash of cultures a little bit earlier on, and the breaking down of traditional silos. Also raised by our audience the issue of standard contractual frameworks, saying they do not, liability insurances don't prioritise collaboration. We will come back to how the Public Procurement Directive can help to prioritise it later on. But what do you see, because Ruth said at the beginning, we are ready to lead the change, but we need the right framework. What is holding back collaboration in some areas? What do we need to be talking about for the rest of the day, is my question. Jeffrey, what are the key challenges and barriers?
Well, I think we already talked about this a little bit. So we as professionals, architects, engineers, we need to reduce our ego, we need to reduce our silo thinking, we need to open up ourselves for collaborative approaches. So, first of all. the client needs to learn a lot about this. Maybe we can advocate them a little bit, but they really need to understand the value that it gives to their project. I don't know. I don't know if it is our mission to advocate them. And maybe this is where directives and procurement stuff comes in, right? To give them a direction how they should develop as clients, public clients in this case. But let me come back. How do we get this run? I know a Benedictine monk. He's running those projects. So it's not an architect, it's not an engineer, because they are all involved and they all have interests. They have all their turf they want to protect somehow. So it needs to be somebody that is independent, right? Somebody who has a feeling for humans, right? Psychological knowledge, stuff like that. So, and this is where the magic actually is then born, because those guys, they reduce the egos, they get out the good ideas and then they bring it in. So
thank you. Reto, for you, the key challenges?
Well, first I have to admit it's the habits, also of the architects. We were used just to deliver a design and hand it over to the engineers. And I think also the engineers might be afraid that they don't want to be heard. And so we all have to change our habits first. This is the first point, I think. And because I think it's great fun to collaborate from the beginning, to have all the knowledge, all the ideas, and to bring them together into one design. And I'm quite sure it needs a strong leader with a holistic view to sort out all these ideas, to prioritize them, and mostly it's the architect, it's possible, but it can also be a monk. Why not? It's an interesting idea, but I think it's important to lead a process.
Right. So somebody has to take the reins, push it forward, and then it will happen.
And just to finish,
please.
Someone with a holistic view. I think this is important to understand the whole picture.
Dominic, for you, the key challenge and how, whether there are any specific strategies that can really overcome that challenge. I think we're talking about a cultural challenge more than anything else, a change of mindset above all else. We'll come back later to how rules and regulations can foster collaboration or not, how tools can help. But that change of mindset, do you see that as the central challenge?
Yeah, well, I would agree with Jeffrey that key is to reduce the egos, but also to educate the investors and the clients, and to constantly educate them about the changing techniques and perspectives, etc. But we have a good example in Croatia. After the earthquakes, we gained over 3 billion euros from Europe to reconstruct public buildings, schools, hospitals, museums, etc. And we had a situation that dean of the faculty, chief of the hospital, they had to become project managers. And it was a lot of construction sites in a very, very short time, because the European requirements for spending that Solidarity Fund money is very, very
quick.
Very quick, yes. Yeah. So we had to spend over €1 billion in 2 years, which includes designing phase, public tenders, because it's all public buildings, and we had a lot of workshops, educations on, for example, the best surgeon in the world, who is chief of the hospital, now needs to sit with the architects, with structural engineers, with project managers, and also at the same time he needs to manage a hospital and find a replacement building for all his patients and doctors. And I think
very practical considerations.
Yeah, I think this came as an urgency, but this was, I think, the best educations for raising awareness that could be. So
Thank you.
we need to continue, I think.
Thank you. Let me just see if there are any burning questions from our audience. Spoken questions. We had quite a lot coming in already online. Does anybody want to join, or are you happy for me to go on grilling our panel? I will continue to do so. You'll have lots more opportunities later. But I want actually to pick up on a question from our audience. And by the way, when you talk about involving the user, somebody involved a moderator in designing this conference room. Do you know how I know? Most conference rooms have no clocks. Always astonishes me. The most important job of a moderator is to keep time. No clocks. There are clocks. So somebody asked a moderator what a conference room needs. So I just struck me when you talked about the surgeon on a much less important scale, how important that is. But I want to talk about what we can already do now before we close, because we're going to talk later on about the innovative tools that we can use now, how do we foster their take-up. But then this afternoon, we're crucially going to focus on the issue of public procurement, its role, and how in the new, when they revise the directive, what do we need to change? And we've already heard suggestions from our presidents as to what they would like to see changed. But someone in our audience says, in terms of the challenges raised today, what can we already do now, not just in doing things better, but in doing better things? So for each of you, and Redo, I will start with you on this last question. In terms of a priority, a key next step, because you might say, well, there are a number of things we need to do. So if I ask for a top priority, sometimes people reject the question, saying, not only is this a holistic challenge, but it needs a holistic response. But if I was to say a key next step when we go away from here to ensure that this collaboration that we've heard is so important between the three of you, but also with the user, with the client, really to build on that and make sure it really happens, what for you would be the most important priority and why?
Well, so I don't call the directive because everybody will talk about this, and I only have one thing to
on the
say.
directive,
So
say
me,
what it is, what you want to say about the directive, quickly.
No. I think
Okay.
it's really important to change the directive, but we will talk about this later, and I fully support everything that is said and also in the declaration. But I also think it's very important to foster more design competitions, because I think that design competitions are really important to bring the best and most resilient solution. And we need to have, especially for complex tasks, we need to have interdisciplinary design competitions, not just architectural design competitions, but as teams. And I think this is something that would be the most important. I would love to see more design competitions in Europe.
Interesting. And normally we focus on architectural competitions, but you're saying actually we need this team approach to those competitions as well. Thank you very much. Jeffrey, for you, key next step, key priority, and why?
Jackie, I just keep it simple, okay? I'm very much with the phrase, be the change you want to see in the world. So I will go to my client next week and I would try to advocate them in a certain way that we make progress in this, right? So this is what I actually can do personally. And I know that EFCA and all the other organizations are doing a hell of a job to drive this into directives and to bring it down from the top to the bottom. I come from the bottom and try to meet them somewhere.
So the central challenge and the central answer is convincing the client of what most people in this room will agree is important. How do you convince them and get them on board?
Because it actually means that I need to change too. So it's very nice to have this traditional way of planning processes and design processes, because it's simple, I'm used to it, I make money with it, and now I have to change, I need to collaborate, it takes time, the client don't want to pay, oh my God, this is tough. So, but I'm convinced and I will change.
And with that declaration, that personal mission, thank you very much indeed. Dominic, you have the last word in terms of the key next step, the top priority to build on this innovative collaboration we've underlined is so important.
Well, I would take a different perspective that this collaboration is critical, but I would now we are talking about project by project, but I think this collaboration should be included before everything happened in urban and physical planning, because often I think those plans are not done in collaboration of architects, engineers, and all other experts. And then we have a problem on each project because the plans are too general. For example, now we have this new map of risks, and those risks include everything from cyber attack to earthquakes to everything, and they need to be included, and all other experts need to be included in the first part, and that's the physical and urban planning. And with successful plans and the plans that are based on all the experts, I think that we will simplify and have a much more easier design process on each individual projects, and we will, in a way, make the clients change if they need to. If the physical urban plans tells them they need to do it, they will do it. But if it doesn't, if it leaves them room for more profit and
to go for the easy option.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Because if you're thinking about the profit, the client, he doesn't think about 100 years from now. He thinks about 20, 30 years from now.
And if he's a politician, even shorter. On that note, that is all time we've got, the time we have for this conversation. There are other questions which I will come back to in our other panels, but will you join me in thanking our fantastic first panel for a great discussion, and thank you to our opening speakers and presenters for giving us the inspiration that drove that conversation. Going to take a just under 30-minute break. Coffee is served outside, and then we're going to come back to an issue which many of you highlighted, and we'll come back to your answers to the polling question about collaboration of partners through innovative collaborative tools. Enjoy the coffee and come back when you hear the little bell ring. Thank you very much. Please to take your seats because we are about to get underway. And if Ingrid is in the room, can't see her now. Come, there you are. Come and climb up these very big stairs, Ingrid. So if you could take your seats straight away, we are about to start. Thank you so much. Okay, if you could take your seats really quickly now so we can get underway. Thank you so much. Oh, he's walking out. There's one on the table for you. There should be, but take yours. Okay. If you could all take your seats, we will get underway because we have such an action-packed agenda for you throughout the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. In our first panel, we talked about the importance of innovative collaboration between people. In this panel, we want to talk about how that process can be supported by innovative collaboration tools. What are they? How are they being used? How will this evolve? And what challenges are there? And I asked you all to identify some of the key barriers to take up of those tools in our polling earlier. I will come back on that later in our discussion. And this is an issue that Michelle Friderici underlined in her opening speech as, for her, one of the most important issues, the issue of digitalization. And we've talked, and Ines said, we've talked a lot about this, but we haven't done it. So, a challenge for you as a sector, but also linking this to the conversation about promoting that collaboration in different ways. So let me introduce our wonderful panel. We have here with us today Gilles Christnac, who is CEO of CRTIB, Building Technology and Innovation Resource Centre. Bonjour. Gilles will speak in French if you need your headset. Diego Zoppi, ACE Executive Board Member and coordinator of the Practice of the Profession area, which works, I think, on new systems for architectural practices, and Ingrid Outsorger, who is EFCA's Digitalisation and BIM Committee member. Very warm welcome to you, Ingrid. Hope I didn't massacre your surname too badly. So, let us dive straight in. And Gilles, let me start with you in terms of the benefits of these tools. We'll talk about some of the barriers later, but why is this conversation so important? And I know this is an area where you began to work on it quite some time ago. You're now working even faster, but why did you decide this was so important?
When you mean this was so important, you are talking about
innovative, using digitalization, using innovative tools.
The digitalization process. Okay. So I will apologize to switch in French.
Non, c'est très bien.
My English is not fluid enough. Oui, en effet, peut-être juste un petit retour sur ma carrière. J'étais ingénieur génie technique pendant presque 30 ans. Donc j'ai été membre de l'OAI jusqu'à fin de l'année dernière, participé notamment à l'élaboration de la MOAI et de cette collaboration. Depuis janvier, je travaille donc dans le centre CRTIB, qui est là pour harmoniser justement les processus, que ce soit au niveau des marchés publics, mais aussi au niveau des clauses techniques générales, etc. Et pendant toute cette période-là, nous avons vu, et nous avons déjà discuté aussi beaucoup ici maintenant, qu'une communication, la collaboration se base surtout sur une communication. Et une communication, c'est en fait l'échange d'informations, l'échange de données, l'échange de data. Et cet échange-là se fait le plus simplement via une digitalisation. Donc nous pouvons, avec une digitalisation, avec une collecte des données, avec une procédure de collecte des données, mettre à disposition toutes les informations nécessaires au cours de tout un process de conception. Process de conception qui commence d'ailleurs, on l'a aussi déjà entendu, au niveau des interactions entre les besoins d'un maître d'ouvrage et l'équipe de conception, qui continue au niveau de la réalisation du chantier, qui se termine avec même une déconstruction du projet, avec un reuse des matériaux. Donc pendant tout ce process-là, il nous faut des informations qui sont les mieux utilisées quand ils sont digitalisés et quand ils sont stockés et disponibles à tout le monde dans un endroit bien précis. Accessible à tous de façon simple, utilisable avec des outils simples. Et j'aimerais peut-être juste faire une petite remarque au niveau du panel juste avant. Il y a eu la question qui doit gérer cela, qui doit être le lead de cette collaboration. Je ne sais pas si c'est une question vraiment très existentielle et très importante. Pour moi, le plus important, c'est de disposer des bons outils, que chacun, dans tout le processus, dispose des bons outils pour pouvoir le faire. Et quand les outils sont simples, sont utilisables, sont accessibles à tous, et encore une fois, je parle de tous les acteurs, durant le long de tout le processus de conception, alors ça va se faire presque tout seul.
Merci beaucoup. On a beaucoup à discuter. Thank you very much indeed for now. And as you say, it's the importance of having the right tools. And I'd like to talk about what you think are the most useful tools. But Diego, just in terms of building the picture of the benefits of these tools and what difference they can make to issues we've already talked about relating to timelines, to efficiency, to costs. How do you see their role?
Yeah, if we have to describe the relationship between the new innovative tools and the construction system, I think that we have to reply for a question: what we need. Basically, the NEB evolved the triad of the ancient triad of Vitruvio for 2 millennia. Architecture is based on the physicality, that is structure, on the functionality, that's the use of and the beauty. Now, with the NEB, the physicalities became sustainability, and the useful, it became a social aspect. So basically, we move from the focus on the buildings, on the focus on the relationship with the surrounding space that may be all the planet or limited. So we are inserted a lot of new ingredients in the design and in the construction system. And to manage this new ingredient, we need of the digitalization or innovative system. In this way, we have two levels. The first one is how we can manage the data, because we need to understand the carbon footprint, the cost, timing, and so on. And he mentioned before ICT system, information, it's very, very efficient in this way. But we have another level, that is the cultural or social, as you like, because the beauty mentioned by Vitruvio and the beauty mentioned by NEB are different. The first one is more aesthetical, linked to the geometry. So it's aesthetic. The second one, it's more ethic, because it's coming from the social inclusion, sustainability, and so on. So it's very important in this way, the communication of this one. So the ICT, that is connection between information and communication, it's very, very crucial. In this way, we have to be able to manage this one.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ingrid, in terms of the importance of these tools, anything you want to add? But let's also begin to talk about what tools, what methodologies are most effective. I mentioned you are a BIM committee member, so how you see the role of BIM, but also we're talking increasingly in every sector about the impact of artificial intelligence and so on. This is a very rapidly changing landscape. What tools are we talking about here, really?
We don't want to talk about specific tools, but we want to promote open formats. So you can
you hold the mic near you? Thank you.
Oh, so you can use the tool that does the job best, and then it has to be IFC compatible or XML or so on. So that would be the main issue, open formats. And nothing of this works if we don't have standards. So the work on further development of standards is crucial. That's why it's taken 20, 25 years to come this far, because we had to do the standards first. Because if everybody makes models and throw in a lot of information and they can't translate it between the software, it's no use.
And how do you see this evolving in the future? Now, as you say, it took that time, but how is it going to evolve, do you think?
I think we've come far. So I think if we now also take a step back and see that with all these tools and all this data, we're polluting the systems with the overflow of information. We do have to see to how can we reduce the amount of information so we can quality assure the information and to store it and secure it in a good way, because we don't want information going astray, we don't want it to be distorted. So that's main issues now. And also when we are creating a lot of models, we are duplicating them, triple them, so it will be a lot of data, and they have to be stored in data centers, which are exploding. So more efficient software that doesn't use all that power, and more efficient hardware to be sure we don't use all the electricity that the homeowners need.
Indeed. So a central issue for you is all these issues around data management, data ownership, data privacy, all of those issues to deliver quality data, as you said, not quantity of data.
Yes.
Come back on that if we can a little bit later on. But Diego, for you in terms of the way these tools evolve, and particularly the role of artificial intelligence now, as I'm sure everyone here would argue, as a complement to the work that you all do, but not a replacement for the work that you all do. But how do you see the role of which tools are we talking about?
We are discovering, I have no response for that one, but of course it's crucial because now in this conference we are using Slido, no? It's a simple tools that permit you to understand what the public think and what want to question. It's the same for the transformation, for the building environment, built environment transformation. We need, when I spoke before of the communication, we need to evolve also in the public procurement a system using this kind of innovative tools that permit to connect the client, public client, with the final users of the construction. In this way, normally we have to wait 5, 7, 10 years between the beginning of the process to the final. So it's very crucial to detect during this timing how the need of the final users ask to have in the final solution. And in this one, it's interesting to connect this process with the resilience, so the possibility to modify during the process.
Right.
So we need of a flexible but in the same time, we have to check and to control the cost, of course.
Yeah.
So
come back on
all of this connection may be used by artificial intelligence tools.
Gilles, for you, the tools you think are currently most useful to foster this innovative collaboration, and how you see this evolving in the future, particularly the role of AI and its impact on both architects and engineers.
Yeah, j'aimerais bien, donc il y a beaucoup d'étapes dans un processus, notamment la conception, mais on a aussi déjà souvent aujourd'hui mentionné le rôle des maîtres d'ouvrage, et surtout le rôle des maîtres d'ouvrage publics, qui sont pas toujours les plus faciles. Et l'intelligence artificielle, justement, pourrait, à ce niveau-là, nous mener à une analyse rapide, automatisée des règlements, des contraintes, des prescriptions, des autorisations de construction. Donc dans la toute première phase de conception, qui est cruciale pour une maîtrise d'œuvre, pour les architectes et les ingénieurs conseils, c'est de s'approprier les spécificités du maître d'ouvrage public. Et on a parlé aussi, au Luxembourg, on a une centaine de communes, dans les autres pays, c'est largement plus, mais chaque commune a son propre règlement, ses propres spécificités. Donc comment est-ce que vous voulez qu'une maîtrise d'œuvre trouve rapidement les bonnes contraintes que cette commune a? Et dans ce contexte-là, avec évidemment un projet digitalisé à un certain niveau, une maquette simplifiée, l'intelligence artificielle permettra de rapidement contrôler la conformité du projet par rapport aux règlements spécifiques de tel et tel maître d'ouvrage.
So very practical applications.
Ça permettra de rapidement constater l'utilité de cette approche-là. Parce que qu'est-ce qu'on a quand on parle aussi de la durée de mise en œuvre des applications BIM, etc. Qu'est-ce qu'on a vu? On a partiellement aussi essayé d'imposer l'application sans avoir les outils qui montraient tout de suite le résultat, l'efficacité augmentée de cela. Donc il est crucial, à mon avis, de mettre en place les outils qui peuvent montrer rapidement à quel niveau on peut se simplifier la vie. Et l'intelligence artificielle est surtout un support et ne doit pas remplacer une créativité, etc., mais sera un support. Et donc dans une première étape, au niveau des maîtres d'ouvrage publics, privés aussi, je vois un énorme potentiel pour cela.
Merci beaucoup. And just a reminder, perhaps we could, I'm not seeing any new questions coming in. I don't know whether perhaps we can display the Slido code for a little while so that if anyone didn't get it earlier, they can scan the code now. Can I come to this? Now we begin to talk about some of the challenges. We've talked about the opportunities and how they can help. The issue that was most important for our audience was the client not being willing to pay for the extra technology. 66%, 2/3 of them said that was the biggest barrier. Someone in our audience has said innovative collaborative tools should make construction cheaper without generating additional costs for the clients. Question mark. So just to this central question of who pays, because there's an issue around that, but also, well, actually, they should impact on cost and reduce cost. Ingrid?
Yes, totally. I don't think we reduce cost much, but the quality is enhanced. And also, I think the client should recognize that the cost comes earlier in the process. So that means that the architects and engineers, they make more elaborate and detailed models, which can be used as a construction basis. This should be recognized by the client, so they should expect the contractor to have a lower bid. And also we see when we do all this detailed modeling, the contractor tend to employ less skilled workers. That means they benefit from our good models, so they don't have to use that skilled workers. That's another issue. And also, because we do these detailed models early on, we reduce the number of errors on the building site and things that has to be rectified or clarified on building site. That also reduces costs. So in total, I think the client should recognize that early design, good design, elaborate design early in the process will benefit them both in money-wise and quality. But they
have to accept the upfront cost.
Yes, they have to sort of shift the cost early in the process and see this is where the money goes.
Which was, as was indicated earlier, is trickier in public procurement than maybe in private. Diego.
Yeah, I think that the cost is reducing if we reduce the conflict between the different actors of the construction process and the error. If we use the tools, the digital tools and innovative elements to reduce the error and the possibility and the necessity to create a variation of the design and then of the construction, yes, we have at the beginning a cost over for the design, but reduce that one during the process. And when you arrive in the final step, when you finish, and without skipping any variation, you reduce the cost. That's when it's crucial.
Gilles?
À la fin, sûrement, le projet pourra devenir plus efficient, plus rapide, moins d'heures, moins d'argent, etc. Mais pour y arriver, il y a toujours une étape de mise en place. Chaque innovation est accompagnée d'un investissement. Et donc, on doit écouter évidemment les concepteurs qui sont devant cette phase-là d'innover, évidemment. Je pense que la majorité souhaite innover, mais doivent aussi investir là-dedans. Et c'est donc à ce niveau-là, quand même, que les pouvoirs publics, notamment, les privés, ça va se régler plus ou moins tout seul, mais les pouvoirs publics doivent encourager, doivent soutenir et doivent aider les concepteurs à le faire. À la fin, ça aura un bénéfice pour tout le monde, mais il faudra un soutien. Un soutien, que ce soit avec des formations, que ce soit avec la mise à disposition, encore une fois, des outils, que ce sera peut-être avec des subventions financières, mais ce processus-là doit être accompagné et soutenu.
I want to come back to the issue of skills, of formation a little bit later, because that was an issue highlighted by the room. But can I come back to Ingrid's point at the beginning about standards and interoperability? So standards in order to have the interoperability, to be able to use this data most effectively, but also standards and regulations for artificial intelligence. It moves fast, our rules don't move so fast. Ingrid, you raise this as a key challenge. What's the answer to addressing it?
If I knew, I was rich. The answer to, sorry, the real question was?
My real question was, in terms of standards and interoperability, where do we need to go from here so it doesn't take another 20 years? Let me put it that way. It took you so long to get this far.
For everything we want to use the model for, we need a piece of information to link it to. That piece of information should be standardized, so you know where to find information. If you can standardize that, and preferably that the software providers could put some of that standard information into their product, it would reduce errors, and we could have machine-readable files. And machine-readable files can make robots work on models. We can automate a lot more. So that's one of the things. But the AI is just another tool for the engineers and architects. It's not hallelujah, it's just another tool which we need to learn how to use. Because as the electrical drills, it might be, we have to be a skilled worker to use it right.
And Gilles, in terms of all these issues around standards, about the regulatory environment, what do you see as the key to moving forward at the speed we need, given how fast these technologies are developing now?
Oui, on ne doit pas encore une fois développer des standards pendant 10 ans. On n'arrivera pas à résoudre la crise de logement qu'on a partout en Europe. Des plateformes comme New European Bauhaus vont, à mon avis, permettre d'avancer plus rapidement. Et on en a encore discuté pendant la pause café. On voit, avec des conférences comme ceci, que chacun finalement a les mêmes problèmes. Chacun est en train de développer la même chose. Alors, montrons-nous, disons, coucou, là, je suis là, j'ai ce problème-là et j'ai une idée pour le résoudre comme ça. Et c'est avec cette collaboration au niveau européen, d'actualité de toute façon, pour l'instant au niveau du monde, cette collaboration européenne va pouvoir nous permettre d'avancer rapidement. J'aimerais tout simplement faire une petite publicité, parce que CRTB notamment travaille beaucoup avec Buildwise en Belgique, qui est l'équivalent belge de notre institution, et au-delà on travaille beaucoup avec Smart Building. Donc voilà, ça c'est vraiment des plateformes, ça c'est des échanges qui permettent de rassembler les expériences, de rassembler les best practices et de faire rapidement un standard qui pourra être alors utilisé au niveau européen par tout le monde. Et ça peut être accéléré, il y a beaucoup de bonnes initiatives déjà partout et ça doit être accéléré via ces initiatives-là.
Merci beaucoup. Diego.
Here I think we be careful, very be careful to use the standardization for the process. That's very, very useful, but we have to skip any standardization of the result because the complexity of the city, the complexity of the building need of a creative attitude. So any single element and problem has to be resolved in a creative system. Creative is not artistic or fantasies, is not standardized because the risk is to arrive to become slave of the digital system. In this way, we have to use that one as tools, not as goals.
Thank you. I want to take a few questions from the audience that are written, see if there are any from the room, and then I want to come back on the issue of skills, because this is something that was raised by our audience in answer to the poll. But let's do a little bit of a quick fire, if I might. On the use of AI. Can we expect, Nicola Matic asks, the usage of AI in the procurement process in the coming days without limits, or will we have to wait until it is introduced by national law? And somebody else was also asking about, what do you think, and this was to you, Gilles, what do you think about a centralised AI chatbot capable of answering questions regarding to difficult process of building, authorisation and so on? So a couple of questions there relating to the use of AI in procurement. Gilles.
La question de la centralisation est pour moi évidente, tout en, et je te rejoins Diego, tout en gardant la spécificité. Donc dans chaque process de standardisation, il y a une standardisation de base qui est utile, qui permet d'avancer rapidement, mais qui ne doit pas fermer la porte à des spécificités qui sont locales, nationales, régionales, etc. Et centraliser les informations, les règlements, les best practices, les détails types basiques, etc., à un endroit va permettre, via une intelligence artificielle, à en faire profiter un maximum d'acteurs pour trouver du moins une solution de base qui n'est plus à discuter. Et sur cette solution de base, on peut alors faire la vraie plus-value des concepteurs, c'est de pouvoir innover, pour au moins que toute la base, toutes les discussions récurrentes qu'on a à chaque fois soient réglées plus rapidement, plus efficacement, de façon quasi automatisée.
Merci. And there is another question, somebody asking, why is there so little consideration for adopting established software engineering methods in architecture and engineering? What is preventing this? Somebody is saying that there is little consideration for adopting established software engineering methods. Do we know what they're referring to here? Ingrid? No. Let's leave that aside for now. Let us come back to the question of skills. Because when you look at the polling, 40% of people, when we ask what's the barrier to take up, 40% identified lack of trained personnel, a lack of the necessary skills. And somebody here saying, asked about collaboration with universities to ensure future professionals are supporting the kind of collaboration and the digital transformation that we need. I want to ask you about the skills challenge and how big it is. And Diego, I'm sure this is an area you work on a great deal because of the nature of your role. What the skills challenge and how you see the role of associations like all of you in addressing that challenge.
Yep. One of the big problems of the European economy is the comparing with the other economies. So to gain in our efficiency, we need to reduce timing, cost, and the complexity in the procedures. That is called bureaucracy, even though it's important to maintain something like that. And in this way, and also to increase the possibility of SMI to participate in the public procurement, we have to go on a simplification of these procedures, and in this process, probably the AI and new digital tools may have an important element. I mentioned that in Finland or in other countries, the building permit it's automatic if we use the BIM, because there are systems to connect directly what you are drawing, what the regulation, the general regulation. So it permits to have the authorization directly. If we will be able to arrive in a similar situation also for the public procurement, probably we skip to spend a lot of months to fill the application, to understand what they want, and so on. So,
Ingrid, to the skills issue?
Yes, I see in Norway that there's a lot of new courses coming on in BIM issues like interoperability, both on bachelor and master level. So the education systems are taking
That's
this
for
up.
those who are coming up through now, but what about the ones already working in the field?
Company have to pay, but we do say that see that for every big project we do, we have a lot more skilled people. So I don't think that will be an issue for long. I do wanted to add something about the AI. We're talking a lot about AI and using that in public procurement and in design phases. I think I want to stress that AI could be a lot of things, and we should seek the solutions that don't have this black box. Yeah. We need to know how did they arrive to the result. I think there's more of those solutions coming along now.
Thank you. Gilles?
Les compétences qui ne sont pas là chez les personnes déjà engagées sont assurées par des, comme tu viens de le dire, par des organisations comme nous.
Ça, c'est votre rôle.
C'est notre rôle, c'est l'information, la sensibilisation et mettre à disposition les formations nécessaires pour faire un upgrade de ces compétences-là. Les autres compétences, les jeunes compétences sont en train d'arriver. Il faudra aussi, et je sais notamment par exemple qu'une organisation comme l'OAI est en train de sensibiliser les jeunes au métier d'architecte et d'ingénieur. Donc ils vont venir s'ils voient l'intérêt, mais il faudra proposer un accompagnement par des organisations et qui doivent encore une fois aussi être soutenues financièrement dans cette procédure-là pour rapidement mettre au bon niveau les compétences existantes.
Okay. Couple of comments from our audience. One saying it's not only about technical skills, but also the managerial skills to understand and take up these innovative schools, and this at all levels. So knowing within a company that you lack the skills that you need is a key part of that. Just a couple of other comments, one really echoing what you said earlier, Ingrid, from Michele Amerio at 3TI in Italy. There's a huge amount of information in BIM. Most of it is not used, and we need to standardize the use of the proper amount of them to simplify the project. That's really what you said right at the beginning. And a last comment, suggestion, question: why don't we apply proven fast feedback methods from software engineering, like agile practices and design sprints, in architecture and planning? Are there any more questions? The other questions really relate to topics we're going to come back to this afternoon. Are there any more questions or indeed comments in the room? I see one. Hang on a minute. Bear with me. I'm going to get some exercise because I prefer to come down amongst you. So, no, it's all right. I prefer to do it. He can use that one now, but then after that, leave me to do it. I like to get some exercise. Please.
No,
Should be on. Use this one. Hang on.
Ah, perfect.
Voilà. Okay.
Pardon. En fait, j'ai une question un petit peu relative au BIM. Pour pouvoir agir intelligemment sur les projets, on est dépendant de grands opérateurs de logiciels américains qui nous coûtent. On a vu les modifications de prix sur les prix des licences qui assument des augmentations de 14%. Comment est-ce que Gilles, tu peux penser la continuité de notre activité si chaque année on nous met des augmentations de prix sur ces tarifs? Et est-ce qu'il n'est pas possible au niveau européen d'imaginer une régulation de ces tarifs?
Merci beaucoup. Hang on a second, just let me see if there's anything else in the interest of time management. Okay, Gilles.
Merci Mathieu pour cette question, et tu réagis probablement à ma petite remarque de tout à l'heure, où justement voilà, j'ai déjà mis un peu le doigt sur ce problème-là de dépendance au niveau des grands groupes de logiciels et des grandes marques de logiciels qui ont un soi-disant monopole et qui peuvent donc augmenter les prix comme ils veulent. C'est un sujet qui doit être analysé, et je pense que ce mouvement-là doit être général pour l'Europe dans tous les différents niveaux d'économie. Dans la nôtre donc aussi, il faudra réussir à mettre en place des logiciels, des outils qui sont faits ici, au niveau européen, de façon harmonisée. Et nous avons, je peux déjà l'annoncer un petit peu, nous avons donc un événement commun en novembre où on va mettre en vitrine donc la digitalisation, les produits de la digitalisation et les produits de l'économie circulaire, construction durable, et on va essayer d'inviter justement des fournisseurs de logiciels, de tools européens accessibles à un maximum de monde.
Okay, merci beaucoup. We are almost out of time, but I want to do what I'm doing in every panel because we're trying to chart the way forward here. And let me start with you, Ingrid, but for each of you, a key next step. For the people in this room, we heard a question about EU regulation and so on, but if it's for the people in this room, a key next step to make sure that we really can utilize the benefits of these tools that you've underlined most effectively.
Can I draw the line, a thread from procurement to facility management? Because the cost of the models will be reduced if the facility management utilizes the models afterwards. And that would be something that we in this room could press for. We deliver beautiful models, a lot of us, and it's thrown away when the project's finished. So the education and the skills is needed for the facility management to utilize it, talking about Internet of Things and energy efficiency in the buildings.
Thank you very much. Diego.
In my opinion, we need to prepare a common program of CPD for engineers, for architects, just to create a common platform to use in the public procurement and in general for the building permits. But I want to involve also the employed in the public administration because sometimes, or very often, not sometimes, there is a big problem for them because they don't use that one, so it's very difficult for them introduce in their procedures the new systems.
Thank you very much. Gilles, final thought.
Pour moi, il y a 3 étapes et qui vont nous servir tous, aussi bien les concepteurs que les autorités publiques, que les clients privés. C'est d'être méthodologique. Il faudra digitaliser de façon intelligente, simple, utilisable. Il faut centraliser via une plateforme et il faudra automatiser ce qui est automatisable.
And on that very succinct point, will you join me in thanking our panel very much indeed for a great discussion. Thank you to you all, and thank you for your questions and comments. There are other questions that have come in during that session and earlier. I will take them this afternoon because they more relate to the topics of our next session. So we're going to break for lunch shortly, but before we do that, we have been talking about renovation, we've been talking about reuse, and we're now going to have a short presentation of an initiative, a European citizens initiative called House Europe. And I'm going to introduce Florian Hedweg, a professor in architecture at the University of Luxembourg, to tell us a little bit more. Yeah, don't attempt to come up that side, you'll never get there. It's like mountain climbing from there. Florian, over to the podium. He's going to tell you a little bit more about this initiative, and you can sign now. There's the QR code. Over to you, Florian.
Great, thank you so much. So it will be, do you hear me? Can you hear me? All good? So it will be even shorter than a Pecha Kucha kind of presentation. I know you're all hungry. And how can I? This one, yeah, that's not interesting. All right, so I will quickly, but it's a citizen initiative. We are just, trying to make some propaganda. So the European Union had announced with its European Green Deal a renovation wave, as only 25% of the European building stock has been renovated so far. I mean, the ratio is about 50-50, right, in Europe. So 50% of new buildings in terms of activities and 50% of renovation, and we should reach, let's say, 80-20. That would be a good ratio. However, at the current annual renovation rate of 1%, it would take 3 times longer to reach the agreed goals if anybody is still concerned about these goals outside our community. Therefore, we need to triple the renovation rate to reach our goals. Why should we, as architects, and Pierre, you put also the engineers in, so we can discuss it over the lunch break, be interested in the renovation as we were trained for new construction, as most of us still believe that the design of the spectacular object is heroic, and as renovation is, of course, more challenging and often even painful, so all of the practitioners know what I'm talking about here, compared to the demolition and construction of new buildings. Because the gray energy, which is lost when buildings are demolished and has to be generated for new buildings, is a major contributor to climate change. Carbon emissions released before a building is used, what is referred to as upfront carbon, will be responsible for half of the entire carbon footprint of new construction between now and 2050. So everybody is talking about the energy that is used during a lifespan of a building, but the gray energy is the, if you want, the kind of white elephant. No progress? Because the demolition of buildings produces a lot of waste. In the European Union, construction waste accounts for 35% of the total waste volume, and here in Luxembourg it's even 80%. We have a PhD student working on the topic at the University of Luxembourg, so it's, of course, the excavated soil is included and so on and so forth. And finally, because valuable resources are extracted for new construction, many of which are already in the existing buildings. And that's really important, and that's something for us, academia, but also for you, I guess, to show, and it was a little bit also a topic in the previous debate. There is no contradiction between a careful reuse of existing buildings. There's a lot of vacancies. There's a lot of possibilities to overbuild and so on and so forth, and the creation of necessary affordable housing units. Most of the politicians think there is a contradiction, and we have to prove the opposite. Therefore, the European Citizens Initiative, and many here in the room are also engaged in this initiative, demands a right to reuse for existing buildings based on 3 key pillars. A, tax reduction for renovation works and reused materials. 2, second, fair rules to assess the risks and potentials of existing buildings. And last but not least, new values for the embedded CO2 in existing buildings. That is extremely important. If we get 1 million votes, and we only have 20,000 so far, so I ask you to, apparently, I mean, we still have to do a lot of work, so I ask you to advertise for it wherever you can. I give a second lecture this evening on the topic, a more extensive one. I only have 4 minutes here. And I talked about it yesterday, so we will send our students out in the public space. We really need you to communicate and to advertise on it. So in this case, if we reach this goal of 1 million, so it's a kind of Swiss model, right, that we have on the European level. If we reach these 1 million votes, the European Union will have to deal with our constructive, and it's very important, it's not a prohibitive, proposal. So every vote from you counts, can vote there. I'm particularly, as I'm in charge with Maria and many others here, and Pierre in charge of Luxembourg. So we are particularly, as there's a kind of a national competition amongst the members, I'm particularly interested in having the Luxembourgers, but of course, I'm joking. I mean, we need all of you, every vote counts. So thank you very much. No questions, let's go for lunch.
Thank you very much indeed, Florian, and best of luck with your fabulous initiative. So it is now time for lunch. A nice long lunch break, because networking and talking to each other is all key for that collaboration we keep talking about. So we wanted to leave plenty of time for that. And then we're going to come back afterwards, and we're going to return to the issue of the new European Bauhaus and the role of public procurement in delivering on its objectives, and then focus on that revision of the Public Procurement Directive and what needs to be done. So enjoy your lunch, and when you hear my very annoying little bell, if you could make your way back into the room as quickly as possible, that would be terrific. I'll see you back here at 1:45. Bon appétit. And meet the big societal challenges we face through a high-quality built environment. And Ruth Shagaman said this morning, we are ready to lead the change, but we need the right framework. So that's what we're going to be focusing on more this afternoon. What does that framework look like? How does it link to this whole concept, very familiar to our German audience, possibly less familiar to others of you, of the new European Bauhaus? How are the two linked? And what does all this mean for the revision of the Public Procurement Directive, this moment of opportunity? And just reminding you, as we talk, so our theme this afternoon is going to be New European Bauhaus, Inspiration for the Revision of the Public Procurement Directive, that reimagining of our living spaces to be more sustainable, more inclusive and beautiful. Look at the role NEB can play in fostering the collaboration and the changes that will be needed. Lots to discuss, so let's get straight on. But we're going to start by getting a sense, a snapshot of what design partners want from the revision of the directive. We will come back to this at the end of the afternoon because the partners who've organised this event are going to adopt a declaration coming out of today, and they'll tell you more about it. We're going to get a snapshot, though, of what are those key issues they want to be addressed. Then we're going to talk about quality and qualification-based selection, and then we're going to hear about a new tool that's been developed in Switzerland, now being developed in Luxembourg, that can help in terms of calculating time and effort transparently. So let us start, and I'm delighted to welcome to talk about what do design partners want from the revision of the directive, Pierre Hurt, who is CEO of OAI, the man who has made it possible for us all to be here today. Pierre, thank you for bringing us together. Thank you for all your hard work preparing this event, and over to you.
Yeah. Hello all together. I will also switch to the language of Molière. Je vais aussi parler alors en français, c'est plus fluent. Je vais essayer de ne pas parler trop vite. Alors, on a réussi à mettre sur 4 pages un consensus sur vraiment ce qu'on veut de cette révision de la directive européenne. C'était un travail intensif, constructif, mais on a réussi. Et on oublie aussi parfois, en fait, ce papier, et ici on est maintenant 240 dans la salle, mais en fait ce papier sera signé, porté par 1,5 million d'architectes et d'ingénieurs en Europe. Les 3 associations européennes représentent 1,5 million d'hommes et de femmes de l'art. Alors, je crois qu'on sera lancé pour entraîner d'autres personnes dans cette voie. Alors, pour faire très court, vous les voyez, les 4 points, et nos présidentes vont le présenter vraiment en détail par après. Alors, traduit en français, le premier veut vraiment dire on a vraiment besoin d'un mind change. On doit changer de cap. On doit dire, pour les prestataires intellectuels réglementés, le prix le plus bas est exclu. Pour le moment, c'est écrit, économiquement plus avantageux, mais ça ne veut rien dire. Il faut tout simplement exclure le prix le plus bas pour vous. Deuxième point, ça c'est alors clair, on veut un chapitre spécifique pour nous. Vous êtes des professions intellectuelles mélangées avec plein d'autres, ça ne donne pas de sens. Troisième point, c'est clair, je vais en reparler après, c'est le QBS, la Quality Based and Qualification Based Selection. Et le dernier, c'est aussi un point, c'est clair, l'accession des petites et moyennes entreprises au marché public. Voilà, ça c'est déjà tout à ce stade, puisque nos présidentes vont vraiment présenter ça en détail. Et on continue directement avec le deuxième point.
Oui.
Voilà. Alors, on peut mettre l'autre slide. Alors, voilà, encore, alors le prochain slide. Voilà. Alors, le Luxembourg, on va essayer en tant que petit pays d'avoir peut-être encore on vise encore plus haut. Les petits peuvent viser haut, alors parfois ça réussit, pas toujours, mais on va viser beaucoup plus haut. On veut le quality-based selection, mais on veut vraiment donner un sens à ce mot de sélectionner suivant la qualité. Alors là, vous voyez un petit peu, c'est le triptyque actuel de l'ordre. Ce matin, on a déjà entendu nos personnes de la MOAI, parler de cette structuration du contrat type, c'est très important. Ensuite, naturellement, on doit avoir des procédures justes et après, on vous parlera de cette value up. Puisque c'est clair, juste un mot, au Luxembourg, on a été initié avec un accord qu'on a eu avec l'autorité de la concurrence. Elle nous a donné la voix en disant « essayez de prendre en main votre rémunération et ne laissez-vous pas imposer une rémunération par l'État ». Juste un mot, au Luxembourg, il n'y avait pas de loi, mais les pouvoirs publics ont imposé un barème. Alors, on va essayer de trouver maintenant une solution à cette nouvelle situation, puisque pour le moment, il n'y a plus de barème pour le secteur public. Voilà, alors c'est moi qui peux me faire moi-même, c'est plus simple. Alors, pour dire positivement pourquoi on doit maintenant mettre en place ce QBS. Et ça, c'est vraiment un petit peu la phrase, je crois les luxembourgeois ici dans la salle le connaissent, c'est ma phrase favorite. Je dis, c'est clair, qui construit, construit pour nous tous. Et vraiment, l'acte de construire, on décide tout pour notre économie. Construire, c'est l'acte le plus important, socialement, économiquement, environnementalement. Construire, c'est vraiment le truc. Et on doit se mettre alors vraiment en place pour pouvoir gérer ce input très important pour notre société. Alors c'est clair, avec des initiatives comme le nouveau Bauhaus et d'autres initiatives, on doit maintenant rester derrière puisqu'il y a une volonté de changer. Là, le prochain slide, je vous donne, c'est beaucoup de texte, mais je vous dis juste un mot, on n'est pas seul. Moi je crois que pour le moment, on n'est pas seul à croire qu'il faut changer la donne. Là, vous avez un exemple, même la Cour de justice européenne, dans ce fameux arrêt de la Hajoaï, a vraiment clairement acté l'intérêt général de vos professions. Et en outre, si vous lisez le dernier alinéa, maintenant je ne vais pas tout le lire, mais en fait, en résumé, ils disent, si on continue à utiliser le critère du prix le plus bas, la qualité va vraiment plus être assurée. Ils écrivent mot par mot, on n'aurait pas pu l'écrire mieux que nous-mêmes. C'est la Cour de justice européenne qui dit stop. C'est écrit là, noir sur blanc. Alors on a des alliés, maintenant on doit c'est une équipe, on doit former l'équipe. Alors le deuxième allié qu'on a, c'est la Commission elle-même. On a vu après, il y a encore une petite présentation. Ils ont aussi vu que tous ces nobles, ils ont écrit des considérants. Je crois que cette directive a une quarantaine de considérants. Il faut attribuer aux petites entreprises, il faut respecter les critères sociaux, écologiques. Nada, rien. Vous le savez très bien que si on reste sur le prix le plus bas, toutes ces grandes valeurs ne sont pas appliquées. Je crois que la Commission a aussi un petit peu compris qu'il faut rechanger cette réglementation. Et alors, le troisième allié aussi au Luxembourg, c'est vraiment l'autorité de la concurrence, mais je crois aussi d'autres autorités de la concurrence ont fait cet exercice en 2021, l'analyse sectorielle sur les marchés publics. Et elle aussi, elle écrit des phrases en fait magnifiques, on va les reprendre. Ils disent vraiment, il faut des critères qualitatifs et vraiment, la meilleure offre n'est pas forcément la moins chère. Et ça, c'est l'autorité de la concurrence qui dit ça. Alors on a des forts alliés et nous, c'est à nous de maintenant d'y aller. Allez, je vais accélérer un petit peu pour vous montrer ce que c'est là, le QBS. Alors là, je crois que je suis ici avec des hommes et des femmes de l'art. C'est clair, il faut un switch vers la programmation. On a parlé de ce matin. Il faut mettre beaucoup plus. Vraiment, c'est vraiment. Il faut valoriser la phase programmation-conception. C'est clair. Et ensuite, en résumant, c'est surtout le point 3. C'est pas uniquement lors de la phase d'attribution, mais aussi lors de la phase de sélection que c'est très important. Là, il faut laisser la chance de jouer, que les membres, les architectes, les ingénieurs peuvent participer. Et ensuite, le 4 et le 5, ça c'est l'essence même de cette nouvelle méthode luxembourgeoise. Là, c'est en résumé. On veut vraiment, n'importe quelle procédure vous avez, avec remise de prestations, sans remise de prestations, vous faites une présélection, vous prenez d'abord une enveloppe avec 80 points sur la qualité. Et lorsque vous avez attribué ces 80 points, alors seulement vous ouvrez la deuxième enveloppe au maximum sur 20 points. Et ça, c'est alors les honoraires, le prix. Mais alors là encore, on s'est inspiré un petit peu en Suisse romande. On ne va pas dire que c'est par rapport, celui qui est le moins cher aura les 20 points, mais celui qui est le plus proche de la moyenne des offres remises. Ça, je crois que c'est une révolution absolue, puisque alors ce sera vraiment, il faut trouver, pour faire une offre, le juste milieu et dire c'est que ce terrain, ce client, ce programme, qu'est-ce qu'il me demande pour ce terrain, ce programme et cette utilisation. Et chacun devra déjà se faire au début, vraiment l'idée. Et je crois que ça sera ce qui va changer la donne. Alors, pour faire vite, ça c'est un ready to eat, c'est déjà un texte, on vous le montre, vous l'utilisez, j'espère vous le transportez. Il y a la petite formule de calcul pour faire ce truc par rapport à la moyenne. C'est aussi encore, si maintenant il y a plusieurs offres, 5, 6, on peut aussi encore laisser de côté le moins cher et le plus cher, et on prend que ceux qui restent, et on calcule avec cette formule pour attribuer, après l'attribution des critères qualitatifs, on attribue au maximum les 20 points sur le prix. Alors, encore 2-3 mots, je regarde Jackie si je suis encore dans le temps.
Encore 2 minutes.
2 minutes, so that's very perfect. Alors, 2 minutes pour l'exemple concret. Là, vous l'avez, aussi ready to eat. Derrière, il y a tout on va faire un site, un livre, Quality-Based Selections. Mais là, vous avez en grand lieu références adéquates. Là aussi, on a fait un travail détaillé pour définir ce que c'est une référence. Il faut plus d'ouverture. Ce n'est pas ce qu'on a déjà une fois construit, mais ce qui est dans le même sens. C'est vraiment l'ouverture sur les références, la durée aussi. Ça, c'est très, très important. Même aujourd'hui, le texte le permet, mais personne ne le sait. On peut déjà, le client peut dire, moi, je demande des références qui sont plus de 3 ans, 10 ans. C'est très important pour nous. Vous voyez, 90 points sur les références, et alors connaissance légale, 10 points. Et alors, ça, c'est le fameux slide alors sur la phase d'attribution du marché. Et je viens de le dire tout à l'heure, déjà, d'abord les 80, ensuite les 20, avec alors ce qui est écrit là, vous l'avez déjà ready to use. Alors, pour résumer, c'est le dernier slide, déjà, vous voyez le point 1, 2, on a déjà parlé. Le point 3, ça c'est encore, puisqu'on avait une énorme liste dans sa déclaration. La déclaration se résume sur maintenant les points essentiels, mais il y a plein d'autres points. Ce point-là aussi, ces seuils qui sont un petit peu fous. On a pour les communes ici au Luxembourg un seuil qui est beaucoup plus haut que l'État. L'État fait des grands projets, les communes plutôt des petits projets. Toute cette question, je sais, c'est l'OMC, c'est compliqué avec les seuils, mais on doit parler de seuil. Pourquoi les avocats sont dans un seuil de 750 000 € et nous, on est avec 220? Et on doit reparler aussi de seuil. Ça, c'est très important. Ensuite, tous les autres trucs juridiques, avec tout ce qui est avec les assurances, les responsabilités, la sous-traitance qui n'est pas toujours claire. Il y a le design and build, où la responsabilité par rapport à l'entreprise n'est pas claire. Il y a plein de trucs juridiques. Et alors, le dernier point à ce niveau, c'est ce que notre équipe ce matin a très bien présenté, c'est cette idée, il faut standardiser, écrire ce que vous devez livrer, si c'est un contrat standard, et tout ce qu'on vous demande de plus, vous le négociez. Voilà, je crois que ça, c'est un petit peu notre programme de travail. Et comme on dit en musique, a 1 or 2, we know what to do.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much indeed, Pierre. So that is how it can work in practice, how it does work in practice. So to those who say we can't do it this way, you demonstrate very clearly just that we can. We're now going to come on to a presentation by 2 gentlemen from ETH Zurich, the University of Zurich. They are the founders of ARC Experts, Sasha Menz and Axel Paulus, who are going to talk to us about an app called Value App. There is a .ch and imminently there will be a .eu. So, gentlemen, over to you. Grab your mics, grab your clicker, and away you go.
Ich mache hier. Bonjour et merci Pierre. C'était comme une introduction de ce qu'on verra maintenant. Et pardon, mon français fédéral, c'est pour ça que je change dans la langue de Shakespeare. Hein? So, hello to everybody. Thank you for receiving us here in Luxembourg. And I remember the times when I was here as a student, but I will not longer tell this story because it was a very good story, so I keep it for myself. And the first thing I want to tell is that how do we proceed with next?
You click the green button.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, it's...
Try again. Point it, no, point it more that way. There we go.
Good. Das war eins zu viel.
There we go. Oh.
Here. Okay,
Yay.
so this is now we are here. Thank you so much, and sorry. So, we are after lunch, and we are not presenting not a dessert, I would say we are presenting a full menu. And for a full menu, a chef is not enough. You need a sous chef and, you know, garde-manger and what you need in the kitchen. So it's a lot of people behind this, what we have been developing in the last, I would say, 5-6 years. And this development started because we're teaching to students also how to handle money, right? So it's quite important because I used to teach them and tell them, you know, without the fee, which you deserve, you will never eat in the evening. So it's quite important that you get some knowledge about fees. And in 2017, this question of fees for architects and engineers in Switzerland, I would say, got under the train, as you say in Swiss German. It got completely out because the topic is in Switzerland, as in most of the European, if not in every European country, the fees are linked to the building costs. And this, for the Swiss Commission for Competition, was more than a problem. So the ancient formula to calculate fees, as maybe you know, it's Swiss people can always do a formula for chocolate, for cheese, and even for fees. And this formula was abolished. So we were standing in 2017 there without a basis how to calculate our fees. And saying this, I didn't know what to teach to the students. So as Apollo 13 maybe said, Houston, we have a problem. We said, Zurich or Switzerland, we have a problem. We sat together and Corona started, so we had plenty of time in our home office to think about it. You remember, Axel, right? And so the whole question of procurement, of course, was in the center of our discussion. And we were starting to think about two main principles. If we want to develop a new calculation model, we are not presenting an app today. Everybody's talking about this value app in Switzerland and in other countries, but we are talking about a value methodology, and this is what we present today. The app is just the application, then you can use it on your phone, on your computers, and elsewhere. So the first principle which we have to really think of, is guided by fundamental legal standards. And these standards, they have a value all over Europe and at the end all over the world. So it's quite an international thing. It's transparency, equal treatment, and of course, non-discrimination. This is how it starts. And the second principle is transparency in information and calculation, because it's not only we as planners who are involved, so it's also the client, the third party. Let's call it third party, maybe better. And saying this transparency in information and calculation comes absolutely into play. And with saying this, at the end, as you can read here, we come to a pointed conclusion that therefore construction costs as a determinant cannot reasonably serve. So this whole question of construction costs is totally intransparent and led into the wrong direction. So saying this, we needed a change. And a massive change. And this massive change was part of this principal discussion, and we said we need a time-effort projection. And as you can see here, in this time-effort projection is then led and based on determinants. And the question is, what are the determinants? An easy one is square meters. When I talk as an architect to my client, and the first thing I need is, so what is your intention? Can you express your intention maybe in functions or in square meters? Square meters is quite easy measurable. So we started to think about if we can measure time in comparison to square meters. Sounds a little bit silly maybe for you, but it has a logic behind it. And this logic we transformed into our new formula. Axel.
Formula? Oh, give me a simplified formula. When we want to calculate the effort in hours, we need the labor input also in hours. Therefore, we need a transparent determinant, and we need an adjustment factor, because an adjustment factor is needed when we think about project-specific situations, needs, specification, and also in which we, as human, are acting. What is our approach to solve a problem? So very simplified, and we shortly, briefly want to introduce into this labor input and the adjustment factor. What we did at first is to generate a base model. We call it base model. What you can see here is a base model for housing, for residentials. So we are in the field of architecture, and I will give you shortly an example for that. On the y-axis, you see the time. Time is determined by hours per square meters. How much time do I need when I do 100% of our basic services, which are described in our regulations? What are basic services? And on the x-axis, you see the determinant, in our case here, square meters floor area. And when we build up these base models from theory, we checked it and proved it in reality, and you can see what is the solution or the idea behind with these reference clouds. The reference clouds are 1,300 projects. We observed and we projected onto our base models. Let's give an example with this housing building. A block of flats, 10,000 square meters, floor area. We do 100% of our basic services, and it is matched on the right prediction interval, so 10,000 square meters and 2 hours for that. And we are always calculated that 80% probability, with an 80% probability. So all projects with these patterns, 10,000 square meters and the other one specifications, are on this prediction interval.
And maybe we have to say that this data is publicly available in Switzerland. Since 2021, we have public available data. And saying this, of course, this gives strength and weight to the data which we can use.
Now, this is the labor input, the definition of the labor input. Now the question is, what is the value, the figure of these labor input? And as you saw it before, it's 2 hours in this case. So 80% probability, 1 square meters, for 1 square meter of floor area, you need 2 hours. The next step is we have to talk about the adjustment factor. So based on project-specific and socio-economic criteria. What does it mean? Vertically, you can adjust these prediction intervals. Means we need an adjustment factor to react to project-specific specifications. You can also match or map the adjustment factor on the field so-called decision-making framework, leadership decision-making framework. Now I want shortly introduce you into system theory. On the x-axis, you see the requirements of your project. Are the requirements clear or unclear? That's also a discussion what we do with our clients. Is it clear? What is unclear? And thinking of our approaches. How do we want to solve this problem? In system theory, you have 4 terms. It starts with what is simple. If your approach is to categorize something, you can also talk about automatization. It is simple. If you have to analyze at first the requirements, then the right term is complicated. 80%, round about 80% of all our projects are complicated. Not complex, complicated. And these approaches are all based on facts. So when you categorize, when you analyze, it is fact-based approach. Furthermore,
quite quick.
Complex, yep. Complexity, complex and chaotic means to probe and to react. And the next step is, finally, we find out 4 different challenges, or we know our challenges in the projects. You can map every challenge on this surface of this framework, and to find out later with a center of gravity what is the value of the adjustment factor. As you can see in the movie, behind these creative challenges, when we figured out what is the lumber, so what is the factor to adjust this, the labor input. One more thing, you can see it later also on our website. The missing link is, what is your hourly billing rate? We are talking about effort in hours. Now you need the calculation, a formula to calculate your personal hourly billing rate. This is a formula mostly used in the service sector, talking about cross pays, overhead cost, and annually works hours which are paid by your clients.
Thank you. This algorithm can learn just when I think what was said before. So the more people use it, the more architects and engineers use it, the sharper the instrument gets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed to both of you. Thank you. Fascinating stuff. And you say there's more information on the website if people need it. Thank you, and I'm sure they'll take any questions from you in the break. We're going to move on now to come back to something the European Commissioner talked about in her video message this morning, and we've touched on it, but now we're going to focus more on the new European Bauhaus as a driver for change in procurement practice. And we have 2 panels linked to this. We're going to talk about the application of best practice from the first 5 years of New European Bauhaus. It was launched during Ursula von der Leyen's first term as Commission President, and the implications for the revision of the directive. And then we're going to come back to the central theme of so many of the presentations today, prioritizing quality, innovation and resilience over price in public procurement. Before I bring up our panel to talk about the application of best practice from New European Bauhaus, I'm delighted to welcome our next speaker who's joining us online. Her name is Lucia Martinez Lorenzo. She's from the Public Procurement Unit in the Directorate General for the Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurships and SMEs, better known to all of us in Brussels as DG Grow at the Commission. And she's going to set the context for our conversation this afternoon. Lucia, thank you so much for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and also thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to be able to present to you the work that we are currently doing, as well as the work that we will be doing in the upcoming months. So as you have introduced me, I'm Lucia Martinez. I'm a legal and policy officer at DG Grow, at the unit in charge of public procurement. I'm sorry for asking this. Are my slides being shared at the moment?
Not at the moment. Do we have Lucia's slides? Yes, we have them. Bear with us a second.
Fantastic.
And we will. There we are. We now see your slides as well. Thank you very much to our wonderful tech team. Lucia.
Very good. If we can move to the next slide, please. Yes, so let's start with, I know that you're all familiar with public procurement, but for those that might not be as familiar, I will give a small introduction of what we are talking about. So as you know, public procurement has a very strong, significant economic relevance. We're talking about at around 2.5 trillion, or what it is, 15% of the European Union's GDP. We are also one of the largest markets for public procurement in the world, as we have one of the largest number of contracting authorities that use it. We have around 250,000 authorities registered in debt. However, that doesn't mean that all of them use the public procurement directives, as what is covered by European legislation is only around 20% of the total contracts published. These present a wide array of different sectors. We have, of course, infrastructure and construction, very strong and prominent there. But we have also segments such as waste management, health, social protection, etc. Next slide, please. You heard me talking already a bit about the directives. This is because what we consider the procedural framework, or the classic public procurement framework, is composed mainly by 5 directives. We talk about the directive on public procurement, on utilities, on concessions, remedies, and also defense procurement. But to this, we need to add as well a regulation on common procurement vocabulary, as well as invoicing directive. But with the spur of the Green Deal and the need to make procurement work for these societal goals and to really achieve the benefit that it may have, we also saw the appearance of multiple other pieces of legislation. We have around 50 plus files adopted so far. These represent a wide array as well of different elements that you can find there. We have both directives and regulations, different sectors, different type of criteria, some more specific than others. I assume that for you the most relevant will probably be the adopted last year in December, the new construction products regulation, who includes the possibility to establish a specific public procurement criteria for construction products that may take the form of either a work criteria, but also technical specifications. Next slide, please. In this context of this plurality of legal acts, but also the need to really make public procurement achieve the best that it can be, President von der Leyen announced in her political guidelines for the Commission 2024-2029 the upcoming revision for the public procurement directives, and tasked Executive Vice President Sejourné with this endeavor. In line with the better regulation principles, we have started this process with an evaluation. The adoption of the evaluation, as you can see on the slide, is planned for Q3 of this year. The goal of the evaluation is to understand where the problems are precisely and what are the causes of it, and on the basis of that, to be able to develop an impact assessment and a Commission legislative proposal, hopefully by Q4 of next year. After the Commission adoption of the proposal, this will be sent to the Council and Parliament for negotiations, the process of the ordinary legislative process, and hopefully we will have after a new public procurement legislation. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we are fully immersed on the process of the evaluation of the current public procurement directives. When we speak about the evaluation, we speak about an evidence-based assessment that aims to look at whether the current directives have been effective, efficient, are still relevant for its purpose, and do still provide EU added value to their users, so either citizens or contracting authorities. This is particularly important because in 2023 we have the report by the European Court of Auditors, where they rightly pointed out that the level of competition in public procurement have been decreased in the latest years. And we know that with less competition, there's also the risk that the added value value for citizens is diminished. So we need to look at that. But how are we looking at it specifically? Next slide, please. We are doing lots of it. So we recently closed the call for evidence and the open public consultation that ran from December last year until March. We received a surprisingly high amount of replies, which shows the relevance and the attention that people is looking at our initiative. We received 943 replies to the call for evidence and a little bit over 700 for the open public consultation. In parallel to that, we have also launched several studies, as I mentioned, to be able to really grasp where the core issues are and what are their causes. We have launched 2 large studies with external partners, one on competition of EU public procurement markets and other on the cost and benefit analysis to really see both the macro and micro trends that might be giving trouble to the procurement system. In addition, we also have other smaller studies that focus on the internal and external coherence of the public procurement directives. So whether the directives are coherent among themselves, but also whether they are coherent with the rest of legislation that has public procurement provisions. We have another study on the relevance and EU added value of the public procurement directives, and another on the transparency and integrity of the data. Because at the end of the day, data is where we get the information from. So we need to really assess whether we are doing the best that we can in there. We are also doing a series of targeted consultations. Some of them are with expert groups of the Commission, either the expert group on public procurement and electronic procurement or the stakeholder expert group, but also a series of more targeted consultations with relevant stakeholders. So we are consulting local and regional authorities who are, for us, our main client, the first users of public procurement. We are also talking with certain industry sectors that might not be as prominently represented in other series of consultations. In other words, we are trying to speak with everyone, hear everyone's views to be able to have as much of a comprehensive view as possible. But we are not the only ones doing that. The European Parliament at the INCO committee are also preparing their own initiative report that we expect that will be adopted by the end of July. And the Committee of the Regions is also in the process of preparing its own opinion with the support of the REC Hub. Next slide, please. Now, you've heard me talk all about this backward-looking exercise and what we have been doing so far, but what are we going to focus in the future? At the moment, in concrete practical terms, all options are on the table. No decision has been taken yet. As I mentioned, we really need to see the final results of the evaluation to be able to understand where we are. However, in the Clean Industrial Deal, we did receive political guidelines on what are certain aspects that we will have to look with close attention. We will have to check how public procurement can strengthen its role in the internal market through the introduction of qualitative requirements, as well as European preference for certain strategic sectors. We will also have to look at how we can increase the EU added value for citizens, as well as the security of supply for certain sectors and technologies. Of course, we will have to look at how the framework can be simplified. We know that simplification is one of the big goals of the current Commission. So this is our paramount goal. And we will also look at how we can consolidate and clarify all these pieces of legislation that have public procurement provisions in them to make sure that they are efficient and that we can achieve the maximum benefits from them. How can you contribute to this process? As I mentioned, we are very much looking forward to hear from as many people as possible, and I'm delighted that you invited me to be here today, because I can get your feedback already from here. But if you would like to, once the process for the impact assessment begins, we will have a second open public consultation and call for evidence where we will very much welcome your input. Next slide, please. So I will invite you all to subscribe to our gazette, our newsletter. That way you can really keep up with all the latest news that we may have. I leave you also there are 2 email addresses, as well as the QR to the DigiGrow's YouTube channel, as we regularly publish videos that can be interesting for you, workshops, etc. And you can also find us on LinkedIn. So thank you very much, and looking forward to hear your views on this issue.
Thank you very much indeed, Lucia, for very comprehensively taking us through your approach and some of those fundamental questions that you were asking. And I know you'll be listening to our conversation this afternoon, and we will also report back to you later on. But thank you very much indeed for that. Let us bring up our panel who are going to discuss this issue. I'm delighted to welcome Klaus Thuridl, who is the Secretary General of ECEC, there he is, coming forward. Melanie Waldman, an expert in EFCA's working group on public procurement. Where is Melanie? There she is, coming forward. And Katerina, I fear I'm going to mispronounce your surname. Okofek? Okofek. There we go. Okay, from now on I'm going to say Katerina, if that's all right with you. A very warm welcome. And just a reminder, if you have any questions, the Slido code, perhaps we could show it again at some point during our discussion. But let us dive straight in because we have lots to discuss. And I want to just make that link before we delve into the issues that we were hearing about there from Lucia. The role of New European Bauhaus. And Klaus, the degree to which you think this can really help in terms of that collaboration, that innovative collaboration we are talking about. It is on, you don't need to do anything. How you see the role of New European Bauhaus and the role of public procurement as, if you like, the enabler for that.
The first experience of the last 5 years was the foundation of the European Bauhaus Collective, where engineers and architects have got a push, an initiative to rethink what connects us, what we can do together, architects and engineers, because the huge challenges we face, no of the single profession will get the solution alone. So we have to work together, and I think we're on the right way for that.
Thank you very much. Just in terms of that big picture, Melanie, how do you see New European Bauhaus, its role broadly in innovative collaboration, but more specifically, how it can be delivered through procurement?
I think the public procurement is a big player, and it has a big key role in this thing, and it's a big opportunity to create with the new Bauhaus to get a new role and influence our way to work together.
But Ines, just to follow up on that, Ines said earlier in her opening remarks, she said it could do more in terms of fostering the collaboration. I didn't have a drink at lunchtime, I just want to assure you. You know, that it's there, but is it really at the moment reflected in our rules, in our approach?
I think we are standing on the beginning of this process, not in the end. So I think we have to do more to do integrated.
Katerina, from your perspective, how do you see the role of, how important could this be? I mean, it's 5 years old now, but still a lot of discussion about how to use it, how to apply it. How important do you think it is?
Yes, I agree with you. New European Bauhaus can be a little bit hard to understand, but to me, it's two things. Of course, first, it's a political statement, a goal of what we want with the built environment in the European Union. The Commission's president has said we want it to be sustainable, inclusive, and beautiful. And then the new European Bauhaus is also a platform where a lot of competences people can meet. And two of them, of course, is the engineer and the architects, and we can meet and discuss things. But we are forgetting the public procurers. You saw in the picture before, there are 250 people out there who actually are trying to procure a lot of things, and some of those are also the services of architects and engineers. And they have troubles in trying to find out how to assess the skills and competences of the architects and the engineer. And there are tools within the platform that, of course, can be developed, but I think it's very important that we don't only talk together, engineers and architects, but we also, at very early stages, talk with the public procurers to help them to understand how to assess our capabilities.
I want to come back on that point later on because it's something that's come up time and again today. But Klaus, just coming back in terms of the role of public procurement, your president, Nina, said in her opening speech, she said that the goals of the European Bauhaus can only be reached through high professional standards, supported, she said, by those strong legal frameworks. We heard all the president's appeal for those strong legal and political frameworks. Public procurement's role in promoting those high professional standards, that focus on quality. We'll delve into the detail, but do you think its potential role has attracted enough attention till now?
Yes, of course. We have learned and we have seen with the European Bauhaus that opens a door, and even DG Growth checked that for these challenges, we need the best educated, high-quality, skilled engineers and architects. And now it's time to say quality-based services, intellectual services, cannot be bought on the cheapest price. If we should do projects that should be sustainable, they should be inclusive and beautiful, but beautiful means not aesthetic. The original announcement of van der Leyen says, despite all this restriction we will have fighting the climate change, in spite of this, we should give the people the possibility to have a beautiful life. That was the meaning. But it's only besides this. Intellectual services need time. Projects should be developed, and that's not a matter of speed. It's a matter of thinking holistic. And if we do that, we need time. And the Public Procurement Directive we have now gives us no time. That's the problem.
Indeed, and I'd like to come back to that treatment of intellectual service. Pierre, when he gave us the headlines of what mattered, and also our presidents in their opening speeches all talked about intellectual services and the need to treat them differently. I'd like to come back on what that means, but just in broad terms, we are agreed, everyone, you're all agreed, that new European Bauhaus requires quality procurement. But in terms of the challenges and the barriers that we need to ensure that they're integrated, what are the tools, if we're actually, I mean, are all the principles relevant, or do we have to say, no, some of them, when it comes to public procurement, are not? And if they are relevant, how do we make sure that they really are embedded in whatever emerges from this evaluation and the revision of these frameworks? Melanie, how do you see the challenges to get this right?
We have a lot of challenge in this way. I think the first challenge is we have a lot of stakeholders to the NEB, because we have also the architect and engineers, but we have also the clients and the citizens. We don't forget the citizens in this way of procurement, because we have to involve everybody. And I think it's a mindset change to see all of them and hear of all of the parties. And I think this is a challenge, but I think it's a positive challenge to create future-proof projects, to hear everybody for new buildings for the people, buildings with a high quality standard, and I think it's one of the main things. And this is the other part is that we have about the stakeholders. We have a complexity and diversity project structures, and we have to learn to control and manage this way. So this is a challenge for the procurement to integrate all these things.
And Katarina, do we need a bigger discussion and clearer criteria that are easy to apply so that you can evaluate firms? We heard Pierre presented to us QBS, quality-based selection, and how you can do it, that it can. But you often hear the argument, you talked about the difference between beautiful and aesthetic, and there was a whole debate around one man's beauty is another man's ugly. And therefore, this is not as easy to apply, and maybe one of the reasons we always default, or clients always default to lowest cost, because they find it easier. How do you see the challenge of translating this into criteria that can really be applied in any new rules?
Yes, of course. It's always easier to use the lowest priced because you can calculate it. But when it comes to intellectual services or services of architects and engineers, you need to assess our skills, our competence, our experience. And you must be ready, as you are as a normal consumer buying bananas or whatever, you must be ready to pay a little bit more in order to get the best skills and the best competence and the best service provider that you need at the moment when you're going to build this school or whatever. And of course, this is many public procurers, and I meet them, they get really unsecure. Oh, are we going to assess skills? What are the tenders going to say if I value this consultant better than that consultant? So for them, it's very, very hard to do that. So we need to make them confident that we as architects and engineers are okay with being assessed for our skills and our positive, what we are going to deliver. Because what we are going to deliver is sometimes also hard to define. And so we need the tools, and as I said before, the NEB network and the platforms that we are creating that. We also have the Davos declarations. There are many things going on within the European Union to help the public procurers to use the tools. To me, the directive is a toolbox. And 10 years ago, when the directive was revised the last time, the Parliament and the Commission put in new tools for the public procurers to use. They put it in a tool that made it more easy for the public procurers to negotiate with the tenderers, to interview the tenderers. And of course, as a client, you want to meet the consultant you are going to work with in the future.
Klaus, you wanted to react to that?
Yeah, but I can't help as long as we have this horizontal approach to tender services, as long we have intellectual services in the same level than the service of collecting garbage. Nothing about collecting garbage. But with this, we are in the same level. And we need an own chapter on tendering intellectual services, and QBS as a must, because as long it is the directive as a may, it is not used because it's much easier.
It is already a may, and it's not.
Yeah, you need
not used.
You need only primary school education to see what is the cheapest bid.
Yeah. But why do we think? I mean, 2014, the directive then allowed, under most economically advantageous tender, it allowed to go beyond price, to put whatever weighting you wanted on it. Why do you think? I think it's more than half of all procurement tenders.
Because we have a lack of knowledge on tendering procedures, not at the big players, Austrian Railways or so, okay. But the thousands of smaller municipalities. They have no idea on that.
Going to come back on that issue, but just in terms of if you have this separate chapter, you're calling for a separate specific chapter for intellectual services, or you say at least a definition of what we're talking about here. What for you is the key, and what would you be saying to the Commission now? Lucia is listening to us about what that chapter needs to contain and how to go about getting that definition.
Well, maybe that chapter could have, of course, first explain what an intellectual services is. An intellectual services is not, or an architect and engineer services, is not the end product. No. The end product is the building or the infrastructure they're building. But the intellectual service will define the end product. That's the definition to start with. And that's why you need to use tailored procurement methods to actually be able to assess the competence and skills and whatever with the intellectual service. That's very important to understand.
Do you think this whole notion, there was a question earlier which I've been waiting to put about, is risk aversion not one of the biggest showstoppers, asked someone earlier, when using new materials and methods, and who will take the risk? Do you see, Melanie, new European Bauhaus and this whole concept as a way to overcome that risk aversion by being able to say, look, these principles are now embedded, if we get that right, in the new public procurement directives, and they are allowing you, and indeed making it possible to have that risk, much greater risk approach. How do you see getting over this risk aversion issue?
Yes, I agree them. I see the risk, but I see only the chance for them. I think it's a chance to. Sorry. I see the most risk in this is what you say, the knowledge of the public procurement clients, because they don't have to train enough the knowledge. We have a lot of things in the directive, and I think we have good ideas for development the directive, but we have to train the people, the client, to make this in the practice. I think we have a big difference between the theory and the practice in this way.
And how do we not only educate them about this, but also incentivize it? What do the rules need to do to incentivize the clients, the buyers? And we had a talk earlier, I think it was Reto this morning, who talked about design competitions. And he said, not just architects, whole teams design. What would you say to the procurers about why they need to do this, why they should do this, and indeed why it's beneficial for them? Because it seems to me the central argument we keep coming back to is, how do we convince the client?
The advantage for the client is a design competition. He really gets the best project. But there's one thing to be mentioned. Design competition is not possible on every building, maybe, but not on infrastructure, because when you want to build a building, you have a special property on the cadastry, and it's clear that you can build your building on this place. In an infrastructure, highway, or pipelines, whatever, has the necessity to be asked, every single owner of a property is asked, do you allow this? And you cannot do this in a competition, that's not possible. But there are other procedures that welcome the procedure with negotiations and so on. So.
Katerina, just to throw in a question again from earlier from audience people, they were linking this to sustainability, but I'm wondering about this more broadly in this conversation. Do we need official European architectural and urban standard for sustainability? Is it a question of we need more standards, we need to make it a have to do, and if we make it a have to do, they will do it, otherwise they won't. I think in the last panel, someone made precisely that point. They'll only do it if we say they have to.
Yeah, I asked the word to say a word about design competitions. And design competition is a method you can use within the directive to choose not only the architect or the engineer, but you can also choose the solution. So it gives the clients the opportunity to choose between different solutions, the solution that fits you best. And you can compete on infrastructure too. I think so, absolutely. We do it a lot in Sweden. So you can do that. And then you asked, do we need standards for sustainability? I don't think we need them within the Public Procurement Directive. Okay. We need them in other directives maybe, or in other regulations. But the Public Procurement Directive is, for me, a tool to procure, not to have specific assessment criteria.
So it's the wrong place
within
for
the
it.
directive, yes. Okay. But it's a tool to make it possible for clients to use the public procurement to assess certain qualities, certain skills and competencies, but maybe not precise criteria within the directive.
Someone in our audience saying, is it not a fact that the directive gives the client all the possibilities to do the right things, but they don't? So will any revision of the directive help, Melanie? I mean, are we in a sense, we have rules that allow them to do so much of this already. I go back to my question, is it a question of incentivizing the clients? Is it more a question of mandating these things? How do you see the most effective approach? Melanie?
I think we have to incentivize more the people for the directive, but we have to help them to use them. I think it's too easy for the clients to use the lowest price as the awarding criteria, and I think it's we have to help them to use the other possibilities in the directive, to use them in the procurement procedure. So I think we have to more incentivize them, and we have to help to eliminate the lowest price as an only award criteria.
So you would forbid it entirely?
Yes.
Yeah. As a criteria at all, or in terms of more than a certain percentage of the weighting, more than a certain number of points?
Yes, I think that is the better way, because actually the procurement client have the possibility to use them as the only one, and they create possibilities to show that we have other criteria like quality and something like that, but in the end of the day everybody have the same qualities, and in the end we have the lowest price is the winner. So I think we have to change this mindset.
Thank you. Just want to see if there are any questions in the room. I've got a couple more online, but does anybody in the room want to join our conversation at this stage? Okay, let me take those ones then that we have in Slido. One saying, how could verification of the quality of completed projects and feedback from end users be placed at the core of the directive? So, sort of, if you like, one of the ways to incentivize future procurement by verification what has been done and verifying the quality, which would be an incentive to get it right next time. Is that part of the answer, do you think?
I'm afraid we have not the time for that, because project lasts 3 to 5 years to be built or to be done, and then it's too late to reflect it what was 5 years before.
Yeah, so you can't do it. I'm just wondering whether somebody should do it. But Katarina?
No, it's already possible within the directive to use references. And one of the things that we are saying is that the references could be a bit older than the 3 years that's within the directive today. So references can be used both as a qualification criteria, saying that you need to have done this and this amount of that and that type of projects before to get in question to be evaluated. But it can also be in the selection criteria. And the selection criteria gives you, as a client or a procurer, the possibility to evaluate the quality of the things you have done before. So references can be used in both ways. And I think it would be better used in the selection phase than in the qualification.
Thank you. There is a question about who can enter design competitions. I want to come back to that in our last panel. But there was an interesting question here about, and perhaps Melanie, you could pick up on this, should there be more positive case studies made, public and discussed, to alleviate the fears of clients? So show them what has been done, and when those quality-based criteria are applied, it can work, and it does work. Is that part of the answer, do you think, here?
I think this is a good possibility to make, show that it's possible to do another way. And I think we have to more publish best practice examples that will help, I think.
Thank you. We are almost out of time. Many of the other questions I've still got relate specifically to the issue of lowest price, so I want to come back to them in our last panel. But as with all our other panels, I'm trying to be very concrete about where we go from here, and I think Lucia is still listening to us, and if she isn't, we will report back to her. So as they conduct this evaluation and think about the way forward for the public procurement framework, what for each of you, and I'll start at that end this time and come back this way, would be your top priority, not necessarily for a specific item in the revised directives, but a key ingredient that's going to make sure we get this approach right, and we make sure, going back, I think it was Nina said earlier, that our system is modern, fair and efficient and delivers what the Commission, because she said at the beginning, we want to make sure it delivers on our strategic priorities. New European Bauhaus is a strategic priority. What for you is the key, Katarina, to making sure it will do all these things?
Yes, of course. I'm talking about architecture services, and the same is for the engineering services. I think it's very important to have an understanding of intellectual services within the directive. Maybe a special chapter, that would be perfect. And then it could be said that you could recommend procurement methods, or you could advise on specific procurement methods that should be used when procuring intellectual services as architects. And in that case, lowest price cannot be the dominant qualification or assessment.
Thank you. Melanie?
I think we need a simplified procurement procedures to handle for the public clients, and we need a quality-oriented process so that we can go away from the lowest price to the quality-oriented references and change a mindset for this.
And we're going to build on that discussion that we've been having about how you really achieve a quality-oriented process and don't focus solely on price in our final panel of the day. But Klaus, for you, your key priority, what you see as the key ingredient to get this right?
I've said it. We need an own chapter on the new public procurement with the quality-based selection as a must. And in this chapter, we should implement all this, what we had heard before from Pierre, from the colleagues from the Switzerland, fair selection criteria, fair qualifications criteria, and that's it. And then we have done the next step.
Thank you very much indeed. And in our next discussion, we will focus on this issue of making sure that we prioritise quality, innovation and resilience over price. But we'll also consider it in the context we heard about Luxembourg. We're going to hear about a French case of how they're approaching this issue and see what we can learn. It'd be really helpful to also hear from all of you. You come from different member states about different approaches that are being taken to this across the EU, and can the European Union learn from those national approaches as they approach the revision of the directive. So all that to come back to, but will you join me in thanking our panel very much indeed for a great discussion. Coffee is now served and we'll come back here in half an hour. Please come back for the last time when you hear my very annoying bell. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to take your seats as we are about to start? If you could take your seats now. Welcome back to our last panel of the day, when we're going to build on the discussion that we were just having and talk about prioritizing quality, innovation, and resilience over price. We've talked about how important it is. I'd like to focus a little bit more on the how to do it, and more, if we can share national examples, can we learn from approaches in different countries? But we'll come back on that. Just to say, some of you have been asking, the slides will be made available on the partners' websites. Yeah, generally you will be able to get the slides. Also, I might as well give you a station announcement now, because it may affect your planning for later. For the party this evening, we have a minister coming, guest speakers. Please can you make sure you're back here? I think it said 7 o'clock originally on your tickets, but 6:30, if you could all be here. 850 people are coming to this party. So we need to get you in, get you registered, and you can start to enjoy yourselves. So if you could come back, I promise we'll finish on time. If you could be back here again then by 6:30. So we're going to have this last panel, and then in the last half an hour or so, I'm going to reflect with the presidents of our host organisations today on what we've learned. And we're going to hear more about that declaration I mentioned earlier, the Luxembourg Declaration. But to kick off our discussion on prioritising quality, innovation and resilience over price, I'm going to start with a short presentation, and I'm delighted to welcome Fabienne Gantois, Vice President of the Conseil National de l'Ordre de l'Architecte de France, CNOA, to talk about the French law on public contracting, MOP. So Fabienne, over to you, and then I'll introduce our panel to discuss this.
Hi everybody. Someone told me that I could speak French, so I think I will
Oui,
stick
on a
with
les
French,
interprètes,
so
c'est bien.
I'll be much quicker. Donc, je vais vous présenter très rapidement, j'ai 10 minutes, la commande publique en France, et je voudrais juste que vous reteniez 2 messages. C'est une commande qui est assez ancienne, qui a été pendant très très longtemps extrêmement bien structurée et qui aujourd'hui est fragilisée. Et donc je voudrais raconter un petit peu ces 2 histoires pour voir aussi quels sont les threats qu'on peut aussi avoir sur la commande publique à l'échelle européenne. Donc si on peut avoir le retour des slides, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Next one. Bon, ça vous connaissez, hein, c'est les objectifs de la commande publique, c'est la même chose en France et en Europe. Donc je vais passer pour gagner du temps et me concentrer sur les diapositives suivantes. Voilà, juste raconter une longue histoire quand même de la commande publique française qui a à peu près plus d'une cinquantaine d'années telle qu'elle est établie aujourd'hui. Avant, il y avait une ordonnance ingénieur où il y avait des barèmes pour les honoraires, parce que tout à l'heure on a parlé d'honoraires. Il y avait environ 30 500 niveaux d'honoraires, donc ce barème a été abandonné. Et la loi MOP est issue en fait de la loi sur l'architecture. En France, en 1977, il y a une loi sur l'architecture qui déclare que l'architecture est d'intérêt public et elle fait une mention sur la façon de contractualiser la commande architecturale. La loi dit qu'il faut absolument renforcer et encourager l'utilisation des concours pour l'achat public, mais aussi pour l'achat privé. Et au même moment est créée une grande mission interministérielle, donc qui est transversale à plusieurs ministères, qu'on appelle l'AMIC, NQCP, qui, elle, va être en charge, par son président, d'établir un premier rapport qui va aboutir à une loi pour la commande publique française qu'on appelle loi MOP, qui ensuite sera intégrée en 2019 sur le Code de la commande publique générale. J'ai mentionné quelques petits points. Vous avez en 2000 une loi SRU, qui est une loi de la mixité sociale en France, qui impose 20% de logements sociaux dans toutes les villes en France. J'y reviendrai, ça n'a rien à voir avec la commande publique, et pourtant ça a des incidences sur la commande publique aujourd'hui. La première force de la loi MOP, c'est d'avoir identifié les acteurs autour d'un projet et avoir surtout dit que l'autorité publique qui était en charge de la construction d'un bâtiment avait la responsabilité de la qualité du bâtiment. Que contrairement à ce qu'on croit, la qualité ne reporte pas sur seulement les qualités des architectes et des ingénieurs et du projet qui est en place, mais c'est la commande avec des obligations. Faire un programme, avant c'était pas obligatoire, trouver un site, parfois on lançait des projets sans avoir de site, établir un budget, et puis choisir un type de procédure de commande. Deuxième pilier, évidemment, la question des architectes et des ingénieurs qui, eux, sont responsables de la qualité de la conception du bâtiment. Et puis, troisième pilier, les entreprises qui sont totalement séparées des architectes et des maîtres d'ouvrage. Sauf dans certains cas, dans la commande publique française, à cette époque, c'est la question du projet industriel, d'une part, quand le fait industriel est supérieur au fait architectural, et puis l'autre cas, c'est quand on fait appel à un bâtiment qui est extrêmement technique, où on a besoin d'embarquer très en amont l'industriel, le constructeur, avec l'équipe des concepteurs, les architectes. Deuxième force de la loi MOP, c'est le séquençage. Je ne vais pas rester longtemps dessus, mais ça a permis de dire qu'il y avait une démarche scalaire du projet, de la grande échelle à la petite échelle, et surtout qu'il y avait des validations de développement de projet à chaque étape par la maîtrise d'ouvrage. Et puis, la troisième force, c'est la mission complète. Ça veut dire que le projet architectural, ce n'est pas un projet qui s'arrête au permis de construire ou au dossier de consultation des entreprises. Le projet architectural vit jusqu'à la fin du chantier. Et donc, en commande publique, l'architecte, automatiquement, a une mission de suivi de chantier et de visas architecturaux et de conseil à la réception. Alors, j'ai un petit truc là. Okay. Il y a 3 types de procédures. Bon, je ne vais pas développer, parce que c'est pareil, plus ou moins en Europe, les marchés négociés, les marchés adaptés et les marchés formalisés sur le droit européen. Et dans les marchés formalisés, il y a le principe du concours, sur lequel, évidemment, des tables rondes sont déjà intervenues, avec une particularité sur le concours en France. Il est obligatoire pour toutes les constructions neuves, passer un certain seuil d'honoraires estimés. Donc le maître d'ouvrage a une responsabilité dans l'estimation des honoraires des architectes et des ingénieurs de l'équipe de maîtrise d'œuvre. Et en fonction de ce niveau d'honoraires estimé, il va pouvoir lancer un type de procédure ou un autre, et donc déclencher ou pas notamment un concours. Alors comment on estime les honoraires pour un maître d'ouvrage? Bien justement, il y a cette mission interministérielle qui, elle, a un guide, d'ailleurs qui est totalement disponible en anglais sur leur site, où, en fonction de la nature du programme, de la taille du programme et du budget, on peut déterminer des honoraires, ou en tout cas des fourchettes d'honoraires, pour justement que le maître d'ouvrage puisse être éclairé et déterminer sa procédure à choisir. En revanche, il y a des faiblesses aujourd'hui dans cette loi MOP qui sont très fortes. La première grande faiblesse, c'est que la rénovation, finalement, la rénovation n'est pas, enfin, le concours ne s'impose pas aux projets de rénovation. Or, aujourd'hui, de plus en plus de projets touchent à la rénovation, y compris des projets de grande taille. Or, le concours, lui, il n'a pas de main sur ces projets-là. Donc, on voit qu'il y a beaucoup de projets qui commencent à disparaître du radar du concours. Et puis, un deuxième point, c'est que les bailleurs sociaux, donc les social landlords, ne sont pas obligés de recourir au concours, y compris en construction neuve, et ceci depuis 2018. Il y a deuxième faiblesse assez importante, alors c'est un peu petit sur l'écran, c'est ce qu'on appelle en France la VFA, la vente en voie future d'achèvement pour les bailleurs sociaux, ce qu'on appelle le off-plan sales. Ça, c'est un dispositif, en fait, qui permet aux bailleurs d'acheter leurs logements sociaux à des promoteurs privés. Sur le principe qu'il y a un bâtiment qui existe, il est vide, je peux l'acheter. Mais en fait, ce dispositif-là, dans les années 2000, c'était 1% de la construction de logements sociaux en France. Aujourd'hui, c'est 57% en 2022, et je pense qu'en 2025, c'est plus de 60%. Il y a des départements, c'est 80% de la commande. Ce qui veut dire que le bailleur social, qui normalement, lui, est tenu à la commande publique, il va déroger à la commande publique et il va passer directement chez le promoteur. Alors pour nous, architectes, c'est super important parce que du coup, on contracte en contrat privé et plus en contrat public. Et l'activité réservée en France pour l'architecte, c'est de l'esquisse au permis de construire. Donc le promoteur, il vous prend sur un contrat privé, et après le PC, il vous vire.
Fabien, on doit être très court maintenant.
Ok, short. Voilà, donc je viens simplement, évidemment, donc les craintes pour la loi MOP, c'est la généralisation pour le off-plan sales, y compris pour les bâtiments publics, parce qu'on a vu des amendements à l'Assemblée nationale qui allaient dans ce sens-là. C'est aussi la généralisation, là j'arrive pas à lire parce que j'ai une image sur ma diapositive, mais la généralisation aussi des contrats de conception-réalisation qui justement viennent coupler l'architecte à l'entreprise, notamment avec le développement du off-site building. Voilà, donc les opportunités pour le futur, c'est très certainement réformer la loi MOP pour renforcer le concours, imposer les compétitions, les concours sur la rénovation, et puis aussi considérer peut-être la démocratie participative dans la façon d'approcher le projet. Et puis comme on voit qu'il y a de plus en plus de partenariats publics-privés, c'est que dès qu'il y a de l'argent public, en tout cas c'est ce qu'au Conseil national à Paris on défend, et en France, c'est que dès qu'il y a de l'argent public, automatiquement, ça devrait être couplé avec une commande publique. Voilà, et dernière diapositive, on est bon, c'est je vous invite, enfin c'est pas moi d'ailleurs, mais le président des Pays de Loire, le conseil régional de Nantes, vous invite, ils font une exposition où ils exposent tous les concours perdus. Parce que le concours, c'est aussi ça, c'est un débat sur l'architecture, c'est un débat sur des projets. Et je voudrais juste répondre à la table ronde précédente. Le concours, en fait, a été inventé par des marchands à Florence, à la Renaissance, parce que les marchands voulaient acheter la meilleure qualité possible. Alors, ils étaient habitués à acheter des épices, à acheter des tissus, mais ils ne savaient pas acheter des bâtiments. Et donc, le concours, c'est ce qu'on appelle une méthode d'achat par comparaison. Et donc, justement, ils ont lancé des concours pour pouvoir acheter des bâtiments sur des dessins, sur des maquettes. Donc, c'est une méthode d'achat prouvée, y compris dans un système très marchand. Voilà. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, Fabienne, for your presentation. Thank you very much indeed. So now, as I say, we're going to focus in this last substantive panel on the key question of prioritising quality, innovation, resilience over price, and how to do it, not just through policy change, we focus on that, but also non-policy change. And what can we learn from approaches, from lessons learned in countries like France about how to do it. And we also want to touch on an issue we haven't really talked about so much, which is how do we improve access to procurement procedures for small and medium-sized enterprises. We haven't focused on that. I'd like to touch on that with our last panel today. And we got some quite provocative questions also from our audience. And I just want to remind you, before I bring up the panel, what you said in answer to the questions about the role of public procurement. And resoundingly, for you, stopping using the lowest price as an award criteria was key, and ensuring quality and innovation-oriented procurement procedures. So what do they look like? Let me bring up our panel to discuss this. Delighted to welcome back Nina Drashin-Lovrets, ECEC President, Jaap de Koning, EFCA Internal Market Committee Chair, and Carl Beckstrand, who is Vice President of ACE. Nina, come and sit next to me so I don't feel so lonely. A very warm welcome to all of you. Hi. 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 So make yourselves comfortable and we will get underway. So Nina, just coming back to this issue, I say we've talked a lot about why we need to prioritize quality over price. What do you see as the key challenges if we are to get that right? And particularly to this question about clients. Because we talked in the last question about incentivizing clients, and we got into a bit of a discussion about whether you incentivize them or you require them to do this. What is your sense of what we need to do? There's a mic there. Thanks, Jaap.
Thank you for the question. I will first emphasize relating the presentation of Lucia Martinez from the DG Grow. I read one sentence that she said that the qualified requirements, criteria can be applied on the strategic sector. I think that the construction sector is a really strategic sector because we have we have impact of life, of public safe, of secure, of our recipient of our services. So for this sector, I think that the quality should be prioritized instead of the price criterion for the public procurement of intellectual services, specific intellectual services of engineer. But relating to our clients, I think that is very, very hard thing to tell them and synthesize them to accept the procurement base, just the procurement base of the qualities is stand only on the price, because if nothing is specified in the law and is required by the law, nobody would like to lead this.
Yeah, and indeed, that point that somebody made earlier about the real challenge, because clients, public clients, we're talking about really,
yes,
causing the problem. Public clients simply are not willing to take the risk of new methods, yes, new materials. They would rather stick with tried and trusted methods of doing it. And that, I think we've talked a lot about mindset today and education, whether they are keys. Yeah, how do you see it, and how particularly, what is your explanation of the fact that we've had a directive in place for over a decade that says you can use other criteria, you can decide how to weight your criteria, but it's not used?
No,
why not?
No, and I think you mentioned already some elements in this. Procurement officers are often, well, they have a budget in time, but they also have a perception of risk. And to explain the choice of your procurement procedure, it's much easier to just use simply the lowest price, because that's the outcome of the market competition. So the lowest price is then the answer to your question. This is the best company to produce, to procure. They are the cheapest. So you don't have to explain anything. And it takes much more effort when you use meat. You have to explain why you assess the quality criteria in a certain way. Why is this one better than the other? So you have to have knowledge. You have to be able to assess them in the right way. And you have to have, yeah, well, the backbone to stand for your choice and to stand for your assessment. So that's quite a challenge for a lot of procurement officers.
I'm wondering if part of the answer is precisely the sort of thing we've been hearing this afternoon about the ways you can do it, and say, look, it's not as difficult as you think. We just need to get over that hurdle. But let's come back on that. Complete the picture for me, Carl, in terms of how you see the challenge relating, and maybe we come back to this question earlier of, somebody said they won't do it unless they have to. So the new rules have to make them do it. Is that going to work? Is that a practical approach?
So many good words have been said today. So, but I would say that there's one maybe simple answer to this, and that is to remind the clients of that very, very rarely the lowest price ends up in the lowest cost for the client. And I think that is what we need to repeat, and show by example. And there are examples like going back doing post-occupancy evaluation, showing what is the result of what we as architects, engineers have delivered, what that end up in with for the end users. And the end users are, in fact, what the clients are responsible for. I mean, how the end users are using those things we are part of producing. So reminding that lowest price is not the lowest cost.
Thank you. So we're talking about policy changes, and we touched on a number of them in the last issue, but we're also talking here about non-policy changes, what you can do, what you need to do to help to educate, to come up with those answers. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the policy changes, you know, we talked a little bit, but not in depth, about whether we need better criteria for some of these things that they say are very difficult to evaluate, because they go for price because it's easy. It's a numbers game. What for you is the key in terms of the policy change? Where would you put the emphasis? And in terms of non-policy changes, what needs to happen to bring about, I think more than anything else I've heard today, about a culture shift, a mindset shift? Yeah, first.
Yeah, you mentioned a lot of things in culture shift. You can do a lot of things in changing also culture, as you call it. for instance, for projects, the procurement phase is not sexy. You know, it's something that has to be done because we have to follow the rules. While if you think about it, procurement is a very strategic instrument in achieving your goals. But especially for management, they don't see this yet. So the education should also point at what you can achieve by having a very good procurement strategy. How can you add value to the end, the product that you eventually want to realize, whether it's infrastructure or a building or something, and explain what the procurement procedure can add to that. So take it away not only from the procurement department, it's their thing and they have to do something with it, you know, they have to comply with European directives, etc., but also make it, show them that it's a management decision on what are the basic elements in defining your procurement strategy. Take it on a higher level. That's one thing. That's not being done very much.
Carl, Nina, do you think that's part of the answer? Carl first this time.
Yeah, I do, and I think that this is also, I mean, the ambitions sometimes are very high on the senior level when those procurement are being done, but then when, I mean, the evaluation of the actual the bids coming in there, I mean, then there is a information gap sort of, and that's something that we should aim to change, I think, because, I mean, it's not about ticking boxes when you are doing the evaluation. It should be very, very sophisticated interviews or evaluation of the criteria, because as we have heard earlier, I mean, sometimes even though they do have quality criteria, they are not being evaluated properly. I mean, and then it all end up in the price still.
But do you think the quality criteria are clear enough? I mean, do we need clearer criteria?
Croatia, I'm coming from Croatia.
Yeah.
I'm also the president of Croatia Chamber of Civil Engineers. And since 2016, when the public procurement is in force, we are managed with this, with the meet criteria. So we have really great experience with this. Some of them are good, some of them are not so good. But I think that a very big influence in the providing all this procedure of public procurement is on the public sector, on the contractor of the tender. Because if the tender is not prepared, the good or is not good statement, and if the evaluation of estimate value is not estimate as much as is according to the price and according to the market stage, that will be really not successful tender. And also in Croatia there is two evaluation criteria. One is the quality and the other is the price. And the ratio between the quality and the price is 80% in favor to the price and 20% in favor
the
of
opposite way round to the way you all believe it should be done.
Yes, it is opposite, and we are not satisfied, and we also advocate as much as possible to increase this criteria in favor of the quality, because at the end we are engineers, and if some company don't have a significant reference and they don't have turnover what is requirement in the tenders, we are engineers, and when we can calculate with the price to manage as much as successful points at the end. And at the end, this criteria is only based on the price. So this is really poor.
Somebody in our audience asked a very specific question about Croatia, because they said, after the Croatian earthquake, were the procurement procedures for retrofitting of damaged public buildings, were they price-oriented? I think you've just answered the question. 80% price-oriented.
Yes. If the 80% is in favor of price, that is a price-oriented, and we are strongly advocates to change this in this public procurement on the EU level, but also we submit our comments at the local, national level.
Okay. Let me throw an idea at you that's come from our audience. Would it be an idea, says someone anonymously, to use a two-envelope system? First, you open the quality envelope, and then afterwards, you open the price envelope. In that way, you'd put the focus on quality. Is this part of the answer?
Very good. I would say make it a standard. It's a small element, but at least it does take away the risk that the evaluation of the quality criteria is influenced by the price. If you just open the envelope of the criteria, the quality criteria first,
we'll
you don't know anything
about
the price,
issue later.
Then at least the assessment is being done purely on quality criteria and not knowing the price.
Does anybody do it this way?
Yes, we do it a lot.
You do it a lot.
At least in Holland.
Yes. In Holland it's done.
Being done a lot,
it's
yes.
Being done
we also do in Croatia in some tenders.
Yeah.
But it doesn't take away the problem that Croatia has. Okay, then we evaluate 20%.
Yeah.
We evaluate 20%, very objective, very good. And then, okay, then we open the other envelope and then it's 80%.
Yeah.
So
doesn't solve it, but maybe it's part of
it's
part of changing the mindset, no, Carl, isn't it?
Definitely, and it happens in Sweden too, and I think it's so important that we spread those good examples and encourage clients to use those methods, because I mean they are already there. So I mean, yes, we need to revise the directive, but we should also be aware of the possibilities that there is with the directive.
Because it has been suggested, people saying, even if somebody said earlier, I read out a question saying, okay, well, it was possible already, and they're not doing it, so what difference will a new directive make? So there is still that question of incentivizing it where it is a choice. Just to
emphasize, the good example is in Spain. In Spain is the minimum 51% in favor of the quality. So I think it is a good ratio, but we think also too that should be increased in favor of the quality.
Absolutely. I think you talk about 80-20 normally, don't you? The other way round to what you have. Another question. I'm trying to be very practical in these questions because there's a lot of very practical questions about how you do this that I think are quite interesting. Someone asked earlier, life cycle costs remains a big issue to evaluate as quality criteria in the procurement process. Again, is there anything we can learn from national examples about how to address this? Because you rightly emphasised the difference between price and cost. Carl, you said you thought that was key, but...
Yeah, and I'm coming back to this, I mean, in this post-occupancy evaluation, I mean, in that part, it can also be this LCC, life cost, or LCA, life cost analysis, in order to prove, I mean, what did the actual cost of the project end up into that, and that could be then part of the selection criteria when you are bidding for a new project to show, how did your earlier project perform?
Mm.
If you look at the 2014 directives, they have made a change then going from price to cost. And it's already mentioned that life cycle costs can be the assessment criteria as well. The problem is there is no instrument. So at EFCA, quite some years ago, we already thought about, shall we provide European Commission with an instrument?
Right.
Because if you don't have an instrument, how do I assess on life cycle criteria, life cycle costs? So, and I think we're going there because you already see that if you look at society, there is, for instance, pricing on CO2. That's now on a European scale.
Yep.
So pricing on CO2 can also be part of a procurement process. Makes it a second element in apart from price. So we're already shifting towards a much more multi-criteria analysis, in my view, and we can help them, we can stimulate that by providing an instrument on life cycle costs.
And where are you with that process? You say it's something you've been working on.
Yeah, we've been working on it, but I think we were too early. I think we were about 7 years ago or something.
It's true, sometimes you can be too early, and no one's listening.
No one's listening, and it is not easy, I must say. It's a complex issue, life cycle cost.
Why is it so difficult?
Because it includes a lot of different elements, and you need to go to one sort of criteria. You need to go to euros, or you need to go to whatever element in order to make it work. So it doesn't work in all cases. It doesn't work in all procurement procedures, because not every procurement procedure leads to a design, and you need to have a design in order to predict life cycle costs. You need to have something in order to evaluate. So,
but it is key, these sorts of instruments, and we heard earlier about the value app and how that can help. I mean, making it easier for the client to do the right thing, as it were, is an essential part of this. No, not just saying, well, certain of the rules require you to do the right thing, but we're going to make it, you said at the beginning, so much effort.
So much
effort,
yes.
the effort.
Of course, I mean, the best instrument to convince people is to seduce them. And seducing is by showing that it's simple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Yes, and also based on previous practice, if you save money in design phase, you will surely have some complicating during the construction phase and also during the maintenance of the building, because during the construction side you will have the problem with the increase of the investments, with the time life of and finishing of your project, and also that is very, very important. There is the quality of the project. We are today emphasize regarding the resilience of the building, and I don't think if you save money in the design phase, maybe we have very negative impact on the resilience of the building at the end.
So I'm wondering, somebody asked earlier about using more case studies to make the case. And in an earlier panel, someone said, yeah, well, what about, we're talking about the benefits of doing these things. You're talking there about the cost of not doing them. And I'm wondering, therefore, whether for you as a sector, developing more case studies to show the positive side of it, but also, look, if you don't do it this way, the consequences can be. Is that part of the answer to this approach, Carl, do you think?
Yeah, case studies is always very, very useful in that sense. And it's, as you say, it's both the good ones and what the lessons learned from not successful ones. And I think this goes for the finalized projects, but it also from procurement procedures as such. I mean, there are things, procurement methods that are not done so much. I mean, we have this, if you call it competitive dialogues, that is also something that can be used. And again,
I'm never a fan of scaring my clients by showing them, oh, this is going to happen if you don't do this.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't work. Positive in leading the project.
It should be positive. And it was said in the last panel that there's no real proof. There is a very good survey, at least in Holland, from a knowledge center, CROW, that shows that using meat in the end leads to a lot of examples with the highest quality and the lowest price. Statistically proven. So there is proof that it works. If you apply it well, we can show that it works. So these are the elements that you have to use in educating your clients and showing them the advantages of doing it different than only price.
I want to come to a different issue because it's been raised in a number of areas relating to small and medium-sized enterprises and their access to procurement. And I know you've developed some ideas about what maybe needs to be done in the rules. But we've got a number of questions. I just throw these in before you answer this, because we were talking earlier about design competitions. And not just architect design competitions, but whole team design competitions. And someone says, when you talk about design competitions, you are assuming that all qualifying participants are paid. If not, only the most wealthy companies can enter. So is there a risk that they become a barrier? And there's another question here saying, sometimes low price is the only means to access new markets and sectors if you don't have the references. The risk of that is that only the big players remain. How do you address it? So when we talk about the barriers that SMEs face, and we are talking here, I mean, the EU definition of SMEs is quite big. They're not very S. They may be M, but they're not very small. But in this sector, as I understand it, many of your members are very small companies. So what do we need to do in those areas? And just pick up on those specifics as part of your answer to this question. Who would like to come in? Carl first?
Yeah, but I think there are cities as a public procurer that are very eager to have small architect companies or medium-sized architect companies being part of those procurements. And sometimes when setting up those competition teams, they are specifically asking for having teams with young or small practices entering those competitions. That's as a criteria to form a team. And that is not only for design competitions, that can also goes for those competitive dialogues, for instance. But I think it's again a possibility to encourage smaller practices to be part in this.
Yeah, there is a suggestion here, someone saying, how do you make sure it doesn't just mean people doing work for free?
Yeah, that's about competition, that's right. Yes. But of course, we're talking here in a European perspective, but if you talk about SMEs, I would say raise the thresholds and cut the red tape. I think that's part of the answer. Because if you raise the thresholds, there's much more possible within national or local rules, etc., and much more freedom. And cut the red tape, make it more simple. That's what. SMEs are often afraid of the whole package. I mean, look at the average procurement procedure, the amount of information, especially when we become much more digital. It's very easy to give all the information you have and make it a pile of paper that is not to be read in a couple of weeks.
Do we also have to look at the eligibility criteria in terms of, at the moment, there's quite a lot of quantitative criteria about number of employees, turnover, etc. Is that an issue that needs to be addressed?
I think it is. We made some investigation into Croatia, and 85% of our members, the members of the chamber, there is a certified regulated profession of engineer that provide these services, design services and supervise and construction services, are in the SME enterprise and the micro enterprise. Only 50% of all company are big company. So this is a very big market potential. But if they can't submit the tender regarding all these obstacles, turnover, member of staffs, etc., I think that we lose a very, very big amount of our market, and in the future, this is the obstacle for providing our services. But also on the opposite side, when they submit tender and haven't got enough staffs to provide these services, is one obstacle, and another obstacle if they are not pay mind by mind, because they can't overlap this gap. Between the payment, if the payment is connected to some milestone, submitting the building permit, obtaining the building permit, and etc. This type of services that only can carry the big enterprise. So this is a really, really problem. One of the possibility to solve this problem is to split the tender in the load. So. Or team up with...
Yeah, I was going to ask, it's breaking it down into smaller lots?
Yes, in the breaking down into smaller lots.
Does that have a potential downside, though? You talked about reducing administrative complexity. Could it introduce complexities elsewhere? I'm playing devil's advocate here.
I don't know if that is the answer. If you want to attract SMEs and the project is very big, the SMEs have to form a union, consortium. In order to be able to do this. So I don't know if the answer is cut it into pieces. I don't know if that's the answer, if that will be more attractive for them or more easy to apply. If you don't change the rules, if you don't change the procedure, then you have not one-time complexity, but you have 5 times complexity.
Exactly, multiple complexity. It'd be interesting if anyone in the room has a view on that. I'll come out to you in a minute.
There is a big infrastructure project relating water waste treatment system, and it is a huge program that can really be split in the part, and some small and medium enterprise can contribute on this tender. It can be split. Some project can be split.
Sure.
But this type of project for infrastructures in the cities, big cities and area can be done like this.
Yeah. Somebody actually saying, one of our audience member, a problem for SMEs are the very restrictive rules about working together in consortia. So they need to make sure they're compliant as well, which would be key. Carl, a thought to this issue and more broadly how to improve access for SMEs to public procurement contracts?
No, but I strongly believe that, yes, there are opportunities in still making consortia, and not only then again among architects, but I mean it's also bringing the other expertise into this. We are talking engineers, but there is also artists that can be part of that. And in Sweden we had these visions from the north, NEB-inspired procurement 2 years ago, I think it was something very successful in the sense that it really brought smaller practices, not only architects together, looking into a number of studies in various cities in the north of Sweden.
One other issue I want to come back to, we talked in the last session about recognising, having a specific chapter for intellectual services, or at very least a proper definition of what they are, in order to get over this problem of them being treated the same as any standardised service. Do we know, are there countries, based on your knowledge and experience, that are already taking account or have in their legislation something that recognises that intellectual services are different? Or is this somewhere where we really have to work on it start from scratch to get this new chapter that's been called for, this new definition. Yeah, do you know anywhere that is doing this effectively?
No, I don't, but what I do know is that we already in 2014, we proposed a definition to the European Commission from EFCA. So we already have a good definition. So
okay, it's on the table.
It's on the table.
Does it need revising now, 10 years, 11 years on?
Perhaps we should dust it off a little bit and make it modern and more digital, etc. But it's already there.
It's new.
Yeah, well, just as we already have a guidance for them, for all our clients in applying meat. You know, it's a 5-step approach, making a good set of meat criteria. So there's a lot of material already in helping clients in applying meat, for instance. So there's a lot.
Any other?
So we also, as a professional organization, ECEC submit the comments and recommendation for the revision of the new Public Procurement Directive to introduce the specific chapter for intellectual services. As well, we also done this at the national level as the Chamber of Civil Engineering in Croatia, and support this initiative. And also, we are the topic of providing a public procurement is the most important topic among our engineers in Croatia. And we regularly organize panel discussion, conversation with the decision maker, with the politician, to introduce them of a complexibility of intellectual work of engineers, what is important and what is the contribution of the public safe and the public likes at the end of our works.
Thank you very much. Your last chance, if anyone has a brief burning point they wanted to make in person rather than letting me read it out on your behalf, no obligation to do so, but before I put our panel on the spot, I see the Minister has arrived and I want to give him the floor shortly, but does anybody think, I've been listening to this conversation all day and there's something I think is absolutely vital and no one's mentioned it. Or have our speakers done a magnificent job in covering everything you care about? Good. You've done a magnificent job.
Can I make one, just thinking out of the box?
Yeah, do.
Because this is all about tendering. This is all about the decision for you as a company to apply an offer, make an offer for a client. What if we don't make an offer, but we just send them, in case it's only on price, of course, just send them a notice, a very kind letter, in which you say, I'm not going to offer you anything, unless, because it's only on lowest price. It's also about educating your clients. Oh, okay. I think there's...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking revolution here. It begins now. Before we close and I give the floor to the Minister, I want to do what I've been doing all day long, which is really trying to chart the way forward. And here we've been talking about what you can do, and we've been talking about what policymakers, decision makers need to do, both of them. So your priority can come from you as a sector to advance this case and to push it forward, or it can be something for the decision makers, but for each of you. And I started with you with the first question, Nina. So I'm going to start with Carl and give you the last word, and then we'll hear from you again later, reflecting on the broader issues. Carl, for you, if you are finally to crack this nut that the 2014 Public Procurement Directive did not, because it allowed it, but it hasn't happened, what for you is key?
No, it will be a repetition now, but repetition is what we need to do in order to get this right, I guess. But that is, yes, if we can have a special chapter for those intellectual or creative services, I think that is a main thing. And then the other thing is really, we need to, again, repeat, and we need also to educate people in this, because it's not easy. But so those are my...
Start with a clear recognition that you're not bricks, you're not a product, you are a creative process. Yeah, for you.
Yes, I think it's two of them. It's, yes, we should work on the directive, of course, because that's a regulation. But above that, we should also collaborate together. Engineers, architects, use the creativity to develop a strategy, to seduce the clients and to show them what the extra added value is to do it in a different approach.
Thank you.
Meaning not using price only.
Thank you. I didn't think we'd be talking about seduction today. Somebody has raised a hand, and if you'll forgive me, Nina, before I come to your priority, I would love to hear from that person. So let me just leap down and give her the floor. Hang on a second. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
So my name is Anna Zabielska. I'm from Norway, and I'm also a part of young consultancy engineers in Norway. And one issue that we work on in Norway, but I assume it's also an issue in other countries, is that young engineers with a little experience are excluded from being offered on tenders. So I was wondering, it's maybe a bit off topic.
No,
you
it's not
talked
off
about
topic
price
at all.
and quality, but in your opinion, what can be done to increase the inclusivity?
So you have to have, just so I understand, you have to have a certain number of years of experience?
Yes. So, for example, if you have less than 5 years or 8 years of experience, you cannot even be offered to work on the project.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's an interesting point. Nina, give us, maybe react to that, and then we'll come back to your priority.
Okay. We also prepare initiative now. There will be the changing of our building law. It is the top of our for construction sector, and this problem with the young engineers that they can't contribute in the project, in the tender, is a basis on this. Then only the team leader get a reference for such a project, such a project. On the biggest projects, such as infrastructure project, airport building, roads, etc., etc. This project can't be carried out by only one designer and one responsible people. The whole team that contribute on these projects, these projects, we are focused and advocate for this, can get a reference for this project. So in the further tender, they can submit and they can be provided as a team leader in this project, and they can get a reference. If this approach will not be like this, no young people can get a reference. Only the old engineers, only the basin of the old engineer is coming from one project to another project. I am personally advocate for this for a long time at the national level, but now this is the problem, not only in Croatia, I think all over Europe. Yes.
I know it's not specific to what we're talking about here, but it is part of this whole, we've been talking about skills, we've been talking about talent, we've been talking about creativity. An issue for you?
Yes, absolutely an issue, but this is a surprise for me. I mean, I thought Norway was a modern country, but... And if I were you, I would lobby on another principle. Why don't we exclude every engineer that's older than 55? Because they are not creative anymore. They know nothing about digitalization.
Whoa.
So
I think you've just insulted half the room, but never mind. Carl, did you want to add anything? No. Nina, I stopped you in mid-flow. In terms of your key priority, the key next step, to make sure that we get this change, because I think we've been talking, yes, about the directive, but so much about mindset and your role as an industry in helping to change that mindset among your clients. So what for you is the top priority here?
As we collaborate as an engineer architect in designing the process of all our construction project, we should make an influence on our investor and educate them relating all the consequences of the pure design that have influence on the other further step of the project construction part of the project, and also to the facility management. And in the end, this poor path of design will increase the complete price of the project in their lifelong circle.
And on that note, will you join me in thanking our panel very much indeed? Thank you for a great discussion. And we've done a great deal, I think, in terms of charting the way forward, and we will come back to that in my last session with the presidents. Nina will be back for that a little bit later on. But it is now my pleasure to welcome onto the stage Eric Thiel, who is the Minister of Culture here in Luxembourg, to talk about architectural policies in Europe, implementation of quality criteria in Luxembourg. Minister, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, and the floor is yours. You need to come this side because this is where the big stairs are. That side you climb a mountain in a rather over-athletic way. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Voilà, schönen guten Abend, hello, good evening, bonsoir, mesdames les présidentes, chers Pierre, mesdames, messieurs, en tant que ministre de la Culture, je suis très content d'être parmi vous et je voudrais tout d'abord remercier l'OAI pour l'organisation de ce colloque. C'est avec plaisir que j'ai accepté l'invitation car comme d'autres pays européens, nous pouvons remarquer ici au Grand-Duché du Luxembourg un climat favorable. Favorable au discours sur l'importance de l'architecture et aussi de l'environnement bâti de qualité pour le bien-être de tous les citoyens. Au Luxembourg, nous connaissons bien le système de la tripartite qui repose, on va le faire comme ça, qui repose sur le dialogue entre le gouvernement, les employeurs et aussi les syndicats sur des questions économiques et sociales importantes afin de parvenir à un consensus garant très important de la paix sociale. Nous sommes convaincus que le dialogue entre toutes les parties prenantes est la clé pour le succès et ce dans tous les domaines. Donc, oui, aussi dans le cadre de la Baukultur. Je me réjouis dès lors que la planification collaborative était au cœur de cette conférence ici. Bien que je n'ai malheureusement pas pu assister aux discussions que vous avez eues, mais je me suis déjà laissé dire que les débats étaient particulièrement intéressants, animés et fructueux. L'architecture et l'environnement bâti nous concernent tous. Ils forment le cadre dans lequel nous vivons, travaillons et aussi évoluons. Et oui, l'environnement bâti, tout comme la culture en général, est un bien commun. Les défis sont nombreux et il va de soi que la politique a bien sûr son rôle à jouer. Les pouvoirs publics peuvent concourir à créer un cadre favorable pour une bauculture de qualité. Des initiatives telles que EURB-Act, New European Bauhaus ou encore Alliance de Davos sont aussi indispensables que les textes législatifs. Le recours au soft power est le fil conducteur de ces initiatives, tout comme dans les diverses politiques architecturales nationales. La plupart de ces dernières font surtout office de feuilles de route pour aller de l'avant. Il en est aussi avec la politique architecturale ici au Luxembourg de 2024, mais aussi avec notre plan de développement culturel beaucoup plus récent, le Kulturentwicklungsplan de 2018 à 2028. Depuis 2004, nous avons bien avancé. Il n'est pas possible en tant que ministre d'énumérer en 2 minutes tout ce qui a été fait en 20 ans. Mais concernant le programme de politique architecturale, on peut par exemple citer la mise en place des masters en architecture et en aménagement du territoire à l'Université de Luxembourg, ici à Belleval, ou encore le soutien prononcé du LUCA, le Luxembourg Center for Architecture, par le ministère de la Culture. Au sujet du Kulturentwicklungsplan, relevons surtout les recommandations transposées de la réforme de la loi sur le patrimoine culturel ou encore la réalisation du plan de gestion pour le patrimoine mondial de la ville de Luxembourg. Le Kulturentwicklungsplan présente une vision pour notre culture au Luxembourg. Il s'agit d'une vision que je partage et qui me tient à cœur de développer davantage. 2028, c'est demain et nous planifions déjà l'avenir de la politique culturelle après le CEP 1.0 et je peux vous assurer que l'architecture occupera la place qu'elle mérite dans le plan que nous élaborons. Nous préparons également ici au Luxembourg des assises du patrimoine pour l'année prochaine, en 2026, une occasion d'échanger avec vous, bien sûr, le secteur où l'architecture sera l'un des piliers centraux des discussions. L'architecture est un art majeur et il me tient à cœur de l'intégrer plus profondément dans la politique culturelle. Car oui, l'architecture, l'urbanisme et le paysagisme ont un véritable impact sur le bien-être de nos citoyens et dans notre société en général. Architecture et Baukultur devront certainement faire partie intégrante de notre future politique culturelle, puisque nous ne devons pas seulement nous préoccuper du patrimoine d'aujourd'hui, mais bien sûr aussi du patrimoine de demain. Dans ce contexte, je suis heureux de partager avec vous que j'ai eu l'honneur d'inaugurer aussi la semaine dernière le pavillon luxembourgeois à la Biennale d'architecture de Venise. J'y ai constaté avec enthousiasme, avec un grand plaisir, combien les professionnels du secteur débordent de créativité, d'innovation et aussi d'engagement. Cela me renforce dans ma conviction que l'architecture, ici au Luxembourg, a un avenir aussi prometteur que stimulant. Mesdames, Messieurs, chers tous, la décision d'actualiser le programme de politique architecturale a été prise en 2024 et ces premiers mois de 2025, une feuille de route a été élaborée pour ce faire. Jusqu'en 2028, au plus tard, nous nous proposons dès lors, à l'instar des autres domaines culturels, et en suivant la recommandation numéro 6 du Kulturentwicklungsplan, de faire élaborer un état des lieux sur la culture du bâti, suivi d'un workshop ou d'assises sectorielles sur la Baukultur, que réunira alors tous les partenaires prenantes et donc aussi les autres ministères concernés sur ce sujet important. Ainsi, très important, une campagne d'information adressée au grand public. La sensibilisation du grand public est un élément essentiel sur le chemin vers un avenir, un environnement bâti de qualité. La majorité des maîtres d'ouvrage sont des personnes privées et il importe aussi qu'ils ou elles exigent la qualité. Et oui, il existe bel et bien des programmes ou projets de sensibilisation au niveau européen. Il y a, vous le savez bien, le prix Mies van der Rohe. Au Luxembourg, nous avons d'un côté le Bauherrenpreis organisé par l'OAI et de l'autre côté les Luxembourg Architecture Awards organisés par le LUCA, qui vont d'ailleurs intégrer les 8 critères du système de Davos aux critères de sélection pour l'édition de 2026. Et oui, de plus, le ministère de la Culture attribuera aussi pour l'année prochaine, dès 2026, et tous les 4 ans, le Luxembourger Architektenpreis, un prix destiné à récompenser la carrière d'un architecte luxembourgeois. Mais comme c'est le cas dans tous les domaines, pour terminer, il y a toujours de la marche vers l'euro, tout est perfectible. Aussi, la recommandation 37 de notre Kulturentwicklungsplan prévoit la création d'un centre national de l'architecture. Les travaux en ce sens ont été entamés et en tant que ministre de la Culture, je suis persuadé que ce centre réussira à promouvoir la Baukultur de qualité et à en faire une vraie éducation culturelle. Voilà, merci à vous tous, merci pour votre attention en un ganz schönen Abend. Merci.
Et merci beaucoup à vous, ministre, pour l'inspiration. Merci. Très, très gentil. Thank you so much for being with us. You want to say something?
Yeah.
Grab a mic. Yeah. Hang on. That one's on.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Jackie, we are the presidents. We can break the rules.
You can break the rules. Do whatever you're going to do.
So our president, our minister must leave earlier than the panel finished. And so, but we want to handle him over the declaration. So.
So thank you very much. Again, you're going to hear more about that declaration that has just been presented.
The point, I didn't
in just
anything.
a moment. Do please take a seat. And Minister, thank you very much again for being with us. Thank you. So they're already here. So, but I will remind you and reintroduce them, because what we're going to do with this last half an hour of this event is we're going to try and do the impossible, which is to reflect on a whole day of very, very rich conversations, very rich panels, lots of ideas, lots of challenges, lots of suggestions for how we meet them. And at the end, we're going to hear more about the key points in that Luxembourg declaration that was just handed over to the Minister. But I'm delighted to welcome back our four presidents sitting next to me: Ines Ferguson Vaquez de Barga, next to her Ruth Schagerman, the president of ACE. Then she was with us a little while ago, so you haven't forgotten her, Nina Dragin-Lovrets. And finally, and last but not least, our host here in Luxembourg, OAI President Michel Friedrichs. So, I just wanted to ask all of you to reflect a little bit on what we've heard. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the whole conversation, whether there was anything particular that really struck you about the conversation. Indeed, anything that surprised you, or did you feel it just sort of really reinforced your feelings about where we need to go from here in terms of the partnership? Not just talk about the procurement directive, but today was all about partnership for resilient design. Did anything particularly strike you? Ines, did you have something that jumped out at you?
Yes, I've been taking notes. And I would like to, first of all, reflect on Lucia Martinez's intervention from DG GROW. So I believe she sent a message that we cannot overlook. So we are thinking about how the directive has to serve the interest of our sector and of our industry. But my understanding is that the Commission is looking at how this procurement directive is going to serve their higher political objectives. So I think we need to be smart and to adapt our messages to the Commission to serve their objectives in terms of competitiveness, of resilience, of defense, of autonomy, of simplification, or of integration. So these are the elements that we have to pick up to make sure that we are, in our proposals, serving the Commission's interests.
Okay, so when she talked, Michelle, and perhaps come to you, about strategic priorities and needing to make sure that our processes reflect those, she's perhaps giving a hint that they might move in the sort of direction you want them to. Was that what struck you most, or did something else come out of today that really struck you, Michelle?
Non, il n'y a rien qui m'a vraiment effrayé ou qui m'a choqué ou qui était... en tout cas, ce que moi je peux dire, qu'on est tous alignés. Peut-être pas vraiment chacun quand même par son pays, par ses préoccupations. Mais ce que je vois, ce que nous on vit au quotidien chez l'OAI, c'est que les architectes et les ingénieurs se parlent ensemble. Et ce qu'on a vu aujourd'hui aussi, que ça fonctionne très bien. Et ça, il faut faire peut-être beaucoup plus souvent au niveau européen également. Je pense que ça, tout le monde peut seulement confirmer, car on rencontre tous les jours les mêmes défis. Et vraiment, je ne veux pas parler de problèmes ou de difficultés, mais on a des défis. Et ce que j'ai vu, c'est qu'on a les solutions. Il faut juste les mettre maintenant dans le bon cadre juridique et les... rendre en musique.
Nina, what would you highlight from today particularly?
Thank you. I would like to highlight 2 points. One point, we are talking about the digitalization of our sectors in the term of implementation of BIM. I would like to emphasize that the implementation of the BIM, especially for the SME and micro enterprises, is very expensive. It's very expensive in the term of buying the software for these services, and also in the term of the process and the time of implementation. SME and micro enterprise, I'm not sure that can afford to implement, to make transition from the AutoCAD or some other softwares for designing to the implementation of BIM. They need a minimal 6 months. In these 6 months, they can't provide their normal services for their clients. So we should together advocate that the BIM should be open, that there should be accessible for all enterprise, not only for big to small enterprise, because in some regulation, in some country, the implementation of a BIM in the infrastructure and the project finances by EU is obligatory. So in the not so far future, that will be obligatory for all services, for the all projects. So we should stick on the open BIM and to help all the designers' office and the enterprises that can implementation the BIM. And the second topic is connecting to our conferences. It is resilience of design, but in the term of reconstruction. Somebody has, I am sorry, but I don't catch the name, has a presentation relating how many buildings we should reconstruct it in the EU. Due to they are done according to the previous law. Their durability is existing. So in this term of reconstruction, we should take opportunity to take finance relating to the energy efficiency increasing of the building with the new thermal envelope of the building. In the same time, we should provide the increasing the seismic in our country, the increasing the seismic resilience of the building, and in the country that are not in the seismic area, to increasing the bearing capacity of the building. We should find money for this, because this is a crucial thing, because the quantity of building that are older, that are in compliance existing norms and the existing court is indeed, yes.
Indeed. Ruth, for you, the most striking thing, was there a particular message you picked up and thought, I need to go away and think about that more? Or did it really reinforce what you already thought were the important issues?
First of all, I want to add a thought concerning what has been said by the European Commission. I want to underline that we have at the moment a window of opportunity. That was a very clear message from the Commission. Point one. Point two is not only the Commission is involved, but also the European Parliament is involved in the decision-making process, and also our ministries are involved in the decision-making process. So we always have to keep in mind, if we advocate on European level, as Ines said, it's about direct rephrasing, let's say, the issue, so that in German we say the fish likes the bait, or something like that.
Right.
So the Commission has a fish, and the bait has to be clear so that they are hooked up. But nevertheless, also we have to advocate the ministries, because we know that the decision process is Commission, Parliament, and the ministries in the European Council. And if the ministries of our 27 member states are not convinced about what we want to achieve, this document will not go through. And I think we have to really take it by heart. And just one clear example, I said the Parliament is part of this procedure. Recently, the Parliament has published their initiative report. And this initiative report is already highlighting the requests that we are putting in. And these requests are in there because we have been advocating together over 1.5 years on this matter. And I agree with Klaus. We were speaking, I made the big mistake to ask him how he feels. And he said, oh, Ruth, I really feel bad. Because I'm feeling well when we achieve what we want. And I said, okay, I will call you in 5 years, because the procedure is going to take a long time, and it is really a Herculean work. So maybe that's just an additional thought.
And talking about Herculean work, Michel, you said you don't want to talk about problems, but you said we have common challenges. What for you have emerged, not just today, but in all your work on these issues, as the biggest challenges that we face now if we are to get this right?
Sans déjà parler de la déclaration, je pense qu'il faut vraiment, et là c'était la toute dernière intervention dans le public, c'est de parler des young planners,
oui.
Donc des jeunes. Oui. Ça, et aussi, pas seulement des jeunes, mais aussi des petits bureaux. Mais il ne faut pas non plus oublier les grands bureaux aussi, qui ont les mêmes, sont confrontés avec les mêmes problèmes. On nous met dans des tiroirs. Donc ça, c'est le bureau école, ça, c'est le bureau clinique, ça, c'est le bureau logement. Mais ce n'est pas ça qu'on apprend à l'université. À l'université, on apprend à vraiment créer, à innover, et chaque projet est différent. Et la deuxième école que je construis, c'est pas comme la première. Donc, même si j'ai une référence, j'ai des autres maîtres d'ouvrage, le programme a changé, le terrain est hautement. Donc, pourquoi nous mettre dans des tiroirs et nous demander des références en plus de 3 ans? Un bâtiment, je pense, on peut aussi remettre une référence de 10 ans. Même pour un projet d'une école, peut-être un autre projet. Pour montrer que, voilà, moi, j'ai réalisé un projet qui a tenu plus que 10 ans, qui est toujours durable, que les utilisateurs aiment être dedans et qui est résilient. Donc, il y a beaucoup vraiment d'autres moyens à évaluer une candidature remise pour un appel d'offres.
And Ines, for you, in terms of the biggest challenges, and it seemed to me we were talking as much all day about mindset as we were about rules and regulations, and what both are important. But is that for you, as you look ahead, one of the biggest challenges? What else would you highlight?
Yes, I think we cannot wait for regulation to ask for innovation, to reward a collaboration that brings value to the client. We need to do this now. We need to start. This is not something that we can choose to do. It's a must. So innovation is really going to define our sector in the coming years. And of course, we have to educate clients, and we have to try to build the business case to be rewarded and paid and valued for it. But I think we also need to look internally. Are we doing enough on innovation? How much are we spending of our yearly budgets? I think if we want to preserve our competitiveness and our role in society, we really need to think about investing in innovation.
Thank you. So good that we're also talking about the challenge for you as a sector. I'm going to come on to what you want from the policymakers and the declaration in a moment, but I think it's really good to have that dual focus of there are things we can do and we can't always wait. And somebody made the point earlier, Ruth, that actually, well, we had a directive that said we could do these things, but it's not happening. How do you see the challenge now to make sure that we don't just see a repeat of what happened after the 2014 directive?
Well, it has to be a mandatory. You know, I would say it failed. To leaving the option, you can do it if you want, you may do it, didn't work. Or isn't working. So the question is, how are we going to solve it? And one element is to rethink the directive, which one element which we will address later is in our declaration. And the other part is that it's not enough what is going on the ground. So on the one hand side, policymakers are too slow. On the other hand, if we do it just alone, each one of us in our offices, we are too small. So I believe it can only happen in the collective and on all levels. So it goes from the national level, from the European level, down to the local level.
And also this collaboration that you are today is you guys, all the different elements of this chain, if you like, coming together and saying, we want to advocate together.
Yes,
because our voice is louder together.
And Jackie, I have to say, the one thing is what is happening here on the stage throughout the whole day, but the magic is happening in the coffee breaks.
Absolutely.
And there, I think all of us have been experiencing amazing talks and discussions that we never had since a long time. So I'm really, really happy and appreciate the participation and the possibility to challenge this big Hercules, what we have in front of us. And yeah, it's clear we have to do it.
And as you say, and that's why very deliberately the programme left lots of space for those conversations, and hopefully tonight is a birthday party, but hopefully also an opportunity to continue those conversations. Nina, just in terms of the challenges ahead and the lessons that we've learned, because each of you in identifying some of the challenges have also talked about the lessons about where we go from here. What would you now identify? Does it always keep coming back to this culture change, this mindset change that can be driven, yes, in part by regulation, we've talked about that, but also by yourselves? Do you see that as the biggest challenge or not?
I think it is the biggest challenge, but I first of all would like to emphasize that this organization of this conference is the great contribute to our profession, great contribute to strengthen our collaboration, and great contributes that we spread our voices not only through our professional organization, but through the four European professional organization. And our voice, I'm definitely sure, will be to the all Europe, and only to act in this way, we can announce to the politician and the national and the EU level the voice of engineers, and the engineers are important change in all the process in all country, and they are starting with all investments, and we are involved with all the process in the performing of the services in all the countries. So we have possibility. We should strongly advocate for our idea. Unfortunately, engineers are not politicians. We haven't got so much engineers who are politicians, and at national level, I think the same position is the EU level. But we should send a strong message. And what we require, because we have influence of the safety, stability, of the resilience, and the importance of engineers is unfortunately after some disasters. Then everybody is aware what is to be engineers, what is our solution, what is the project, and how we influence on the safety and life of our citizens.
I want to come back to your strong message in a minute, but just if there's anything any of you want to add in terms of the lessons about, I think each of you in identifying a challenge also identified the solution, if you like, or the beginnings of a solution. But do you want to add anything before we move on to the Luxembourg Declaration? Ruth?
We are speaking about architecture. We are speaking about architecture and engineering. And the great thing of architecture, engineering, and urban planning is we can experience it. We can smell it, we can touch it, we can laugh in it, we can live in it. And I think this is an opportunity to show the politicians what are the great examples which are already out there. And they have to experience architecture and urban planning and go into a tunnel and see what it means to smell the cement, the concrete, and what work and what effort is put into there. So please, my recommendation would be take each politician out into the world, away from their desks, and show them what architecture and what urban planning and what engineering is about, and on what they are deciding in the European Parliament, in the European Commission, and in our ministries.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay. So, Nina just said we need to send a strong message. And at the beginning of today, Ruth said we are ready to lead the change, but we need the right framework, which brings us very neatly to the declaration that you have adopted for Organisation Together that you presented to the Minister a few moments ago. And I'm going to ask you, we're not going to read the whole thing out, but I'm going to ask each of you to highlight one of those recommendations. I am accepting all of them, for all of you are important. You've spent a lot of time working on them together. They are all important for all of you. But to avoid you all running through all of them, if you had to pick up just one to highlight and why this is so important, and explain to us that in a couple of minutes, what does the declaration say in the area you want to highlight, and why is it so important? Ines, start us off.
Okay, so I think the one that has called my attention, I think it summarizes a little bit the message today, is that we call on the EU to revise the Public Procurement Directive to guarantee high-quality solutions with the best value for money by forbidding the use of lowest price as the sole criterion for choice of intellectual services. So this is the first message in the declaration. I think it's been stated repeatedly today. I think that we need to realize that the European Commission has set very high ambitions for Europe. You know, we want to be the first carbon neutral continent. We want to undertake very important transformations in our economy to make it more green and more digital. But if you really want to make it a reality, if you want to bring it to the market, to the real world, as Ruth was saying, you need to use procurement. And so it's contradictory that you want to be so ambitious and then award on the lowest price. This is the message we need the institutions to realize. If you want us to be leading this revolution, then you have to recognize the value that we're bringing to the projects from a quality and innovation perspective.
Thank you very much. Nina, what would you highlight?
Message number 2.
Oh,
sorry. The message number 2, we call on EU to include in the Public Procurement Directive a special chapter for intellectual services. This special regime for intellectual services should, first, mandate quality-based selection criteria. Second, include the definition of adequate procurement threshold. Third, specify access and eligibility rules to support SME participation. And fourth, to simplify the collaboration between profession during procedures. At the end, I would like to emphasize that the collaboration of engineers and architects on each project, each project is unique. And it can be copy-paste. This is the base on the work of intellectual and creative service of architects and engineers. And we advocate that the public procurement for intellectual service of engineers and architects services should be strictly distinct of the procurement of the goods, because the quality and specification of the final projects in the procurement of goods can be detailed in advance. Our project can't be detailed in advance. There is a process of designing, structure designings, and collaboration, all the participants in this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 2 more to go. Ruth, which one are you going to pick?
I have ensure quality and innovation-oriented procurement procedures, and there we call on the EU to revise the Public Procurement Directive to guarantee high-quality solutions for the built environment by making quality-based selection obligatory for intellectual services and by promoting the use of design competitions when architectural services are procured. Number 2, ensure best value for public money by taking into account broader environmental and social costs, and forbid requirements to carry out planning work during the procurement phase without payment.
Thank you very much indeed. And Michelle, you have the last word, and there's one priority left, so...
I have the fourth point here.
Explain it to
I'm
us.
talking about the access to procurement for SMEs and new entrants, so that's very important for me. So we call on the UA to revise the Public Procurement Directive to improve access for SMEs and new entrants by simplifying administrative complexity and considering whether division of contracts into lots would have a positive effect on SMEs. In addition, we recommend the use of more flexible technical and financial criteria. So, by expanding the 3-year reference like I was talking about, and expanding also not the 3 years, not the project-defined reference. Really, we have other ways to show what we can, and that's very important also for the younger generation. They have also something to show that we don't know.
And it's very nice to end on a point about the younger generation.
The
talents that are coming through, and we heard from them in the room. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Luxembourg Declaration. You will find it on the websites of all our organisers today. Join me first in thanking our presidents. I would also, on their behalf, like to thank all their teams for organising today. The OAI have done a tremendous job, and thank you for hosting us today. The teams from ACE, from EFCA, and from ECEC. Thank you, and from my point of view, you've been a joy and a delight to work with. I would also like to thank, on your behalf, the Creative Europe programme for providing financing, always very important. Can I please thank, and I'd like a big round of applause for our interpreters, who've done a sterling job. We don't see them, but thank you so much for all your work today. Thank you to the tech team at the back who've made it all run so beautifully smoothly, and we've had no technical issues at all, which is, I think, for me, in hundreds of conferences, a first. But most of all, thank you to all of you for coming here today, for being with us. Thank you to our wonderful speakers for their thoughts, and thank you also to you for your great questions and comments that came through to me on Slido. It's been very stimulating and a privilege to moderate such rich discussions. And just to remind you, the party starts at 6:30. Please can you bring your ticket for the party, because there will be security, so you will need to be checked, and please do be here by 6:30 because you have an action-packed programme. It only remains me to wish OAI a very happy birthday. I'm not going to sing, you would ask me to stop, and to wish you all a wonderful party this evening and a very safe journey home wherever you are going. Thank you all very much indeed.